Da-da. What are these people? What are these people in Deep Wilderness doing with just a trident? Huh. They look like bots, but they just have no risk. On my way to rogues. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. You heard my everything, my video or whatever. Yeah, no, for sure. Oh, well, Chet in Discord. He's got the name Chet. He goes by Chet, but his name's Peter. I don't know what he wants to be called though. How did that go? Okay. Hell yeah. Damn. I probably realized. Did you gotta go drop? Uh, yeah. How long is it usually? Like 40 minutes? Gotcha. No, I didn't make it, dude. I'm cooked. I flanked IRL. There's another guy? Who did I? Pizza? Bro, my freeze splashed twice. It's based on algorithms, and they're not even looking at it. It just triggers off of conditions. If you have trade history with the person, then it won't. It goes based off of trade history and the relationship you have with that player. Yeah, but it probably sucks. Oh yeah, you'll get it fixed. They'll fix it. How much is that even in GP? Yeah, that doesn't even make sense. The who got banned? The account they used to trade or the account that received the items? They didn't even ban the what? Oh, okay, so both did. It's wild. Oh, you traded it to them, right? It's weird though that like, you didn't get in trouble. Oh. It's even weirder that it's on your IP. Shouldn't they know it's obviously like, dude, I'm me at my house straight. That's that automatic trigger stuff. I know they need to get bigger. Not enough. Yeah, the rogue chests. Uh, yeah, there's quite a few of teams. If you're playing content like that, you definitely already quick enough. Just have like a you just bring like 300k and then you protect item and you only lose like 200k if you die. For me, even if I die, I'm streaming, so it's content, I guess. Funny. That's a funny one. Yeah, I've been streaming for a long time. Mostly stream Yu-Gi-Oh, but it's like dead, so there's no point in being in the 2% of players if there's no one watching it. Yeah, for sure. I stuck with it because I was dedicated to love the game. But at a certain point, it's not fulfilling anymore. There's not much fulfillment from going from 2% to 1%. I guess, you know, what do you do? Become the world champion? But that's not, you can't base your whole life on that shit. So if there's no fulfillment in between world champion and a regular player, there's nothing to do. It's dead. And then the funny thing is, like, the Yu-Gi-Oh players don't care about anything outside of Yu-Gi-Oh. But there are cool people who still come around. Like, I would host these Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments. Small fishing nets. I have like 25 in the bank. Someone wants small fishing nets. And I was like, why? True. Oh, I'm getting that key out of here, bro. It's 100k. 180k. I'll still get it out of here. It would suck to lose that. I lose it. He says he needs the 10 small fishing nets for black salmons. I don't know what that means. Oh, word. Word. I brought him the nets. He hooked me up. Shift click and it walks? Oh shit, I didn't know that. Clout sensors? Clout chasers? Yo. Yeah, there's too many of them. There's groups out there now. That really does happen once you hit them too many times. You hit them too many times, they call their homies like, "Yo, come through." No, or they just have bot army. Ah, that makes sense too. Damn bots. What the hell do I do now? I don't know. The bot army's catching on. Probably. The questing is the real content. Huh. It's weird that I took the statue out of Lumbridge now. It just looks weird. Wouldn't they replace it too? They need to add a quest where they put a new statue there. No. I'm doing Tears of Gothics right now. Yeah. No, no, no. That's when Gothic sleeps. True. Dude, that was like the quickest quest ever. I think I did this on my RuneScape 3 account. Way back in the day. Yep. Do I collect the blue or green from the Gothic tiers? What does green do? Uh-huh. I don't know. Gave me construction. Um... Stamina. We robbing someone? Crafting guild? That's where I gotta go. Someone got some shit? I don't know, someone from a clue scroll. They said it's worth, dude, they said thousands of IRL dollars. No fucking way. No way. They got a fucking third age pick, bro. No, no, they burned all their luck. That was the ticket. That was the lottery ticket. If they buy 10,000 lottery tickets, it's not gonna win next. But that's also not how it works. One in 313,000 chance drop rate from a clue reward from a casket. But it's a 1 in 5k from a mimic. Wild. Someone at the GE was like, "What is the odds of that?" And I was like, "I don't know, 1 in 300k." And they said, "No way." And I was like, "Yeah, look it up." So they looked it up, and they said it's 313k. And someone else was like, "Wow, you know it's serious." when it's not even big when you're rounding down by 13,000. Like it's crazy. A pet is 1 in 3. It was from a mimic. It was their 61st master clue. What's the easiest way to the crafting go? Skills necklace. True. Uh, oh. Dude, I have to go to Entrana, the place where you can't bring weapons, dude. Get the fuck out of here. What you gotta do is you bring stuff to make fletching gear or whatever, make arrows, and you fletch a bunch of shit while you're there and you kill everyone. I'm going to hell. Rub. Oh, fuck this. Wish I could pay people in pizzas, you know, like instead of carrying coins around. Like you want to get on a ship instead of 450 coins. Yes, he's like, I'll give you 2 pizzas instead. All right, so we go Camelot, Port Sarim, and now we go Entrana. That's how I get to Port Sarim really quickly. I guess you could do that Remington. Camelot, walk down to the port. And then I got here. Okay, I get to Entrana, and I'm walking over to the hot air balloon, and I'm taking the hot air balloon out. That's my quest here or some shit. It's a... Wait. An achievement diary or something. Navigate the balloon. Oh, there's more? I'm flying that air balloon. Just take it slow. Yeah. You just gotta not be stupid and misclick. Take it slow. I did it. Uh... And some of the things don't even make sense. Like, it says drop, but when you drop, it moves you forward as well. I guess with the wind. But it doesn't tell you that kind of stuff. I have to go back to Entrana. Yeah, now I have to fly the thing to Varrock, but why do you even need to do all this? This isn't even an effective way of transportation. Like, you just used it for the quest, for the achievement, and then you're done. Take boat. Why would anyone even want to take the fucking hot air balloons? So long. This makes it even worse. If I wanted to retake the balloon, do I have to do that stupid minigame every time? No one's ever retaken it. We just get the fuck out of there. The hot air balloon, whenever you want to use it, do you have to redo the minigame where you're flying it? Oh, okay. But you still have to pay it. That makes sense. Could be worse. Yeah, I don't think so. Mac, what is going on? I didn't see you over there. My bad. And hello, Elven Lord. What is up? Quest grind. You know how it is. Got some good stuff done today. Let's go back over here. We got the hammer. I need the bracelet. We're done thieving for now. Level 72. So we're chilling. We can boost to 75 and do all quests, I think. And then if I think the only way you need to go higher than that is for achievement diaries. Did I get the hammer? I need the bracelet, bro. I need a teleport. Mac has taken base 91s to a whole new level on multiple accounts. Oh, we got this one. We'll put here. It's you. The quest is telling me, or Runelight is telling me to bring tuna potatoes as my food of choice. To the quest. That's the food. Why? I don't know. Coins for building material. What are these things? Shadows? What the fuck? Oh, they have olive oil back then? Buy olive oil. 5 timber beams. The Shades of Morn, you can unlock the robes, which have a 5% chance to not consume a bone when used on an altar. I should have been doing that before. That would make prayer 5% less expensive, right? Dude, what did they wanted me to buy stuff? Limestone. How do I repair this shit? Limestone brick? Do this on world 377. Oh. What? Figured it out. I had to read. What even is this place? What are we doing here? Oh man. We used the olive oil on the middle. Uh, use the sacred oil on a log. Use the pyre log in a fire. What? Burn them in the middle. Use the pyre log in a funeral. Oh, I'm stupid. Yeah, yeah. Mac even knew the spot. And we're gonna build this pyre and burn this bish. Light it up. Smoke it. Wait, I don't think you want to smoke that. Damn it, woman. Okay. All these noobs. This is Noob City. Didn't I just fixed this guy? You got sick again? Do it this guy. Sick again? Does this fix them for? I think this fixed them for good now. Yep, they're fixed. They should be fixed for good. If not, they can figure it out by them damn selves. Damn. I think I got extra nettles. What do I need? Bowl of water. Bucket of milk. Viewers have trouble doing clues. I didn't know that. That sucks. Yep. On a Tuesday. Where do I find nettles? Yeah. There's a few places. South of the Woodcutting Guild. Edgeville. Oh, I do know where they are in Edgeville. Mac knows everything. Uh, Nettle water. Now we're gonna cook it up. Crack. All right, we got the bucket of water. Wait, let's see. Water, chocolate dust. What do we do now? What the heck? Right click sober up. Oh, Port Sarim. Quickest way to Port Sarim. Camelot. That was incorrect. Draenor. Okay. True. Or we go Port Sarim. Yeah, that's where I want to go anyway. So we go Camelot, and we got a ship there. But that definitely works too. Kill this guy on the way. You know what? Remington might have just been quicker. It was house teleport the whole time. It was house teleport the whole time. Wait, what did it say? Oh, this guy wants chocolate milk is crazy. What do I do? Use... Oh. Oh, hangover cure. The hell was that about? Troll Stronghold. How do I get there? God Wars? Hell yeah. Dude, Max saves our ass again is crazy. What would we do? Where would we be? Nah. But we could transfer those into regular pizzas. Just sell them, it's fine. I like finding the farthest distance that you can walk just by clicking on the map, you know what I mean? I think that's interesting. Zoom out? Yeah, I zoom out in the mini map. Oh, we'll be here. Oh, that's exactly it. It's a mid newbie. Um, I don't know. It's edgy with the name. That's what I'm doing right now, basically. Hell yeah, I like doing Callisto. We all go as a group. I try to get like 10 plus people at Callisto and we all just mass it. And then if PKers drop in, we just anti PK kill the shit out of them. Yeah. Yeah, I go wilderness a lot. Uh yeah. Wait, what was it? You get blood runes, you can pretty much one click to the altar. What do you do with blood runes? Peace out. Oh, I see, I see. What do you need that for? True. Um, yeah. Dude, riding this sled is actually sick. But how much experience per hour can you get a fire making? Yo, I just hit the ramp on the sled, dude. Right now I got 223 out of 321 quest points. We getting there. Oh, I have to slide this. Tangle root? I'm using all my troll kind teleports. Saving easy quests for last, I might have to do that actually. So that it's easy for maybe people to be there or something. Uh, no fire cape. We got the though. Dude, it just takes so long in the cave, bro. Just let me fight Jad, run on like boom. I'll do it endlessly. Takes so long in the cave. Those flowers do look nice. It's gonna be a grind, that's for sure. Challenge Art to a fight. I gotta fight this dude's bodyguard first. Is he dead now? That's crazy. I didn't know we were fighting to the death. Funny how the troll random event popped up while I'm here in the troll stronghold. Thought it was like a troll, a regular troll. Perfect timing. Hope this is the right way. Looks right. I don't know. Edgar's Ruse. Is a guy named Edgar in jail? I don't know. In general, it's a quest, and I just saw a guy named jail named Edgar. It would make sense. I'll see you next time, Edgar. You'll be sitting in there for a while though. I'll be back for you. 65 agility, Pog. Darkness of Hollowvale. Is that the what we is that one we save? I think that's what we save. Where is this? No, probably. I don't know if there's any easy quests to leave for later. Like I did a lot of the easy ones, so I got, well, I'll just do something stupid then. Between a rock. I also don't want to do something that's a requirement for something else. Oh, the last one, if you do it in order, optimal order, the last one is the Corsair Curse. And that's really easy. I think they already accounted for that. Crazy. Song of the Elves is, they have Song of the Elves after Desert Treasure too. Don't you get, so is that how you get a Bofa? Oh wait, what was the good one? What was the good one, Mac? Nah, don't worry about me. What are you up to? I gotta change spell books. Damn quest. This person's name is Alter Lit. It's lit. Berg Dorot. I thought there was a teleport there. Mauritania legs? Maybe from oh wait, Morton. And then go south. Yo, I'm fixing a boat right now. That's actually cool. That was a terrible animation. Huh. Pushing the boat into the water, the animation was bad. Now there's these flying witches. I don't know what the hell these things are. Get some rest? Yes. Hell yeah. See you then. Peace out. Huh. See here. While they sleep, I think the biggest thing be the Path of Glorphy. Path of Glow. So let's see. Path. Path of Glow. Which I have all the requirements for, so I think we're pretty good. Skills. Farming. I gotta keep doing farming. But that's Herblore, but that's kind of easy too. That's exactly right. Fun. Once I get the farming and herbivore, everything else is simple. We're getting there. The what was it? The thieving was so bad. Took forever. Talk to the old man. Listen, old man. You too, buddy. See ya. We're gonna teach this old man a lesson. Break his legs. Follow them. This place is wild. What? Dude, how could someone live here? You have to walk up a ladder, then you gotta jump across some rooftops. Imagine this was your house. This is someone's bed. We're gonna pass two people's bed to get to someone's house. Oh, I'm assuming their door is locked. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get through their door. Hey, hey, what are you talking about? Dude, I will fight your ass. You better not be biting me, bro. I will fight you. Yep, we made this personal. Fine. How am I supposed to go? Oh. Oh. Man, how secret does your house have to be? Hey, hey. This is actually a really cool setup here. You know what? Mac wasn't even lying. This is a cool quest. This is interesting. Oh man. This guy's got some jumps, dude. If there was the chance to fall and you had to like go back to the beginning, I'd be pissed. Where are we going? It's crazy. If I have to come back here, I'm gonna be pissed. How do I get there? Where the fuck is going. Oh, bro, I could have gotten here more easily, probably. Why is it telling me to go here? He gave me a fucking teleport. least we get a free teleport back, right? How can they teleport us here? Return Durberg. Is a third age pick equal to one cash a full cash stack? Oh. No, that's the exchange price, bro. What is it actually worth? Man. 2, 3, 4. We got 4, 8, 12, 13, 14, 15. Perfect. Heart? I did fill the cart though. Get me out of here. Turn. Press the decorated wall. Ha, you can't catch me. What is with this place? He's leading us through the ghetto? Dude, don't follow that. That's a trap. That's a trap. What? I don't understand. What? Oh. Ow. I started here. What? Go through the barricade? Okay. True. Hmm. Was this guy like actually farming these dudes? Farming these dudes? You farm these dudes? Could be AFK in them. Ugh. Anyone? What the hell are they talking about? What is this place? Vampire Castle. Okay. Makes sense. Ooh. True. Do I have to fight this guy? Tank for 5 hits. He didn't even do anything. This guy actually farming those dudes? Slayer task? Send me to the mines. Mine me. Point of this. Uh, why do these people live here if they are they like kidnapped to come live here with the vampires? I have no idea what's going on with this place. I don't think anyone really knows what's going on when they're doing these quests. I can see what they're up to. Do I? How do I? Huh. Holy hell with this fucking maze of bullshit. Wait, what? How do I? Dude, this freaking game, bro. I think, uh, We're at the end though. Holy shit. What the hell do I do now? Place is Noob City. These guys don't even do anything. .34 construction. We're the best. Dude, I'm not on the fucking ancients. Gotta get the fuck out of here. Dude, why did it take me this whole fucked up way? What the hell? Can't do ancients? What the fuck? Dude, the pathing is all fucked up right here. What the hell? What a dickhead. Could I possibly try and go to sleep at the right time? I don't know what's going on with me, dude. All I'm doing is sleeping all day. What's wrong with me? It's kind of funny. No one's like, "Oh my gosh, why we don't play Yu-Gi-Oh more now?" But it's funny that no one says that. But it also it's like obvious that like people understand like, damn, that game is dead. They're basically just say, "Wow, he hung on that long." I played the qualifier on Friday. I'm not gonna grind it out though. Losing sleep over what number I am. Oh hell no. I just switched in 2 seconds. Leaf. What is my freeze not set, bro? What the fuck was that? Okay. I hit him. How we splashing, bro? Bro, what? How? Fucking bots, dude. Dude, bots. That's fucking crazy, bro. Fuck kidding me? Okay. How am I full of bullcrap? True, that's probably like our major goal here. I want to continue watching this. Do we have reacts? Blow this up. Oh yeah, this. Yeah, it's fine.
Fuck you, billionaires!
He said, "Fuck you, billionaires."
Grab them by the midterms, it says right there. What's the other sign say?
It just says pro.
Pro-Army, anti-Trump.
Yeah.
Do you think, are you stuck in a hard place because this is to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Army and also it's also Donald Trump's birthday?
Yeah, it's troublesome. I mean, I of course support my troops that protect me and protect my liberties and protect my ability to come out here and protest as an American. They protect my First Amendment rights. So I appreciate them. I give them lots of credit for having to put up with his leadership. But he is the leader of the armed services, so they have to do whatever he says. But I do not support Donald Trump. He's a fascist. I mean, he hates us being here today. He wants to like have the cops come out and beat us up if he had his way. But luckily we have the wonderful police officers from the DC.
What makes them say that though?
That are protecting us today. And you know, we're just out here to peacefully protest and show our distaste for the Trump administration and all it stands for.
What What do you think about a lot of these protests? There's around, like, I think 1,900 protests across America today. A lot of them.
Yeah.
And the lady who owns Walmart, she's funding a lot of them. What do you think her stance is? Why do you think she wants to fund all this?
Why? Well, she may want to fund it for her own selfish reasons and helping, the bottom line of Walmart. But I mean, I appreciate her contributing to the effort. We'll take any, donations we can. However, it's time we stop relying on billionaire funding for all of our political needs and movements in this country and all of our social needs. We don't need to be depending on these billionaires. We need to be depending on taxpayer dollars. We need to have an adequately funded government in this country and not rely on these billionaires to make decisions for us. It's
Do you think the Doge initiative is good?
Screw you, billionaires! Sucking Donald Trump's little penis!
This guy's just mad.
Thank you, sir. Let's see. It's hot as balls out here, everybody. I'm sweating up. Look at this guy, he's just chilling. Did they disrupt your evening nap?
Yeah, he totally fucking did.
Were you napping here?
Yeah, I was napping here. But I'm a real protester. I protest the real stuff. Not this current thing, whatever.
What do you protest for?
I protest against the merging agenda, trying to merge your mind with machines, get secret order out of our government, both sides, controlled by secret order, motherfuckers.
What?
And then I also protest getting real money again and finally voting rights for independents in primary elections. Because we don't have voting rights all in 50 states. Literally taking away our rights. We're not being parties.
I hope you have a good nap.
too. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good one. Guy was just napping out here. Jeez, it smells so freaking bad out here. That guy was just napping and then all of a sudden gets woke up by a parade. By the protest. Did I?
Liars!
How are you?
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you too.
Yeah, you just like forgot about that? Your little lie about the COVID shots? Yeah, you serve kings! You frauds! Boo! Yeah, I'm in the fuck both your factions faction! I hate Trump, I hate you!
Something's wrong with that guy.
Bro needs to finish his nap. He woke up a little
They
angry.
woke him up in the middle of his nap. I'd be mad too.
How are you guys doing?
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. I think that guy got woken up from his nap.
Oh yeah, he's just, I don't know, he's talking the truth or not, but I don't know what he's doing there.
Yeah, I think they woke him up and now he's angry.
Yeah.
Have a good rest of your guys' day. Did I stutter? And what phrase are you referring to that? As far as the stutter. Welcome immigrants, deport racist. Do you think by Trump deporting these people, do you think it's him being racist?
Yeah.
And oh, let me get that.
I got it.
I like the outfit. Looking great out here, actually. And what would make him do?
Dude, I'm really sorry, but I'm trying to listen to her.
Oh, okay. Was Obama racist for deporting migrants too? Just a question. It's hot out here.
So Obama racist.
Immigrants make America great. Fun fact, Obama deported around 3 million migrants when he was president. They're in no protest. How you doing? Good.
I guess that's really
What do you got
that's
to say?
true. If Obama deported 3 million and we got 20 million people here who shouldn't be here.
This Trump stuff.
What's the sign say?
Patriots against Trump.
Patriots against Trump.
Got nothing really different to say than anybody else had, so.
Yeah. Appreciate you for being out here.
No problem. Let me take a picture with
Yes, sir.
I'm a fan.
Hey, thank you.
This guy.
I'm sweating. I can't. Oh my God.
Yeah, I know you.
Hey, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
I can tell that I was born in Canada, and I don't like the fact that he says Canada's the 51st state, because where I grew up, well, there's a lot of Canadians that are hardworking people. I didn't grow up in Canada, I was born there, but where I live in, where I grew up in Cary, North Carolina, and half the city's all Canadian, and we're hardworking people there, so we shouldn't be talked about like that.
Would it be a good extension of the United States, the 51st?
No, it's an insult.
It's an insult more than a insult. What's the opposite of an insult? I got brain fog right now. Compliment? A compliment, yeah.
It's not a compliment.
No,
Canada's been a
I think it's more of an insult because it got so bad that they got to a point where President
Canadian troops burnt down the White House in 1812 war. So I mean, Canada's a pretty strong nation when it comes to military might. We don't act like it but we took our own beach in World War II in World War II at Normandy. We have our own beach there. We took that before American troops were even to get out of their beach. So I'm not trying to say America's
What does that mean? We probably picked the hardest beach to take. What are you talking about? Unless you don't know what happened at the beaches of Normandy is D-Day, bro. This was back when they just had boats and fucking rocket launchers, and you would just get on a boat and you would throw 50 boats at the beach, and they would be throwing their rocket launchers at those boats. And if you sent 50 boats, 5 made it. Those people on those boats were made to take out the rocket launchers. You were just going into bombs, dude. And he's like, yeah, well, Canada took the empty beach, so we're better.
Army has got one of the best armies in the world, but you can't say that Canada's a pussy country when, like, it's bad to say, but what's the last war that America won?
Thank you very much, sir.
What is the dude, I can't even. I want to do this and film people, get their crazy responses. I really don't have a stance to take and have a voice to. I have a voice, but I don't have anything to say. I just want to hear what people have to say.
What's going on? TikTok? I do TikTok every now and then.
Oh no, I don't want to
in front of the White House to make the biggest chant ever. Trump must go.
Here we go, everybody.
Trump must go now.
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 Okay, I want to welcome up Morgan from the Refuse Fascism DMV chapter.
You guys think they give me a chance to give a speech? I want to give a speech out here. What should I say in a speech, everybody? Think they'll let me give a speech? Probably not. Dang it.
Holy crap.
What is he gonna say?
Look at us! We have a lot to be proud of, people. Let me tell you something. My name is Morgan, and my people have been in this country, or colony, or whatever you want to call it, since 1720, okay? I come from enslaved people. I come from people who had their families ripped apart. I come from people who lived through Jim Crow, who lived through the Civil Rights Movement, who fought for everything we're fighting for again now.
You alright?
This is enough,
Having a good day out here?
America.
This
This is enough.
I'm grateful.
My grandfather
It's a great training for a great reason. So I'm just tired.
If you don't know what that
I walk
is,
here.
you really need
You
to
just
look
walk
it
here?
up.
Yeah.
He was a fighter
Stumbled
pilot,
across this kind
all
of
right?
crazy, huh?
No, I
In
live
the
on
museum down the way,
16
the
feet. I
African
just walk
American
to work.
History
And I
Museum,
just got
there's pictures in there.
I'm 14.
But guess what? Guess what Trump is doing?
It's for
He is
great
marking
reason. So.
things that are representative
Looks like they're
of
giving
the
away some free water and Coke if you want
in
one.
the lives that black folks have had in this country and marching it right out the door.
Have a good one.
Shame on him! Shame!
This lady's giving a speech, but she won't show her face. The police just showed up.
This this president is doing division, he is also erasing. Moving that stuff out of the museum.
Sorry, excuse me.
Where are we going to see it? Where are we going to learn about it? We're not going to. And
Lisa
that's
showed
what
up
he's
here?
trying to do. You're racist. He's definitely a racist. But the thing is, he's trying to erase us. He's trying to make us forget about our history. And we cannot do that.
Oh no, these people had a stand out here to sell stuff.
If we don't know where we're come from, where do we go?
Ice cold drinks, guys. Cold
Where do we go? We had powerful people do
This lady's
powerful
yelling
things.
here on the microphone, but she won't show her face.
This monster is wiping it all away. Now, I'm looking around the crowd, and oftentimes I see I'm one of the only black or brown people out here. It's time. I see a lot more black and brown faces today, and I am proud.
Really?
We all need
I
to
bet.
be out here and stand in courage.
Yep.
Here's the thing. Do you guys remember the ice raids when they were separating mothers and children? I think there was a lady yesterday who was pregnant that had guns held on her. Like, what the hell? Anyway, remember those images. Now go back. 1930.
How are you doing?
What's up, man?
Having a good day out here?
Those images before. You've
A
seen
lot of people
those
showed out here today. How many people think are out here today?
And if you went to
I'm really bad at numbers like that, man.
you lost everything. What happened? Black families
Maybe
being separated.
2,000 maybe?
Now today,
That's a good estimate.
it is time for
afternoon out
us
here.
to unite.
Man, it is hot. I wish I could freaking buy something.
Cannot let them
Don't got my card on me.
divide us.
Let's see.
Stand up, America. Stand up. Be brave. Have courage. This is our time. Our ancestors.
I don't care about this lady's speech. I don't think we're gonna get anything good during her speech.
I want to say thanks to Not Yo. Appreciate it. I live over by 2 people got assassinated in Minneapolis today.
What?
Crazy. 2 senators or some people that work for the government got assassinated. Really sad. Oh, look at that one. That took some serious AI to make right there, huh? Got Trump and Putin kissing. Yeah. What do you think Trump and Putin would do in a room if they were together?
What do you think about the politically motivated killing in Minnesota?
Very, very sad.
Very, very sad.
Horrible.
That's all you got to say.
We were just talking about it.
Good.
Very, very horrific, actually.
Yeah,
What do you think?
I think it's terrible.
You think MAGA is responsible for that?
Morons are governing America, and this is where we end up.
I don't know if you could blame that on MAGA or Republicans, per se.
You can blame it all on MAGA and Republicans. Read a fucking history book.
Really? You think you think just because of Trump, those people were killed?
Your little YouTube channel.
Well, you're the one who said that. I don't think that's why.
You're the one who said that I said that 8647 meant killing it. I did not say that. You said that.
I said, what does 8647 mean? You said dumping. I said, does that mean killing?
Yes, but that's why you went to the killing thing.
A dumping, you can interpret dumping.
No, you can. Dump is a shit.
Because Comey also.
You can interpret dump as taking a shit.
Comey put it like 8647. They said that was a call for assassination.
No, that's not.
If those were the correct numbers, I totally remember. It was 8647.
There wasn't a call for assassination.
This little loser a time.
I know he's a loser.
I think it's horrific what happened in Minneapolis.
It was MAGA and Republicans going all the way back to Reagan. That's who you blame.
You think it was good for Trump to release the 1,500 insurrectionists?
The people that were inside of the...
Yeah, the insurrectionists, the ones who were convicted.
Yeah.
All these part criminals. He released those
I hope they went
criminals.
through and checked who just went and walked through and those that actually
They didn't
caused.
check anything. They just, Pam Bondi just let them go.
Yeah, I'll have to look into it, but...
Yeah, look into it.
That's the same Pam Bondi who said that 3/4 of Americans would have died since January if it wasn't for Trump's fight against fentanyl. I mean, those are the idiots that are governing your country. You realize that, right?
You think they're all a bunch of idiots?
They're all a bunch of idiots, yeah. You put me on record on whatever little YouTube channel you got.
Okay, yeah, it's pretty small. It's pretty small right here. We're trying to grow though, so if you could subscribe, it'd really help.
Oh, no.
I'd really appreciate if you could subscribe.
Thanks, sir.
Maybe drop a comment as well. That'd help a lot too.
Good luck.
Thank you so much. You as well. Have a good one. I don't have all the info. I just on the Minneapolis shooting today. I didn't see that happen. It happened right before we left the hotel this morning. It's super sad. I don't know. That guy just blamed it on Trump though and MAGA, so I don't know how that's even possible. And as far as the people being released from J6, the people that were being held for the insurrection that took place, I think it was. I hope they went through and figured out who actually like was an insurrectionist. But I think a lot of normal people got caught up inside that Capitol building. Let's see what this guy's flag right here says. He has a foreign.
That's a real news
flag. It
lady.
says right here. How you doing? Oh, sorry. I don't know. What flag is this, chat? Someone let me know. Wait, someone in the chat just said that's a North Korea flag? Wait, what flag is that?
That one?
Yeah.
North Korean.
Oh, it is the North Korea flag.
It is the North Korean flag.
What made you want to bring the North Korea flag out here today?
I didn't bring it. Someone else brought it. It's just, this is what North Korea does, and the sentiment behind it is peace through power. That doesn't work. Since when have the North Koreans been a world player? They're not. They're a bunch of people throwing hissy fits. He's throwing a hissy fit. He's having a birthday party with several 77-ton tanks who are going to roll over the streets of DC, which are already, if you've biked in DC, you know that they're already poor enough. We don't need to punch a whole bunch of potholes in them with outdated troop carriers. The concept of the tank is outdated. The concept of the military parade is outdated. Air power is the future, but that's a whole other topic.
Thank you. I'll let you keep going. Sorry, I don't want to interview.
Crazy, tanks are outdated.
What else do we got out here?
It's all about drones now.
What time is it, everybody? .3:10. All right, everybody. We're gonna be doing. We have to head back, grab stuff from the hotel because we're going to the Trump. We're going to the parade. I'm gonna be doing a whole entire separate video that's gonna be coming out hopefully tomorrow. We're gonna use some of the clips from this live stream. We're gonna keep going for a sec. We'll go ahead and become a member. We're gonna do a members only live stream from the parade. We actually got tickets, so we'll be right up close to it. So join. We'll be doing a members only later this evening at the parade. It'll be pretty cool to watch that. So go ahead and become a member as well. It's $5 a month, help support the channel. But we're gonna keep going, talk for people just a little bit, and then head out. You think we need to go back to the hotel? Yeah, we gotta hustle because the hotel's about 30-minute walk and 30-minute walk back. All right, everybody, let's keep talking to some of these folks out here. Hey, thank you very much, Locky Zone. Thank you very much, Video. Thank you very much, Deanna. Thank you very much, J Mac. All right, let's keep going along here. Yeah, so we'll do it members only. Members only, it's $5 a month. You can just like click the side button, and then you can go ahead and become a member. You get extra live streams every single week, and you instantly get access to around, I think we already have 4 extended cut videos and uncensored videos on the members only. You'll get the uncensored from the LA riots that took place as well. No swearing, no bleeping and swearing. Also the Minneapolis raid that took place, completely uncensored from the moment I step out. Let's see what do we got right here. Who brought the North Korean flag out here? Did you bring the North Korean flag out here? Sorry? Did you bring the North Korean flag out here? Did you guys bring the North Korean flag out here? Did you guys bring the North Korean flag?
I need Australia.
No. We're just joking with you. Did you guys bring the North Korean flag? Did you bring the North Korean flag? No. Do you think it's fair to compare this to North Korea, this military parade? Excuse me, really quick.
Yes, sir.
Someone brought out the North Korea flag. Do you think this is fair to compare this military parade to North Korea?
No, if they did this in North Korea, all these protests would be thrown in jail. Looks like they're getting to protest pretty freely. I don't think they have the First Amendment in North Korea. That's my educated guess.
It's a very good point, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people are comparing this to Russia. They're comparing it to North Korea. But meanwhile, in those countries, they would not be able to do that, right?
Freedom of speech doesn't exist there. Pretty tyrannical of them that they get to protest freely.
Pretty tyrannical. All right, you guys have a great rest of your guys. Enjoy your guys'
Pretty
time.
tyrannical, right?
Sir, did you bring the North Korea flag out here?
No.
That wasn't you?
No.
That's pretty wild. They put the North Korea flag right in front of the White House. All right, we're going to start walking back over to the hotel. Hey, let's see. I'm going to do a little roll call for those that just became members. Thank you, Death Tech. Thank you very much, Colin.
By the end of this.
Thank you very much, Stazar. Thank you very much, Cameron. Thank you very much, Coral. Thank you very much, Karen, Karajima. Thank you very much, Ray. Thank you very much, Aerosoft. Thank you very much, Jay-Z. Thank you very much, Maury Flatwood. It is so hot out here. I just want a drink. Oh, you got a drink? Oh my word. You guys look, we got a special guest. Rooker T. Jones. We found her out here in the wild. Oh,
Had
she
to
got
go
the
get a pink drink.
She's addicted to the pink drinks. Oh, let me have some of that. It is so freaking hot out here. So that was a pretty interesting stream. I was hoping we were gonna be able to make it into the parade a little bit more, but we'll be doing that members only, and then tomorrow, I guess we'll be dropping a whole other video here on the channel for everybody to see. We're gonna be using some of that footage from there, and then I filmed the whole entire separate part of the video yesterday as well. So then we're gonna go in. We got special access actually, so that'll be pretty lit. Here, or actually, I'll just drink it like this. Oh shoot, I'm in a mess right now. Oh, what's cracking?
What's going on, man? I follow your shit on YouTube, man.
Thank you, I appreciate it. We're here today. It's a wild stream.
Yeah, I can imagine, man.
Wild.
You're just interviewing people or what?
Interviewing people, talking to people all across the
What are
land.
your thoughts on all this?
I think it's cool we're having a military parade, honestly.
Good, okay.
Don't you?
Well,
What do you think?
I disagree with it, man.
You
Yeah, I
disagree?
do. Yeah.
I think it's kind of cool that we're having one. We haven't had
Well,
one
I think,
in so
you know,
long.
Just think about my father's experience. My father came from Chile, and he escaped Pinochet. He came to the country.
Oh, Pinochet.
Yeah, loved America, understood what it meant to be American. I just don't think this is a symbol of liberty and freedom. I understand celebrating our army. I understand celebrating our history as a country.
Yeah.
But to do this, I think it's an expense on taxpayers. If we're going to talk about waste and fraud, you shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be hiking funds to deport immigrants in this country that are the backbone of America, that work laborist industries that Americans technically don't want to work in. Let me ask you this, I guess. I follow your stuff.
Yeah.
And I liked what you do in new media. I saw your video at the West Wing and everything.
Oh, that's cool,
when Bukele was here.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Do you think Americans genuinely are willing to work laborist industries in America? Construction sites, maritime shipbuilding, and ag work?
I think they would be if they paid them like good enough salaries to do it.
But you're going to tell these owners to pay them great salary, good benefit, a retirement plan.
Yeah, that's what makes it super hard, right?
So how are we going to fix that?
I know, that's what makes it hard. I don't have the answer to
And
that.
then let me ask you this. How do you...
Yeah, and there's people that need jobs as well.
Correct. There's people that need jobs everywhere. Americans.
I think we're also facing like a problem. Like a lot of people, I know a lot of kids my age that go to college to get these degrees, and they actually can't even use them. It's like, I agree. You would have been better going to learn.
It's a return on investment, right? When you go to higher education.
And I think one thing that would be cool, Trump did say like in some conference because they're having problems with like farmers going in because they're like the farmers aren't showing up because they're not showing up to work because they're worried about getting deported.
Is that a correct approach?
No, I don't think they should just go grab them from the field and take them out. You know what I mean?
I agree.
I think there should be I think it'd be cool. I was thinking about this the other day. I think it'd be cool, for instance, if a farmer who's a well-respected farmer has his farm and he's been having, say, he has a group of 10 illegal immigrants that have been working for him for a long time. If there was some process where that farmer could then take them to the judge and say, all right, these guys have been working super hard.
I agree.
And now let's figure out a way to keep them here because these are really good people. Because a lot of these people are good people. But the problem is if you have a bunch of illegal people here, undocumented,
and you don't know who's who.
Because you don't know who's in the country.
And I understand that, but here, let me ask you this: in reality, illegal immigrants in this country, undocumented immigrants, do they commit more crimes than naturalized Americans?
They do not. But
so where is this? I just want to want to get on the same page because I believe immigration reform can come through a sensible bipartisan solution.
Yeah.
But if we were to grant amnesty in the way that you granted work amnesty for individuals that have been here for an X amount of years, what would Freedom Caucus Republicans say for that? They would call you amnesty giver. They would call the sitting president amnesty giver. So how do we turn back? Because currently where we're at, it's unproductive for the country, it's unproductive for workforce, and ultimately it's unproductive for liberty. I know that you love liberty just as much as I love liberty. I enjoy all this that's happening right here, and I understand what the American flag means. My father understood what the American flag means. My mom came to this country undocumented. My dad came to this country as an immigrant. I'm a first-generation American.
What's up?
I really know what liberty means, but I don't think President Trump's immigration policy is putting forth the principles of American liberty.
And hopefully they refine it and make it work out for everybody in the best way. But
And
we do gotta go because we gotta run like 30 minutes there, and then they close it in an hour. So
And I
we
just
gotta
hope,
go.
man,
But-
I follow your content a lot. I would just hope that when you're covering immigration, you cover it in a way where you understand the immigrant experience, not just talking points, but you understand what they bring to this country, and they work our laborist industries. All right, a lot of the food that a lot of the buildings that we're in, were crafted and were built or were picked by undocumented immigrants, man. I respect
Yeah, I understand
what you
that
do,
as
man.
well. I respect you for the
You know,
conversation.
and good Americans, I think, will progress this country forward. All right.
Thank you very much.
You wanted to say something?
Yeah, what do you want to say? We don't have too much time.
Just really quick.
All right, we don't have too much time. I'm serious.
I honestly do not think we'd be having this massive problem that we're having here in America right now with trying to take illegal immigrants out of our country if we did not have our open border for the past 4 years and all of these people did not come in. Because the people that were flooding across our borders, and Nick knows, I know, because I've been there, I've seen it, I've watched people come in. People from all over the world came in. I didn't see one Mexican. I saw all people from China, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Peru, El Salvador, everywhere they came in, and we were flooded with immigrants. And so I think that is the only reason why we're having this problem. And I do not agree that we're going and getting grandmas and people. I do not agree with that. The way I wanted it to be was like, we get these criminals out.
I agree.
Get them out.
100%.
But we're not going and getting the grandma that's been here or the farmers workers, because there's a lot of good people. But I believe this problem happened because we had our open borders like we did.
Well, here's one thing. You guys have the platform. You guys are on YouTube.
Yeah.
You guys interview people. There's individuals that can make that change with this administration. It's you guys. You've been in the West Wing. I don't know who you are, but I'm pretty sure you're
This is my
respected.
mother, Brooker T. Jones, right here.
Incredible.
Yeah.
This is my mama.
Great to meet you.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that you all have the platform. Do I agree in strong border security? 100%. But at the same time, I believe in our undocumented workforce here, the individuals that have been here for generations, since the 70s, since the 80s, since the 90s, they contribute a lot, they pay into our tax system, and they don't benefit.
And we
One thing I
believe in
will
that,
say,
too. We
you guys
believe
have
in
the
that.
power. I hope that you guys use your platform to really sway this administration, take a different turn, a different angle at how we deal with immigration domestically. Seal the borders, 100%, border security, transnational organizations, I'm all in for it. But don't be treating the working class here, undocumented immigrants that provide for us as Americans every single day, and they get less than we do, as wrongfully as we do right now.
Sir,
All right?
I appreciate
Thank
you.
you, Nick.
Have a good one.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man.
Appreciate
You have-
All right, we gotta seriously get going. What's up?
What's up?
How you doing? How you doing? Thank you so
Thanks
much
for everything you're doing.
Appreciate it. Thank you guys. Have a great rest of your guys' day. Yeah, of course. Let's do it. Here, Brooke. Thank you.
Have a good one, Matt.
You too. All right, let's keep going.
If you want to stay,
All right.
I can just.
No, I'll come. I was gonna say something. What was I gonna say? Oh, so
This guy has a
trying
Cat
to-
in the Hat in the back. Why?
like deporting like grandmas and stuff. It's it's like, so say a grandma, she houses someone that came over the border the past 4 years and she's been here forever. The problem is if they go into that house and there's a grandma who is undocumented, illegal, and she's caught harboring, say, a criminal, that grandma's also going to get deported as well because she's here illegally. She's also committing a crime for harboring
Where are you gonna get deported to?
a legal immigrant. So as far as them like deporting like grandmas and stuff, it's it's like, so say a grandma, she houses someone that came over the border the past 4 years and she's been here forever. The problem is if they go into that house and there's a grandma who is undocumented, illegal, and she's caught harboring, say, a criminal, that grandma's also going to get deported as well because she's here illegally. She's also committing a
Well,
crime
yeah,
for
that's how it
harboring
works, bro.
an illegal immigrant who is a criminal. So therefore, if that's how a grandma would be deported in that instance. So that's another thing to think about. One sec, I gotta shout out to some more people here. I know, we gotta get going. Hey, thank you, Sky, so much. We appreciate you. And that guy made some good points. He's a very cool guy. And I think we agree on a lot more things than we disagree about. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you very much, Holly. Thank you very much, Turtle Dove. Thank you very much.
I wonder what kind of setup this guy's using.
Victor. Thank you very much, Mr. J Boy. Appreciate you guys. Keep going through. Oh, Man, yeah, like I said, we're gonna be doing members only from the parade as well, showing you guys what it's like. Probably be around 10-15 minute live stream, and then you guys will see the full video tomorrow. We gotta hustle though. 3:20. No, not yet. We got Sky. Thank you for coming a member for 2 months. Can you tell us
Where's
where
he
you're
going
next
to?
so we can come and protect and support you? I'd be willing to lurk in the background as security. It's a good question. I don't even know where I'm going next, to be honest. Let's see what happens.
Parade will include equipment from all of.
Oh shit. This is inside the military parade for Trump's birthday.
Parade will include equipment from all of the Army's major operations over time.
I intend to get arrested.
Really? You intend to get
Yes.
arrested? Why so?
Come arrest this lady.
If I get arrested, that gives me the biggest megaphone in the world.
Right here we have a counter protester here.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
In a sweater. Today we're here in Washington, D.C. Right here is where the 250-year military parade is going to be taking place. It's also the 79th birthday of Donald Trump. And right here is where Donald Trump will be standing during the parade. You can see the bulletproof glass that is set right there. We're going to be showing you guys the preparations that are taking place, the protests that are going to be happening during the parade, as over 1,900 protests are going to be taking place across America called the No Kings protest. We're showing you guys during the parade and after, giving you guys exclusive access to this parade. We have not had a parade like this in the United States.
I want to start going to these protests and filming them like this.
In the past 30 years or so, people are wondering what the military is going to be bringing out. Let's get into it and talk about what's going to be happening here in Washington, D.C. The parade's going to take place here on Constitution Avenue, and there's going to be around 6,000 troops, 150 military vehicles, from tanks to Bradley and Stryker vehicles, and over 50 military flyovers here. And there's also some things that are a little controversial about this parade, as they're spending upwards of $25 to $45 million. People have also compared this parade to something like North Korea, as they also have their military parades and whatnot. The United States hasn't shown off their military.
Yeah, but North
this.
Korea,
Like
you
I
can't
said,
even
in
say anything
years
like
or so,
protesting,
people
and you get arrested.
in their entire life. But now let's go see some of the equipment that they're going to be showing off here during the parade. This right here is one of the 150 military tanks they're going to have on display for the parade. The parade's going to be going on for almost nearly a mile here in Washington, D.C. Right here we have a counter protester for the parade right here. We're going to go talk to him right now. Are you in support of the parade or against the parade?
I'm here for America and the American society, which is at risk because of the militarization of the police and the militarization of everything.
So
Well, that's actually true. That's right.
Here on the tank today.
I think this is a very apt image of American democracy in 2025.
And do you feel like Trump's a king?
No, but I think he's a despot and he's an autocrat and he's grabbing power. And maybe he is, but there's checks and balances in the United States are supposed to be.
He said he's still your daddy.
We have a tank right there, and then what do we have right here?
So this is a M119 Alpha 3 howitzer. It's a 105.
And what's the purpose of this right here?
We shoot.
And what kind of equipment can we expect to see come through here for the parade?
The parade will include equipment from all of the Army's major operations over time, spanning from the Revolutionary War to include historic uniforms, horses, etc., all the way through future efforts to develop technology and equipment.
What made you want to join the military and be part of the Army?
I just wanted to serve my country. Like, I take real pride in this nation, and whatever it takes me to do, that's what I...
Why does he cover his eye though? Is that supposed to be a thing?
That's my job.
And what does it mean to you be a part of the Army?
I don't want to disrespect,
Part of a family, a community.
but it looks like it would make him less able to do his job.
And get the mission done, whatever that is.
How old are you?
I'm 19 years old.
And what made you want to go from high school straight into the military?
I looked at the aspect of it and seeing like what great things I could do if I decided to join the military.
Right now with this parade, it's also going to cause over 1,900 counter protests. What do you think that says about the current state of America right now, with people celebrating the 250th anniversary of the Army and then also people saying Trump's a king?
They can protest because I gave them the right to protest. Now they have to protest peacefully. And what has happened and what we have seen is not peaceful at all.
What can we expect to see?
I like what that guy has to say.
Well, I think you're going to see a lot of patriotism. You're going to see a lot of military members that are so thrilled and overwhelmed with the honor of being able to participate in this birthday. Like, you're going to have the Golden Knights jumping in a military free fall event to land on the White House lawn as they walk up the back of the stage to hand a flag to the President of the United States, to have the Vice President and the Secretary of Defense and the Commanding General, General George of the Army. And as he hands them that flag, 250 soldiers are going to be re-enlisting on the 250th birthday of the Army. So it's like, it's indescribable the amount of awesomeness that's part of that.
Here at the parade, we have tanks, and we also have right here a striker. What's the difference between a striker and a tank?
So tanks are a lot bigger, and they're also tracked platforms. So the Army is kind of moving away from your tracked platforms and going to wheeled vehicles. So the Striker is one of the more popular wheeled platforms that the Army is moving towards.
What kind of advantage would a striker have? Versus
More wheels.
So it's a little bit smaller. You can go at a lot faster speeds. It's a little bit lighter too, so it just allows you a lot more versatility on the battlefield.
And what kind of message do you think this parade gives to the rest of the world as we're going to be showing off a lot of our equipment here today?
So I think it shows how agile and how quickly we can, adapt to what the latest threats are out on the battlefield. A Striker's been around for a really long time, and it's going to continue to be around for a really long time. But the threats that the Army's facing right now are brand new, and it shows how quickly the Army can adapt a Striker to those kinds of threats and show that we can face what's out there with what we have.
And what are some of those threats that are brand new?
So we're seeing the use of, a commercial drone that I can go out and buy at Best Buy right now being used on the battlefield to decimate the lives of innocent people. So this can see these threats coming at 10 kilometers away and eliminate them before they become those threats.
10 kilometers.
Right here in Washington, D.C.
It means a lot to me. Maybe people can come out and see what the military is all about. I mean, it's been around 250 years.
Right now, we're about to head over to one of the counter protests, the No Kings protest. Why do you think so many people are protesting? Meanwhile, they're going to be celebrating the military here today.
Some people just ain't very bright. I mean, that's all I can say. If they would have served, they'd have a different tune. If they'd had anybody killed, they would have had a different tune.
It's the MAGA man out here.
Trump for king. We're not MAGA, we're king.
You're king.
Trump. King Trump.
Well,
they're making Trump for king, right? Yeah.
So,
Trump for king. They don't play by the rules.
Wait, what? These people actually want him to be
We don't
king.
respect the Constitution. It's time to play on a level playing field. There's a new sheriff in town, and his name is King Trump. So that's my message. And they keep on talking about, oh, he's gonna make him king. Oh, 3 branches of government, legislative, the judges, the crazy leftist judges. Fine, they keep on making so much noise about King Trump. Fine, you know what? We're gonna make him king. Maybe tomorrow, June 14th, on his birthday, the Army birthday, maybe on Flag Day, we'll finally make him king. You know what? I'll take a king over a damn auto pen that nobody ever voted for in the first place. Where are those 81 million votes that Beijing Biden got?
Right here, we have a counter protester. Let's go talk to him.
He's a fucking lunatic. Look at him. He's in a mask. Hey, it's over, genius. These fucking lunatics, white liberals.
Right here, we have a counter protester here.
It's not a counter protester. He's just a guy. He's just a white liberal in a sweater.
So,
and a K95.
Have you ever been outside the United States? Have you ever been in a uniform outside the United States?
No, I agree with that.
Have you ever been in a uniform outside the United States?
He's in his uniform now. Look, he's got the rainbow thing. He doesn't have to be in the military. He's got the mask. Yeah, thanks. He's got the rainbow thing.
Yeah, I don't think he has to be in the military.
You don't need to be telling us because we've seen it. We know what other countries are like and everything. What do you think?
Oh, true. Okay. I see where he's going with all this.
And what does winning look like to you?
It means killing the enemy.
And killing the enemy? Why?
It's been going on for like 5 years.
Shouldn't we try and be like Jesus?
Are you an American? No, you're a Democrat. Nowadays, you're either an American or a Democrat. Guess what? Breaking news. There's no way to be both. You're either an American or a Democrat. There's no way to be both.
There's no way to be both. I don't even pick a side.
Dirty, despicable, delusional, demented, dirty, nasty Pelosi demon rats.
What's wrong with her?
She's a filthy animal.
I'm gonna take a quiz that tells me what I believe, or well, based on my beliefs, what I would align with.
Protests are set to happen tomorrow, so let's get forward to tomorrow and go to the protest. But really quick, before we get into the protest, I need to tell you guys the sponsor of the video, Opus Clip. And what started as an AI clipper is now the most powerful AI growth tool for creators. And with Opus Clip, you get full automation. All I have to do is pull your YouTube video from YouTube, put it in.
That stuff is actually crazy, and it's really powerful. If you make videos, you should do this.
media. I just came out with Editor 3.0, and my favorite thing about Opus Clip is our year anniversary. Form your content, whether it be for Facebook, TikTok, or YouTube. And to celebrate their 2-year anniversary, Opus is giving away a free MacBook, $5,000 in cash, and free credits to everyone who enters into their creator contest.
Not bad.
At Opus, easy. Go ahead, clip the.
And we will never cower to you, Donald Trump, or any of your fascist followers.
What do you guys think about the military parade that's going to take place here today?
I think it's a big waste of money. I think if they want to save money in the government, they shouldn't be ruining our roads with the military parade and have to build them up again.
What's the sign say here today?
It says, "Who loves military parades? Fascists and dictators."
Do you think it's time for the United States to do a parade like this? It hasn't happened in nearly 30 years.
No. These are parades that you usually see where there's military dictatorships or in Russia or in North Korea. I don't think we need it here.
Do you think it's a coincidence that it aligns on Donald Trump's birthday?
No.
And if you could give a message to Donald Trump and the rest of the people across America, what would you say to them?
That it is immigrants and our diversity that makes America great, and I'm happy that we have an army that can protect us, but it doesn't need to be in our streets.
What brings you out here today?
We're here to speak up against fascism and support democracy.
What makes him a fascist, do you think?
He makes me see, finally, to understand what happened in Germany when Hitler came to power, how it was possible for someone like that to do
These people comparing him to Hitler is crazy.
And now that's happening here with disappearing people without due process, with ordering a military parade, and we can't let this happen here.
We got the military parade going on, and we have this protest going on here. What do you think is causing the divide here in the United States?
Trump. No, he's abrogating the Constitution of the United States. He's using the military as his show ponies. He calls them losers and suckers. He dodged the draft himself. He refused to serve. He made fun of POWs, and then he dares to use them as his birthday party celebrants. You know, this is absolutely wrong. He's abrogating the Constitution on every single level that could possibly be done, especially First Amendment. When he threatened extreme force, if we came out today, I decided I'm coming out. I intend to get arrested.
Really? You intend to get arrested? Why so?
I wonder what she's gonna do.
If he's coming at anyone, let him come at me.
And what are you gonna do to get arrested?
Nothing. I'm doing what I do. I'm protesting as an American citizen.
You think you're gonna get arrested today?
He promised. If I get arrested, that gives me the biggest megaphone in the world.
So that's a part of the plan then.
Yes.
I don't think they said they were gonna ever arrest protesters.
Let him come after us. Let him come after the regular American citizen.
What brings you guys out here today?
Hey, you don't have to talk to this guy. Don't talk to this guy. He's not here to help. He's not here to help.
My name's Nick Shirley.
You don't have to. Don't talk to this gentleman.
What are you doing? I'm just talking to people, sir. Haven't caused any issues
Who are
here.
you?
My name's Nick Shirley.
And who are you with? Why are you doing this?
With Nick Shirley.
Clearly you're not here if you can't give her information.
What? My name's Nick Shirley. I work for Nick Shirley. Literally.
I'm done.
Okay, you're done. Have a good one. All right, you guys. Thank you. What's going on? Thank you for the bird. He's following me now.
Who's talking? He's a loser.
Dude, I was just talking to him, and now he's calling me a loser for no reason. What's maggot
You don't
or
have to
maggot?
talk to this gentleman.
Get him out of here. You're racist.
How am I a racist? How am I a racist? Say it. Say it. You just can't make a claim like that and say I'm a racist. Say it. You F off. You're gonna be the one following me around. You know what I mean? If I'm a racist, what makes me a racist?
I got a mask on.
If I'm a racist, what makes me a racist? Say it. Because you obviously can't say, well, I'm a racist because I'm not one. Or what do you
These people are crazy.
The contrast.
You don't have to talk to this gentleman if you don't want to.
Huh?
He's not here to help.
You don't have to talk to this gentleman if you don't want to.
Thank you. We're just talking to people. What do you think it says about America right now? We have a parade and what? Now they're yelling 86-47. What does 86-47 mean?
It means dump Trump.
Like by death?
No, not by death. Now, nobody said anything about death. Like if you ball up trash and throw it in the garbage can. That's what 8647 means.
86 it.
All right, we're here at the protest. Now look at everyone's out here. It's an anti-Trump and anti-parade protest going on right now.
We are in crisis. Trump must go.
Oh my gosh. This guy just looks crazy.
Hurting me and my people, and it's been going on for too long, and we won't be silent anymore. Trump must go now. As a young man, you have no future under this administration.
You think Trump's gonna be king?
He wants to be. You know, he wants to be supreme ruler of the world, and this is just his first stop.
What do you think about the military parade?
I think it's a waste of money.
Waste of money?
Totally waste of money.
And
That's actually why we came to Washington, D.C. to protest the parade.
What makes you want to come out here today?
Joe! My community.
Let me get a picture. This gentleman.
Why? Who are you?
Nick Shirley.
Yes, we're good buddies, and you're just keep following me around everywhere here today.
Over there. I was all the way over there.
I know, now you're following me back around.
Screw you billionaires! Sue! Your parents hate you! Your country hates you! Fuck you billionaires!
And now we've
I think he's just mad at the rich
parade.
people.
We've left the protest, and just to come in here into the parade, you got to go through Secret Service. And there's more than 10 miles of fencing across Washington, D.C. to make sure they can monitor who goes in and out of the parade. The fun fact about the parade is that this event here in Washington, D.C., the 250th anniversary of the Army, was planned 2 years ago. However, Donald Trump just added on the parade, and this is the first time they've celebrated a military like this in the 21st century. This is an event like they've never done.
So it's been planned.
Literally 30
It's not like this guy whipped it up out of
We're
nowhere.
going to start from the west and head towards east, towards the Capitol building, and we're going to be front row for this parade, and we'll see what it looks like. Here we go. The first troop that comes through here right now, you have the Army band coming through. Man, there are a lot of troops coming through. And all the way back
People act like the tanks are gonna just rip up the roads. Maybe they might, wear it out, but they're not like leaving craters
You can see
behind.
the evolution of the uniforms from the old times to now the modern times. It does kind of make you feel very patriotic here, seeing this as these people have fought, and you think about the people that fought in the past for our country, and now you can see it all the way up to present day here in their current uniforms that they currently wear. It's crazy to look at some of these older vehicles that used to be used by wars. I think that those were the vehicles we used back in the day to make America America. It's actually crazy to think that that is what helped protect our country back in the day. These are the most up-to-date tanks right here. You can see how large the cannons are. The snipers on
Hell
top,
yeah, America.
and then they have two people on top of these things. I mean, if you're looking at this from the outside world, you might think, well, we might not want to mess with the United States, looking at everything they have if you do challenge us. And how actively is the United States at threat of a foreign nation?
I would say that, and you could probably say this for every single country, there's constant threats. It's like right now, given the situation that's ongoing currently in the Middle East, probably going to have some elevated levels that are of threat, right? Because like there's stuff
Yeah,
going
but
on,
no
there's
one's
folks
coming here on America and to invade.
that are involved in that don't like us, right? And so there's a possibility that maybe they have things that they're trying to do to cause harm to us. There's lots of people out there that want to cause harm to our nation and other nations too. And so you have to make yourself a hard target. The only way to make yourself a hard target is to increase your defenses and like make it more difficult for people to conduct strikes or attacks or whatever it is to you. But again, you're covering large swaths of land. That's hard and it's expensive.
What kind of message do you hope this parade shows the rest of the world?
I just hope that people see this and view this as like, hey, all of these people here are proud of the warriors that are fighting to support the United States and that have been fighting for 250 years and celebrating the traditions and the history and the legacy that they leave behind,
You got your son out here. What do you hope your son takes away from today?
We just want to be part of history, and pardon my raspy voice, we've been hollering a bunch, but yeah, we want to witness history and celebrate our nation's Army's 250th anniversary, obviously Donald Trump's 79th birthday, and of course Flag Day. So we're dressed to the occasion, but this is a moment we as locals to the area couldn't miss.
What do you think about today?
It's great.
How do you feel to see all these troops coming through here and you know these are the troops that'll be fighting for you?
Well, it's the Army. The Army has been fighting for a country. My uncle was in the Marines, which is part of the Navy. He drove tanks like the Army people did. But it's the Army's birthday, so let's go Army.
What a great and controversial
kid.
day it was here in DC. If you guys enjoyed this video, go ahead and give it a like, subscribe. This is Nick, and I'll see you guys next video.
Those people are crazy, bro.
Luke here at the Outdoor Boys YouTube channel.
Native American city.
And I'm in the deserts of southern Utah, and I'm camping in a snowstorm and searching for ancient Native American cities. I'm having a great time. Come along for the ride. It's gonna be awesome. Give me kisses. I love you guys. Will you be good for mama?
Yes.
Good.
Let me be safe. Be really, really safe.
I will. I'm going to be doing an 11.5-mile hike through a series of canyons, and rumor has it that there's dozens of untouched ancient Native American archaeological sites in this canyon which we can explore. I heard one person call this hike an open-air museum. I gotta admit, I'm excited to check this out. This is going to be cool. It's kind of a surreal experience. I'm sitting here hiking in the bitter cold with snow around, and I'm in the middle of the desert. It's so weird seeing cactuses and snow at the same time.
Definitely some interesting shoes to be doing this in.
Oh, check it out. There's some ruins right there.
I'd be using some kind of boots.
So this is the dwelling homes of the Anasazi Indians. The Anasazis would find these outcroppings under these cliffs and they would build their homes here. They'd take this flat stone that's everywhere and stack it up and put mud in between it and build homes out of it. They take these cedar beams and sticks and lay them in a crisscross pattern with mud over the top. And there you go. You've got a cozy little home. Build a fire in here and that heat would reflect brilliantly. A lot of these structures like this one were granaries. They would have very seasonal foods, and they would take the surplus food and preserve it and put it in here, and then they would wall it all up, and they'd just fill this up with rocks, and then the animals couldn't get to it. See, they've got a granary back there, one right there, one right here. You can see this granary is open, but there's this one and this one over there, and there's no entrance, so it's still sealed up. Yeah, who knows what's inside those things. Look at this. There's a little piece of pottery right here. That is so cool. This could be 1,000 years old. I'm just gonna go ahead and put that right back. Now this looks more like a building because there's like a window and a door. Whoa, that's cool. Just barely enough room that you could lay down and build a fire in here, which is really all you'd want to do in the wintertime. Bet in the heat of the summer, this place feels amazing. Wow, that looks like a little shard of pottery right there. That's so cool. Just a little bit of the mortar that's fallen out. Look at this log, how old it is. You know, these pieces of wood have been here for hundreds of years and they haven't rotten away. This is just amazing. This has been here for hundreds of years and nobody's managed to destroy it or fence it off. That's pretty cool. Oh, geez. Oh, this is cool. Hey, look at this. Look what I found. This is the center of the Indian corn cob. Look at that. I just leave that right there.
Ancient Indian dildos.
Pieces of charcoal left over from their campfires here. That is cool. I keep finding these pieces of chert or flint. I think this is what they use to make arrowheads and spearheads and stuff. Man, it just makes so much sense to build your house here. If you build your house down the bottom, it's gonna flood every time there's a rainstorm. You build your house at the top, you've got the full sun on you in the summertime and all the cold wind in the winter. Well, that was way cool, but we've got a lot of ground to cover and a lot more cool stuff to explore. So this right here is a wash or a dried up river. Here in the desert, these are usually just bone dry like you see them now. But if it rains, even far away, these can turn into raging rapids. And then you do not want to be in here. If you're in a really narrow canyon where your only choice is to walk in the wash, this can be really dangerous and you got to watch the weather closely so that you don't get caught in a flash flood. Luckily this canyon's pretty broad and the sides aren't that steep, so I can get out if I need to. Look at this. We got little rodent prints here. We got some sort of small cat. Not seeing any claws in the print. A little bit of something was built here. This is some of that dried mud here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Why Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG is going to be losing half its player base. And ladies and gents, I am not even exaggerating. In
They
today's
fixed
video,
this,
I want to
though.
for me to make awareness out there that, you know, Konami, you know, the game is nothing without its player base, right? So if you guys can definitely take this into consideration and kind of, you know, take this back, that'll be absolutely amazing, right? But the most important thing is, like, as you guys are watching this video, Sam, like, is that it? Like, Sangan is just hit? Is that it? Like, that doesn't sound too bad. Well, what if I told you guys that there are more cards that got absolutely destroyed other than Sangan? If you compulsory evacuation device and absolute zero, you know, back in Edison format, you can trigger absolute zero to just still nuke the board. But now with the current modern ruling, you can't use absolute zero's effect. Cards returned to the extra deck cannot trigger their effect. So you guys know Mirror Jade, right?
Doesn't matter.
Other side of that light.
Oh, this could be crazy.
Other side of that light.
This guy's riding bicycles around the protests in LA.
How you doing?
What did he say?
The channel, hectic couple of days is a little bit of an understatement.
I've been watching this guy's videos for a really long time before he even rode this, when he rode BMX bikes.
Got my voice back. I was talking for like 8 hours straight yesterday. We did a live stream at the Full-Blown Chaos on Sunday. So we're going to take a quick tour of the city. We're just going to check it out, see what's going on. I see some helicopters in the sky, so I don't know what's going on over there. We're going to go check that out, of course, as well. Geeksfam.com, of course. We're closing in on a month and a week or 2 weeks left. If you want to enter for a chance to win this e-bike, kind of the big brother version of the one I'm riding, a very nice, tunable, top of the line, fast, powerful, and long range e-bike that I'm giving away on my website. That's linked in the description and the comment section as well. Anyways, with that said, it's a beautiful day out here in LA. See how it's looking out there. Let's go. All right, first step, get through downtown. We're gonna go over first to those bridge areas. That's kind of where we were mostly yesterday, and I feel like that's where we're gonna see the most, I don't know, damage, whatever happened, whatever residues left. The first thing I really want to see is those Waymos. I want to see what's left of the Waymos, if they've already cleared them out. So that's step one. report on the Waymos. By the way, why do they, like, what is the point of destroying Waymos, bro? It's like they get targeted now. On one hand, I wonder if Waymo is like, yo, we're getting free press out of this. That's cool. Like,
what is even, what is a Waymo? Are those the scooters?
I heard, I don't know if this is actually true or not, but I heard the first one that they set on fire was like, there was a girl in there when they started hitting it, and she was stuck in there when they started attacking it. I don't know if that's true, but it's pretty bad if it is. All right, so last night, it looks like most of the crowds were not on this side of downtown. This is like the financial district. They're over this way as far as into downtown. So first off, we're going all the way up, and then we're gonna go down and around and see how things are looking. After that, we're gonna go into the city this way to the right. I got no time today. Thank you. We're actually shredding today. Last night we were kind of taking it easy. Today we're moving. It's daytime, I can see. It's actually a pretty calm day in downtown today. I mean, yesterday I noticed.
The electric bike looks like a lot of fun.
I found interesting was, even with everything going on, it was still kind of a normal day in downtown. Like, when we started hitting the city at like 10 p.m., it was business as usual. People were going out and having dinner and, you know, just doing regular stuff they do. To the right and down is where there's still police blockades and stuff. So I think more people are back to work today. Yeah, I mean, what I've noticed is that doesn't really stop people from getting out in LA. If they intend on getting out, they're going to, whether they have work or not. Like, if they want to come out and stand in front of a building, they're going to do that. It's that season in LA, bro. It's barely June. When the George Floyd riots kicked off, it was about the same time. It was like April or May, wasn't it? I don't actually exactly remember. We got Telemundo. Take a look at City Hall. This, apparently, it was popping off over here last night. We didn't spend pretty much any time over here. Some parts of the city are straight up painted. This is a free mask box that got turned into a trash can. Got ABC 7 News over here. Front line. Yesterday we saw a KTLA truck that got tagged up, like, entirely. They tagged the hell out of it. It was kind of crazy. All right, so we're going to do this kind of the same way we did yesterday. We're going to start off on this over.
What the hell was that?
See if we can get a spot in the shade and get this shot. Oh yeah. One thing I learned about yesterday is that I don't need to be moving around. I just need to find a good shot. Just be there. As long as I have shade, we're good. The clock.
Great job. Thanks for being real.
Something just happened. There was just some type of loud sound. All these officers are looking to the left. Someone just threw something, or something happened. Chat, we're about to have to move. We're gonna move now. It's about to get really crazy right there. I'm not gonna wait for it to happen. We're gonna go a little bit down the way. First in Los Angeles, where they're sending units. Things are exploding. Less Lethal's gonna go off any second now. People are gonna come storming this way.
His camera's like super zoomed in. He's doing a live stream apparently or something.
West on Main. They're gonna keep them going up first, is my guess. Ellie, you could probably verify this. That's what it's looking like.
What the hell's going on?
Assembled at spray it first to immediately disperse. Rubber bullets, plastic bullets, OC, spray, pepper balls, foam, 10 plastic.
Brother, what's up, man?
Hey.
Hey, I got a minivan coming in here to pick up a lady who's in a wheelchair.
You got it.
Thank you.
That's the same guy who was asking me about the bike. Yeah, they tagged this up too. It's a strange feeling seeing every cop wearing like riot gear in their SWAT cars. Chat, you can't even see how many cops that is. It just looks like one big blur. It's like one. My mind how far these can travel. The coming down the street now. They are getting people to move. 100 squad cars. All right, let's see what we can do here.
John Hicks?
What's up, bro?
Subscriber, bro.
How you doing? Thank you.
I see you on the steer run.
Hell yeah. They're running.
Why did that get blurred?
There's still a lot of people down here. Okay, never mind. We can't go this way. They got it blocked off. This is where everyone's at now. People are running. All right, well, I see people running. That is a sign for me to turn around. That's all I need to go the other way. All right, people are leaving. Everyone's scattering in other directions and stuff. So, all right, we're gonna post up. We're gonna go to the other side of downtown real quick. Yo, V-Dub, it's all good, bro. All you. It's all good, bro. Thank you. Got the Crown Vic.
Oh wow. I thought we froze, dude. We made it through that?
Stop shining his light on me. It's over,
That's
Chess.
crazy. I was ready to turn the computer off.
Chess, if you're still in here, you gotta pay my bail. You're the only one I can depend on. John, we went to pretty much every possible spot we can post up in, and there's not many more we can hit, so we'll keep moving around as the night continues, but
This guy been up to? Is he not riding bicycles anymore? I mean, he's not riding BMX. See, like BMX. It's crazy. I wonder when he stopped doing BMX videos. He was a very big filmer, popular filmer for BMX videos, a specific team of people. And some of the best riders at the time. But now it seems like this guy who was just right here was one of the best riders at the time. And he had a lot of potential, but he stopped riding. And it seems like a lot of people did. And from what I understand, younger kids haven't got into it because of video games and basically e-bikes. Because I only learned to do these kinds of tricks. I'm not doing that shit, bro. I might jump that stairs, bro. That's why he's pro. I'll jump the stairs. I ain't doing tricks down that shit. Anyways. Even new kids ain't getting into it though, because instead of getting a bicycle like this, that could even potentially do a trick, you get a regular bike, then you start trying to do a jump on it. And then you're like, wait a minute, maybe I'll get a bike that's made for doing tricks. But they don't even get a regular bike, or they get an e-bike. You ain't doing no tricks on an e-bike. So kids are not getting into this at all whatsoever. And this is what I used to do all day back in the day as a kid. Ride bikes like this. This isn't even leftovers. I've seen this. This was in the video. This kid was insane though. These are all clips from the actual video, dude. From 720 this. Oh, Nolly 5, okay.
Yeah.
Fucking gay. Shit. I halfway stopped that car for you. And
Thank you.
rim that down.
Cross light.
Yeah, he's insane. But I want to see when he stopped doing BMX videos. He still does BMX videos sometimes.
Behind me is a fleet of real-life police officers. If any of these officers manage to arrest us, they will win $10,000 in cash. But whichever one of us is arrested last wins $100,000 to give our mom. What?
Oh, they're not catching me.
Server, teleport us to random parts of the map. Cops, arrest us if you want 10 grand. Good luck.
Oh, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go. We gotta sniff him out. Come on, he smells like Feastable.
That's actually a good idea.
We're coming for you, Jimmy!
Oh, Drake, we were teleported together. What are you?
Who are you?
I gotta find a good spot here to hide from the cops in plain sight. Maybe I just joined this group.
Nolan, play it cool.
I'm not meant for jail. Boys, there's one final rule I didn't tell any of you about. All your locations just got pinged on the map.
Oh no! Oh, I was crying, dude.
Yeah, Drake, I would find a new spot and pronto.
Oh, they're coming, Jimmy!
Good sping.
Ping over here.
He's at the airport. I got one at the airport.
I think I got one that just left in this vehicle right here.
Oh, one of them is on to me! No!
I'm on it. It's definitely one of them. Black SUV going to Great Ocean Highway.
No! They're on to me! How did I get caught so quickly?
All right, this ping is gonna make it way harder on me and the boys to not get arrested.
Why would you ping me, Jimmy?
Black SUV in pursuit, boys.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, he's flipped. He's flipped. I'm flipped.
Dude, they're after me. I need to get out of here. I need to find a faster car.
It was a really good cinematic. Whose angle?
Why would you ping me, Jimmy?
They said, "Oh, on impact, go cinematic view when you get hit."
In pursuit, boys.
Now,
Would you ping me, Jimmy?
Black SUV in pursuit, boys.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, he's flipped. He's flipped. I'm flipped.
Dude, they're after me. I need to get out of here. I need to find a faster car.
I'm running out of fear. Oh, the cops are running into each other. Bro, they don't recognize that I'm not an NPC.
Colorful garage. Colorful garage.
Red garage. They pinged somebody here.
Going to second floor now. I'm going to second floor.
They're circling in on us. We gotta get out of here.
I have an escape route I made. Let's do this.
Oh, you missed.
Ready? We're getting out of here.
Go!
Come on, moped gang out.
Bro, there's 3 cops behind me. Bro, does this cop suspect me?
Oh, I think I got one. Maybe.
Oh my gosh. They think it's him. They think it's that guy.
We saying that wasn't it? All right, ain't no worries, no worries.
Dude, I'm gonna steal this cop car. They won't suspect a thing. I'm so nervous. All right, I'm going for it. Dude, I'm actually so nervous. Dude, I stole the cop car. I think I just made the craziest play ever.
Chandler, I'm coming to you.
Dude, I stole a cop car.
That's genius.
Dude, my heart's racing. Dude, I just drove past the cop.
If you look at your mini-map, boys, you'll notice a zone that is shrinking every second. And if
Like
you step
Fortnite.
inside the zone, you'll be pinged permanently on the cops' maps until you get back in the zone.
Hey, why are we on the edge of the zone, Jimmy?
I don't know.
I think this is one of them. I don't know.
I'm in a gunfight. Get me out of here.
I got one on me. He's driving a black hearse.
I'm in a gunfight. No.
Oh, Jimmy, I gotta drive by you. I'm sorry.
Wait, Chandler, help me.
Jimmy, get in the car. Drive.
Okay. Oh, I'm losing so much health. All right, I managed to get in a cop car. Maybe I can blend in with them.
All right, I'm taking this car. Finally, I'm losing them. I am literally stopped at a red light like a normal citizen. Okay, it's green. All right, good. Hey guys, remember, stop at the lights.
Dude, I'm in a cop car. It doesn't matter what I'm doing.
I think that's them.
it's actually funny.
It's a cop car, stolen cop car.
Ow.
Yeah, I got him.
Go. Pinch it. Oh my gosh, no. I'm surrounded.
I'm right by Jimmy. I'm by 1,000 cops right now.
Yeah, they're all over me.
Oh, there is a shootout here.
Got him pinned in. Oh, he is lit up.
I hit him.
Get that 10 grand. Get that 10,000.
Yeah, I need to get out of here. Get away from me. Oh my gosh, get me out of here.
He's running away.
I'm fighting off so many cops.
Get back here. Oh, man.
I've lost half my health so far. All right, how do I get out of here? All right. Oh my god, I think I might make an escape.
Let's go, Jimmy.
Oh, I got away from the cops.
Oh no, I'm losing a lot of HP. Dude, I'm surrounded, boys.
Yo, me and Carl are chilling right now.
I see cops all over the place. Oh, cops are zooming past me. They have no idea.
Oh, there goes a cop. Yeah, hit that left seat. Behind us. There's a cop behind us.
I got one on a motorcycle in Legion Square.
They're on us right now, Carl. Oh no!
Got two of them.
No more motorcycles.
I won't.
Stop resisting.
I'm out of here. Oh my god, I have a cop in my back seat.
I'm in the car with him, Sheriff.
Yeah, I'm behind you.
I'm getting back in the motorcycle.
In the car with them.
Out of here. All right, how's everyone doing?
Oh, I'm living.
I have probably 1,000 gunshots in my back.
Get off of me!
I'm at the parking garage where we started.
I can't even hear you right now. Nolan, we gotta come back together, dude. I need your help.
I got a fast car. I'm coming to you, buddy. I'm gonna come save you.
Please come help me! I'm not in the fastest of cars!
No shit, dude. Oh.
Okay.
Oh, he's dead. Carl's gone.
Box him in.
Carl's done.
Hell yeah, dude. Are you in the road above or below, Carl?
Nolan, I can't hear you. I'm getting destroyed right now. I got Carl, boys.
Get him, Rooster. Go.
I got him in the car.
No, we lost Carl.
Yeah, I lost, dude. I couldn't catch a break out there.
Oh wait, they just pinged us.
No, I just escaped. Dude, I'm going to the shop, Jimmy. I need to change.
Kind of interesting.
God, bro. Oh, excuse me, sir. I'm not really sure what to do. Like, I just hit this guy's car, and I'm a little.
This is my truck. You're a loser trying to play pranks on people.
No.
Yo,
no.
You've lost in life, dude. You're lucky I'm a good person, dude.
Oh my God.
Break your face. Just remember that.
I tasted you.
Told him he's 15. If I were 5 years younger, 15. I would do bad things to him. I'm 31. You would do what? Yeah.
He said I would do what? You would do what?
Wow.
You would do what? If I was 5 years younger.
God, bro. Oh, excuse me, sir. I'm not really sure what to do. Like, I just hit this guy's car, and I'm a little.
This is my truck. You're a loser.
One single TikTok was all it took.
Pokemon Scalper opens a Pokemon store in his U-Haul vehicle. Video opens with a shaky, handheld-style shot, as if filmed by the main character. The iconic orange of a U-Haul interior is visible.
That's
the
insane.
Character, Gary 30s, wearing a Supreme fanny pack over a wrinkled graphic tee, spins his phone camera around to show his face. He has a smug, entrepreneurial grin. Pokemon Scalper opens a Pokemon store in his U-Haul vehicle.
Hey, I can be here, sir. I can leave. Nope. Nope. I'm here. A little bit, but I'm all right. I'm all right.
Look at that. What law did I break? He's been shoving that camera.
You're in the public. You're shoving a camera in my face, man. Look at that camera. Oh my gosh. I'm so worried.
Oh, yeah, you should be. It's one of the Paul brothers. It's Go ahead, tell us your name while you're at it.
Nick Shirley. Go ahead and subscribe at YouTube, Nick Shirley. Thank you very much.
Don't touch him with that. I'm telling you now, you're gonna get arrested.
I can't hold up a sweater.
Because you think that you're welcome in this space. All these people were telling you to leave. This is a white kind of privilege. Yo, you're evil. Evil.
Ooh, you could be quiet.
I'm never going to be quiet, especially when a man tells me to be quiet.
And you could stop talking to me, and that'd solve a lot of your problems tonight.
Hey, listen. Your is the size of an eraser.
Oof.
You have no common courtesy.
This thing keeps touching you. Do you want us to make an arrest, sir?
Arrest him.
I'm gonna do it. Say so.
Arrest him. Like, do it.
Hey, this is the last time I'm telling you. If anything touches the guy again, I'm sending guys in. We're gonna arrest you. He's not. We're watching it. We're all standing here. What's the matter with you?
Touching each other.
I'm telling you now.
No. You're behind me.
White privilege.
What?
Shut the
There they go. They're getting him. Yeah, run, boy.
It's not really safe for you in there.
I know, but it's
more. Can you come out here 1 second?
Yo, look at him.
I'm not making you leave. I'm not making you leave. But I prefer if you could. It's just getting too hairy.
I know. I worry if I leave, then someone's gonna follow me out.
No, all guys go.
All right. Thank you so much.
He's crazy.
Episode of
No.
Yu-Gi-Oh's Blue Eyes White Dragon.
There's no way that's worth $150. Yeah, but how do you know if it's a reprint or not? It's not worth $200. Yeah, it's like maybe if it's a original
And yes, I paid
print.
$150 for this checkout lane blister. This is the original printing of the unlimited version.
If
of
it's
Blue
the
Eyes White
original
Dragon. And
print.
maybe we'll see a Blue Eyes White Dragon.
And it's not
In fact,
worth it, bro.
I'd like to see anything because over the past week, Pokemon has destroyed me, and you have all been here to watch it, and that's been kind of fun. To Diglett, thumbs up for that. But
You ain't getting shit.
Oh no, you should have kept it sealed. You're crazy.
Today on this episode.
I wonder if it was legit. This guy says he's exposing the protesters, the No King protesters.
I am a reporter. You want to see my press credentials? Here's my press credentials.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so who are you with? All right, guys, we are outside the
Well,
biggest protest in
do you
modern
even
day
need
American
that?
history, the No Kings protest. We're going to talk to some folks here and see what they really want. I love the pins. Gays against guns, abortion access, Harris Waltz, obviously. In the world of Putin's be a Zelensky, anti-dictator.
We're marching down in 26.
Got the directions and everything. I was going to see who she works with.
We're showing the world what democracy looks like. If you see any trolls, do not take the bait. This is a peaceful protest.
Yeah, I don't know how peaceful this protest is, as this was one of many signs that I saw that were a direct threat to the United States president. Tell me what you're doing out here.
I became a citizen of this country 10 years back, right at New York Public Library. Here I am, after 10 years, protesting against a goddamn whiny little bitch. Trump is a fat, whiny bitch. And I think he wants to be a powerful person because he's got a small little fucking dick.
We are marching down.
And I think I know exactly what these kind of people are because he's a weak pussy who's got all people who have no self-control, anger issues. They've riled up people against. Look at the kind of people all get together here. This is a fucking America. It's just not belongs to one group of people. It's for all of us.
How did he win? How did he become president?
Because people are scared. They are. They don't think for the welfare of others. All they care about is themselves. It's very easy for people to be selfish, and it is very easy to people to scare people. It's happening all around the world. It is happening in India, where people are scared. You have a strong man. It's happening in Israel, where you have nothing.
Completely separate than what this guy's talking about right now. I'm sitting here wondering how a barber would line up this guy's corners right here. If you ever, I like watching people do haircuts, and how would they line up his corners right here? I mean, you look at my corner, it goes up, over here, and then up. But he doesn't have the up part. It's just like here. Whoosh, wait, no, he blam right into it. How do you?
Netanyahu is a strong man. It's happening in Turkey, where Erdogan is a strong man. It is essentially people are scared.
What are people scared of?
Themselves, first of all. They are not confident about their lives. They think their lives are bad. They are comparing themselves to others, and that's it. They're not happy with what they are.
Why did more legal immigrants vote for Trump this time than ever before?
It's not, again, we are no different. Just because we are a legal immigrant doesn't mean we can be scared too.
Yeah.
And it is essentially is that we are as selfish as any other group. So what we said is that, okay, I've got mine. Why don't I push the others who are following me? We are the worst, actually, compared to others.
That's scary. The worst?
Yeah, because we don't care for others. We all care for immigrants. Yeah, a lot of us, we say that we made it, and this country belongs to us.
The immigrants who risk their lives to come here, like crossing the border.
Exactly. I mean, the point is that once you've made it yours, it's the same story. It happened to immigrants who came here who were Irish and Italians. Once they got settled, they said, okay, now it is ours. We don't want to give it to anybody else.
They
It's as
probably did it
simple as that.
legally.
We are a selfish species.
So like the ones who are come here illegally and they're getting benefits in those migrant shelters, they're just in it for themselves.
They are in there for themselves, but we should protect them. We should take care of people, right? We should take care of each other, and that's all. We've got one life.
Yeah.
We've got one.
So we should keep having those migrant shelters. I saw they're closing this summer.
That's again, we try to hurt people who are the most.
The politicians only care about themselves.
It's not just politicians. I'm sorry.
Like everybody.
No, it's not just politicians, but it is a Republican politician. Let's not get carried away with this thing. There are two parties. One is a party of Nazis and fascists. The other party may not be all put together.
And Nazis, like, what do you mean by Nazis?
Hitler's fascists, people who want to use groups against each other, who feel that they can put one group of people in concentration camps.
Do you feel like Republicans want to kill Jews?
Yes, they want to kill Jews. They want to kill black people. They want to kill brown.
Can I just ask your credentials and what you're
My name is Nate. I just have a YouTube channel.
Nate, so we don't know what side we.
Let him.
I know, but
I don't care.
Just so you know, I'm with a group that is just pointing out that there are some folks here who will take words and
let them do it. I don't care.
Let's have a conversation.
I don't care. I don't give a shit. Let them deport me.
No,
Who the fuck cares about these? These are fucking. These are cunts who have no fucking balls and they will troll. Let them troll. I don't care. I don't give a shit about trolls.
I'm giving you fair warning.
I know that. I don't give a shit.
Who is she with? Why is she not letting you talk?
I don't care about trolls like Charlie Kirk, Fuentes, and these fucking white ass bitches. I don't give a shit about them.
And that's who you just might be speaking to.
Let them share it. You know what? Trolls, f you. I don't give a shit.
Can I ask who are you with? Can I ask who are you with?
Thank you.
Who are you with?
I'm with America.
No, but you asked me who am I with, so I'm asking you who are you with?
Well, you're acting like a reporter with a.
I am a reporter.
Yeah, okay.
You want to see my press credentials?
I want to talk.
Wait, here's my press credentials.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so who are you with?
I'm right now I'm representing myself, and I'm representing the folks at Rise and Resist who have been trained
so Rise
to
and
be
Resist.
marshals.
How much do they pay you to wear this vest?
Absolutely nothing.
Really? So I did some digging, and the woman trying to stop my interview is named Karen Shaw. She is a professional protester.
A professional Karen.
Found her at almost 100 different protests. Let's look at her portfolio, shall we? Here's her outside Trump Tower saying TikTok time's up. Here's her saying ban guns, not drag. Amazing. This is her telling us that lies have consequences. She is also very passionate about abortion. Even in the video right now, she's just wearing a hat that says abortion on it. This is deranged behavior, by the way. I studied psychology in college, and I'm confident that I can diagnose this person as insane. Sometimes she gets less creative, though, and just holds a sign that says enough. Now, here I found her working with a different professional protester that I've exposed. This is Stuart Waldman. He was there when they raised the Palestinian flag over City Hall in Rhode Island.
Everyone knows you.
Everyone knows me?
They know who you are. They know what you do.
I know what you do as well, Stuart Waldman. You are on the board of RiseandResist.org, the company that is paying people like Karen for a second job as a professional protester. And the donation link to give you money is just Act Blue, which is the fundraising platform for the Democrat Party. That's who you are, Stuart Waldman. Now back to Karen. I found her with another professional protester that I've exposed. This was back at the Tesla protest. This is just a few photos of this other professional protester out of maybe 50 that I found. It's clearly a very well-established industry, and Rise and Resist is just the tip of the iceberg.
Everything. Don't even believe what you see anymore, because they're fabricating protests.
Now here's some more about Karen. I did find her Instagram where she just documents herself vandalizing New York City. She puts these chalk signs all over the place, like this one right outside the Trump Hotel. She also likes to flip off Cybertrucks and just post.
Is chalk really vandalism? Because one time when I was like a teenager, I just wrote chalk on the wall. Or I think, no, I sprayed silly string on the wall. Someone acted like I shot someone. I was like, bro, what are you talking about? Shit's gonna wipe off.
That on Instagram as well. If you just scroll through her profile on Instagram, it is the best case study for reopening the asylums that you can possibly make. Now, Karen is the Associate Director of Development and Special Events at Lincoln Center Theater, which is devastating because Lincoln Center is a beautiful place that just got a little less beautiful after learning that piece of information.
I asked me how much do I wear to wear this. this fest. I got
I'm
it
not
at
asking
say.
you. You seem passionate about it. I'm with you, brother.
Cute to
Yeah.
all the fucking right-wing Nazis and fucking says, right?
Yeah.
Charlie got the advantage.
Let me just ask you, just let me say, if Republicans want to kill Jews, why is Trump so with Israel? Like, what?
Israelis and Jews are not the same people. Jews are different people, okay?
His daughter is Jewish.
His daughter is not Jewish. She's married to a Jewish man.
She converted to Judaism.
Man, who gives a shit? I'm an atheist. I don't give a shit about somebody being Jewish, Hindu, Muslim, or anything like that. Who gives a shit?
Okay.
Okay?
What song is that?
What's your problem? Talk to me, man.
Yeah,
What's
I
your
know,
fucking problem?
this is so
What you're trying to... Yeah.
Is it filming?
No, yeah. Film me, man. Yeah.
This is amazing. What song is that? We're gonna put you on YouTube. It sounds good. You're doing this for free. You're just this passionate about it. It's a mental illness, you know. What can you do?
1 second.
Right here. Thank you. And why do you want? What's up? Why?
We're gonna get back to this nice fan of the channel in just a second, and I cannot believe this video gets even more insane by the minute. But first,
These people are crazy. I love it. I want to go troll these people.
You can see that this protest isn't all authentic, and that's because it is funded by tons of NGOs, and that's why we see U.S. Senator Josh Hawley launching an investigation into paid protest funding. Now, have you noticed that depending on what news source you're reading, it feels like
Wait, how do I get paid?
something entirely different
I'm
is
kidding.
happening at these protests. The left is focused on dozens of LA mayors demanding that the Trump administration stop the ICE raids, while the right is focused on who is funding these protests. Whether it be launching an investigation into the funding or just about the FBI catching a guy passing out riot gear in LA from his car, not exactly something you'd think of as unpaid work. But that discrepancy in the media is why I use Ground News, so I can understand both sides to do my job better. Ground News is absolutely the best ground news. Difference around security. Thank you. And why do you want? What's up? Why fuck me? Tell me. No, tell me. Let's talk, man.
Sure. Because we believe in facts.
Okay, and I don't?
Yep.
How do I not believe in facts? Tell me. Give an example of one time I don't believe in facts.
So the reason that
Can you shut up? It's so annoying.
So Stephen Miller fired all the ICE people who were in, and he has a quota, which is what the Nazis did, and he just wants rounding them up, round up 3,000 people a day, round them up. He doesn't care.
But they committed a crime.
No, they
Why are
did
you
not.
touching it?
They did not. They did not. No, they did not. They did. So that's the fact. That is not a fact.
They're not here illegally.
Yes. No, they're not. And being illegal is actually not a crime. There's
Yes,
a
it is.
word for- No, it is not. No, it is not. See, you
Okay.
don't know the
Yeah, tell me.
No, it is not.
Okay.
So they're rounding up pregnant women, kids, people. Oh, they rounded up someone who had they are rounding up people who are legally here, but they had a misdemeanor. Do you know what a misdemeanor is?
Yeah, they made a
What
few
is
mistakes out of
No,
like
they didn't pay their parking ticket. But Donald Trump has 34 counts against him, and he is a rapist. A rapist. So those are the facts.
How is he a rapist? When was he a rapist? Be safe. I'm not.
You don't know when he was. You don't watch the news.
When he raped somebody?
He's here to feed the trolls.
How old am I? Guess.
How is he a rapist?
Feed the trolls.
Don't feed the trolls.
We're headed south on 50.
How old do you think I am?
I don't think I should say that word.
What's pathetic?
Nothing.
How am I pathetic? Say why I'm pathetic.
Feed the trolls.
Are you?
Feed the trolls.
Do you wanna tell your boss that you're assigned to me today?
Alright, so I had a feeling that although this woman is assigned to me for the day, I think I could outrun her, so that's what I did. And while I outrun her, I want to tell you that the woman I just spoke to, who was just completely unhinged, touching my hand while she was being interviewed, she's a therapist charging $150 a session. If you don't agree with her on everything, I wouldn't go to her for therapy. And I guess that was her husband who was saying F you to me, and his only reason for saying it was that I was pathetic, no actual reason.
Sorry.
Oh, this is, I like your hat. Make America Mexico again.
right.
Can you tell me about it?
So I was in Mexico before he was elected the first time, and I bought this hat. And I've been saving it to wear because people people don't always read your hat.
Yeah.
And they assume what's
Yeah.
on it. So
Yeah, you didn't seem like a MAGA type, so I just
I'm a mama type.
yeah.
I'm a mama type, right?
Cool. Can you tell the audience more about like when America was Mexico and stuff like that?
What are you filming this for?
My YouTube channel.
You have a YouTube channel?
I'm a New Yorker, yeah, and I put this stuff on YouTube.
Okay. So when did I realize? When did I become a devout anti-racist?
Yeah.
Oh, I'd say probably about 25 years ago as a white person that, I just sort of glide through around here. But everybody's an immigrant, even two of your wives, mister, and your grandfather was an immigrant too. So, his anger and his callousness and his disregard for humanity, he has no humanity, and so it takes away hope from people. So anyway, when did I become aware of it? So I would say like 20, 30 years ago. Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with immigrants
being Mexico.
legally.
I mean, Texas was Mexico. Parts of California was Mexico. I mean, and it was indigenous people who lived here. That's who lived here.
Yeah.
Indigenous people or enslaved people were forced to come here, but everybody else was an immigrant. So
Do you mean on like a technicality, like we should make Texas and California like back to Mexico, or more so just like
I'm
the
just
sentiment?
saying it's a sentiment.
Yeah.
If you're going to be so cruel to people, where do we go back and make reparations to people?
Yeah.
Instead of honoring the immigrants that have come from Mexico and from all of South America. So anyway, it's a statement.
Cool.
More than a I don't know. Maybe it should become Mexico again.
Oh yeah, maybe.
We're in a mess, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're in a mess.
Yeah.
And here's my umbrella. You can take a picture of that.
Oh yeah. What is it? Oh, does it say ice?
It says no ice.
No ice. No ice. Okay. Looks like it's heating up, so I'll see you later.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, this is a nice. What is this sign? What does it say? Is it in Hebrew?
Camp Kinderland.
Camp Kinderland.
Upside down, we need to flip it.
What is Camp Kinderland?
He said, "Is this in Hebrew?"
Focusing on social justice.
Is it like what? It's like a summer camp or something?
Summer camp.
Oh, summer camp. Okay.
Started off as Jewish. But
Is it
it's not Jewish anymore?
Okay. Is it like for kids or for like adults?
Kids.
Oh, kids. Okay. What does it mean for like what does social justice mean like for kids that are coming there?
Kids, like for example, they have a summer Olympics. They pick teams focused on social justice, like labor workers, sanitation workers, women's rights.
Yeah.
And they learn the curriculum.
Do they talk about like politics, like Trump and stuff as well?
Yeah.
Okay. What are some things that they say about Trump at the camp?
I'm not up there, so I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Who are you with?
I'm independent. Yeah.
Who are you with?
My name's Nate. All right, so yeah, here's her protesting for the judge that was harboring any illegal immigrants. Kind of what you would expect.
What?
As far as a summer camp for social justice, I wouldn't send your kids to that. I'm not a parent yet, but I feel like that's not a great idea. It should be a bipartisan thing that we should not involve kids into this. What do they have to do with it? Let them enjoy their lives. I got a quick question for you guys. I have a YouTube channel, and I haven't heard of this website. Can you tell me about it? Sorry.
I don't have any information.
Oh, okay. Just you. Hi. Ma'am, I got a quick question. I saw the back of your vest, and I was wondering what riseandresist.org is.
Sorry.
At the very start of the protest, I saw a guy with a giant F Trump flag. I feel like I just had to talk to him. Feel like he would be an interesting guy to talk to. So here that is, and you'll recognize their blue jacket in the back that I interviewed at the beginning of this video. Yo, my man, I saw the flag. This is a big flag.
Yeah, it's actually getting heavy after a while.
Can you,
I can take turns.
do you have a message for Donald Trump on his birthday?
Fuck you.
Okay, tell me why. Tell me like why we hate Trump.
Because he's trying to dismantle our democracy. He doesn't understand that the full civil, the Constitution, the civil rights that we've been granted by the Constitution, the people that fought for that Constitution over the last 200 years, and all those that are fighting every day to make sure that we can keep rights for our children.
Yeah. And for those who are out of the loop, how is he destroying our democracy?
Basically, he has cut through some of the constitutional protections that have been given to our democracy, that have been given to individuals, women. He's going after after people without due process, trying to have ICE put them into different holding detention centers, just like they have done in other. What am I looking for in other?
Yeah, I guess you mean.
Yeah.
Can I just pull your sign
Yes.
so we can take a picture of it?
Yeah, this is gonna get a lot of attention.
We were trying to get wet.
Do we love this flag or what?
Oh, that's better.
Now you're talking.
Love it. Thank you. Great sign.
So, do you believe that Trump is a king?
I believe he'd like to be. I believe he's going to subvert the Constitution again and try to find a way to run for that third term. I don't believe that he has any really vested love interest in the United States as much as he does in Trump and in money. And I don't think he actually cares for any single individual voter in this country. I think he's just a scam artist.
Gotcha. I noticed your pin, ma'am. You have I have a quick question for you. I'm asking some of the women out here who have pins like that. What do you say to the women who voted for Trump? Like 45% of women voted for Trump.
I think that they're just not thinking about what they're doing for their daughters and their, just screwing up our human rights.
Kind of lost.
Yeah.
Okay, and now I want to just zoom out and show you the scope of this protest and just how large it is. Also, I'm cutting through the protest here. I'm trying to get to the front, but it's actually blending in with another street, and it was impossible to actually get to the front. I did meet some interesting people on the way, though.
Is there Air Force One?
Yeah, that's Air Force One. It's a Marine cadet preference.
Yeah.
I ended up speaking with this guy who says that he stands with Iran, so of course this is going to be an interesting conversation.
Hey, how you doing? My name is Nate. I'm just impressed, and I see you have a different kind of sign. Can you tell me about it?
Sure. My sign says I stand with Iran. So we're with the Veterans for Peace. We're against the war, the horror of killing innocent people in Palestine. And we've extended, Netanyahu's brought another lie and has extended this war. They premeditated this whole thing, faking peace negotiations this whole time, and we and Israel have now unprovoked attacked Iran under the guise that they have a nuclear weapon. They've been talking about this for 25 years. It's been a lie for 25 years. IAEA has been there for all this time checking things out. They don't have a nuke. They never would want to nuke America ever, ever, ever. I've been to Iran.
And what about the supreme leader of Iran saying like death to America? Is that just like words?
Well, that's bullshit, and that's part of our propaganda.
اینی که شما میگید مرگ بر آمریکا یه شعار نیست.
When you chant death to America, it's not a slogan, it's a policy, he said. Did they really say that? Is this real?
So yeah, that's literally the supreme leader of Iran saying death to America, but apparently that's propaganda now.
He doesn't believe in death to America. He wants alliance with America. So we got to stop pushing those lies. They've been pleading for dialogue. And they also don't say death to Israel. What they say death to is apartheid and occupation of Palestine. That's what they have been fighting all these years. But we turn it around, our propaganda, saying they want to kill all Jews. Do you know that there are Jewish synagogues in Iran for hundreds of years? They are still there. People practice their Jewish faith freely.
Well, yeah, again, I think everyone understands it's not about the religion itself, but the people occupying the land, and they've been fighting over that land for thousands of years, and they're going to keep fighting over it. And then when someone wins in 100 years, they're going to fight again, and then someone's going to win. And 100 years from that, 300 years from now, they're going to fight again.
What percentage of Jews are there in Iran?
Not many right now. And Israel has done a good job with giving them a hard time in Iran.
Israel says they went after Iran largely because also they are funding Hamas and Hezbollah. Do you think that's true?
Iran has been supportive of movements that try to stop the slaughter of innocent people. They do not supply, they didn't start Hamas. Israel started Hamas. You got to know that, right?
How did Israel start Hamas?
They funded them. They wanted a another faction to split up the PLO.
Yeah.
You got to know your history.
So one thing I was reading about the other day was that like there's footage of Hamas thanking Iran for funding. Why would
probably bullshit? You got to really.
All right, I hate to keep doing this, but the guy's lying every 3 seconds. So here you go.
ماديا وسياسيا وإعلاميا وشعبيا قدمتوه لنا شكرا لدعمكم الشعبي والرسمي وقد التقينا بالمسؤولين وسماحة القائد في إيران.
All right, you get the idea. The guy is literally thanking Iran on video. And what can you do with these people?
It's probably bullshit.
I'm just not getting the right information. I'm not getting the right information. What should I read? Like, what news source should I read for this?
Go to Iranian news sources in Iran. Go to Al Jazeera. Go to, Judge Napolitano interviews a number of CIA agents that know. Jeffrey Sachs. He's another Jewish. We, by the way, Veterans for Peace here are led by a number of Jewish. The president of Veterans for Peace is Jewish. We've known about the lies for a long time. Yeah. So they've just been spreading lies constantly about Iran.
What do you think about the attacks on the response from Iran to hit Tel Aviv? Do you think that was the right thing to do?
Well, Israel purposely has put its command center. It's in the center of Tel Aviv. Their command center's in Tel Aviv. What are they supposed to do? This is real defense, right?
That's what they say about Hamas putting their military bases under civilians as well.
It's been proven to be wrong. They've gone into every hospital. All the doctors said.
Okay, we're back. So here's inside Hamas tunnel base beneath a hospital. Okay, and it's from the IDF footage. Now, I don't know if I'm allowed to trust that, if I'm only allowed to trust Iranian media. You know, honestly, the hypocrisy is amazing because if I cite something that Caroline Leavitt said in their press conference, it's not reliable information. But it is reliable if Iran says something from their press conference. I mean, these people hate America so much, it's pretty astounding. Anyway, I'm not even gonna have you watch this. You can just go through it. This is just them literally giving a tour of it under the hospital. You get the idea. It's unbelievable.
What? No, they haven't shown us any evidence. But yes, we heard that right from the start. All the high rises that were going down from 2023, right after October, we said, oh yeah, Hamas is in there, Hamas is in there, Hamas is in there. Those are lies. You're killing. It's called indiscriminate killing. Yeah. That is a war crime. And we're supporting that.
Last question. There's a lot of misconceptions about people like you who stand with Iran. Do you think that October 7th? Do you condemn October 7th?
Everyone condemns October 7th. Yeah. For God's sake, we're against killing of anyone. Yeah. And Hamas, by the way, people should read up about Hamas. They have a political wing, they have a civil wing, then they have a military wing. Yeah. So the IDF, or the IOF as we say, the atrocities being, look, they've cut out.
And that's the thing, that's like what people will say to you.
You can't go there right now.
Right, and what the other side will say is like, well, Hamas is being funded by Iran, and October 7th was Hamas, and in which case that Hamas is not really, they're looking to kill innocent civilians.
No, it's not true. Hamas changed their whole dictum like 8 years ago. Yeah. So people, Israel, pro-Israelis, keep repeating that Hamas wants to kill Jews and destroy Israel.
That's what Hamas says, I think.
No, it's not. That's what I'm saying.
Dude, what's with this guy and just promoting lies? Is he another paid actor?
Read their declaration. They changed it in 2017. They did say that because, frankly, they were tired of being put in a prison and having their people put in, thousands of Palestinians in prisons, tortured as well. So anyway, God bless you. Thank you. And
sir. Thank you.
You know, as a journalist, that you're not allowed to step foot in West Bank and Gaza. You'll be shot and killed. I know you support Israel.
I would be shot and killed by Hamas.
No, you wouldn't. They do not shoot journalists. I'm sorry, they haven't. We know who shoots and kills journalists.
But they use journalists to shoot other people.
That's not true either.
Well, alrighty, we are back. So this is a man in a press uniform who is going to give his uniform to a Hamas soldier so that he can disguise himself as press. Take a look. and we see him just give him the uniform. Amazing. But that's not happening, right?
Why won't they release the hostages?
Look, how many hostages are left alive? It's amazing that they're still alive because they've been bombed for, 20 months now. Israel's been bombing and killed many of the hostages themselves. And how they're feeding them, I have no idea. Their own people are starving and they're feeding hostages.
So they're being treated well.
I would like all. No, I wouldn't.
So I don't know. I just want to know. So give back the hostages, is what you said.
Of course, I would like all hostages to be released. However, pro-Israelis, that's all they say. They come up to and say, release the hostages. Talking about 12, 15, 20 people. Of course, my heart goes out to them and their families. I want them released. Yes, do it now. But I've always said from the start, so you're going to release hostages, that will stop what's happening? No, it won't. It never was. From the start, we knew it wasn't about that. It's about taking over Palestine.
This is an interesting. I really appreciate you having this with me. This is nice. Why do I see videos of Gaza as like? Oh, sorry. Why do I see videos of Gaza looking like a pretty nice place before October 7th? And of course, after October 7th, it looks different. But it looked as though Israel was not bombing Gaza before because they relinquished control in 2005.
They do something called mowing the lawn every couple of years. Well, look it up. Mowing the lawn. Israel does these things where they go in and they basically kill a couple of thousand people and they do a lot of destruction. It's called mowing the lawn.
They do it like discreetly.
They do it not so discreetly because our media doesn't cover it. But we know it, those who pay attention, those who've been to Palestinian areas. I haven't been in 22 years. But 22 years ago, it sucked. Let me tell you, going through checkpoints, sucked.
Yeah.
It sucked. And I'm an American with white skin. Yeah. It was a lot. But the way they were talked to, the way a grandfather and the grandchildren had to go through those checkpoints, it was really just inhumane.
Sorry, I appreciate you so much.
What's your name?
My name's Nate.
All right, Nate.
I appreciate you having this conversation with me.
Well,
a lot of people don't want to talk, and I appreciate you.
Oh, God bless you, Nate. Thank you for listening. That's the most important thing you can do.
And if we can make a deal, so when I get home, I'm going to look up some of the stuff that you mentioned.
Sure.
And will you look up there's some videos of Hamas saying that they want to kill Jews after 2017. Will you look at those videos?
Sure.
Okay. I appreciate it.
I look at so many videos, and I look at everything from every side.
Yeah.
And I've asked for, give me the proof about the headquarters.
Because you know what? One thing I want you to look at Gaza celebrating after October 7th. Look at the civilians celebrating, and look at how civilians were breaking through the walls themselves. Not just Hamas, but civilians as well.
That's what you focused on.
No, I'm just saying. Will you look at it? That's all. We made a deal.
Sure.
All right, guys, that wraps up my coverage for the No Kings protest. As you can see, it was intense, and I really hope you enjoyed it. If you maybe missed the last two videos because we released them back to back. I know it's not normal that we're releasing so many videos, but a lot's going on, and I'm working through the night to get you guys these videos as fast as possible. So
those people are freaking insane. They're completely unhinged. What?
Hey, don't you reach it. Hey, don't you reach it.
You was dead me. You was a dead man.
I just tried to pop a shot with safety on.
These are the moments killers live stream their murders. Let's begin with this crazy father who strangled and attempted to murder a DCS caseworker trying to take his daughter away from him. 2020.
This is what happened to you. You still breathing? Back up. No. I called the cops already. They didn't want to do nothing. I couldn't.
life-threatening injuries, but survived. Johnson was charged with attempted first-degree murder, aggravated assault.
Nobody's dead or anything like that. Okay? Alright, so felonious assault, probably. When I was 16 years old, I got the... Well, that's your 16-year-old stuff goes away. Okay? I don't know, dude. I just need to know the truth, because I'm getting bits and pieces. Well, I mean, I'm giving you the truth. I'm not lying to you. Your chest, you're going to feel a lot better. Dude, I don't know what I did. Okay, so you go in there, you have a gun. 12 shots in the chamber. Cocked it, put another one in, so that's 13. Yeah. After you
Expired call Joe Biden or call George Bush. What's your driver's license? No, there's no. I don't have a driving license. Why not? Go back, sit in the fucking car, and leave.
No, sir.
No?
It doesn't work that way.
Okay, so go ahead, do whatever you want to do.
Can I get your name?
No.
No?
No.
This guy's crazy.
Killing you fucking people don't get a disability. Fucking. Oh, I have kids and I have a lot of fucking bullshit things. So why you fucking treat me this way? I died when I was serving you. I can't get a job, I can't get a disability, and they took my fucking license because I'm not able to pay the insurance. So why are you fucking trying to kill me?
Damn subject's arms, refusing to give ID. Don't reach for anything, dude. Don't buckle back.
I'm telling you, don't reach. I'm telling you, don't reach. I don't give a damn fuck. I don't give a damn fuck. Because
hospital. Wally fired the first shot at the officers, but his gun jammed before he could shoot again, giving a third officer the chance to return fire, hitting him 4 times. Wally's bullets struck the 2 officers who tried to disarm him, passing through their arms and hitting a nearby car. Wally's wounds proved fatal, and he was pronounced dead at the hospital.
To be beautiful.
But get your camera, you can...
And was murdered by her own daughter.
You deserve to be beautiful. You deserve to be beautiful.
I know that I deserve to be beautiful. I am beautiful. I'm indigenous.
These were moments just before this innocent woman was murdered by her own daughter. On January 8th, 2024, 28-year-old TikToker Tonantzin Oris Beltran returned to the San Rafael police station with her mother, 55-year-old Olivia Beltran, to retrieve Tonantzin's car, which had been impounded earlier that day after Tonantzin was arrested for attempting to flee the police over a traffic infraction.
There's concern. Get your camera, you can...
Mama, so, and so I...
History of addiction and mental health issues.
Want me to help you?
Yes, I promise you will sleep tonight.
You gotta sleep.
Yeah, Mama.
Just stay grounded.
Tonantzin was arrested and charged with murder and assault. Her lawyer pleaded not guilty by reason of
Mama, I miss you. Just talk to me, Mom.
I had that one viewer, and that viewer made me keep going.
I swear to God, chat.
Don't give a fuck.
All right, okay, all right.
I don't give a fuck.
All right.
I'm gonna be on the record.
Okay, all right. Guess what? I'm gay.
No.
I mean, nah, I'm gay.
Cause I got mad and something like I just and like came out of it.
And his mom still ain't happy with him?
I wouldn't say it was hard. Not so well neighborhood, you know. I had a lot of fights. I seen a lot of stuff. It's Ohio. Like, just growing up there is so many shit just happened. I was getting chased by a lot of dogs in Ohio.
That's how you got fast.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I was always just somebody who just wanted to have fun and just make people laugh. Like even in school, you know, I used to get in trouble. I was just a troll, really a class clown troll. Just for trolling, being a class clown, just like, you know, doing crazy stuff. I used to dance, like in the talent shows. So when I was younger, I was always like, I played sports. I played football, basketball, whatever. I played football. I was like a 4-star, 5-star. You can look up my name. I was one of the best slots in Ohio.
COVID-19. COVID-19.
COVID-19. COVID-19. You remember COVID, right? 2020.
Yes.
2020 COVID. I was around 14. You know, it was no school. I was bored and had nothing to do. You know, everything stopped. Stuck in the house, and just something sparked in me. When I made my gamer tag when I was 12 years old, I put I Show Speed because I always loved games. I was always a gamer, and I made like videos when I was a kid. You know, just that's pretty much when my life changed. I sparked that first stream up. I had that one viewer, and that viewer made me keep going.
He said, oh, what's up, Pacifics, man? What's up, my boy? Come on, bro. I got 90 people in here. I'm with everybody to follow shit. Don't sleep.
Well, I did pretty much grow. Like, my whole really childhood is on the internet. I won't say effort. I was just pressing go live every day. You know what I mean? Like, that was the effort there. Just going live every day for 3 to 4 hours. Then my sophomore year, I kind of gave up on school. I kind of gave up on everything that I had to my old life and just put everything onto my stream. I streamed every day. I didn't care about nothing else but YouTube streaming. So I dropped out my sophomore year. I was failing all my grades my sophomore year.
How did your parents?
So my mom, she kicked me out. She told me to quit.
Yeah.
Or I'm leaving. So I'm
Wish I started streaming sooner. Like obviously him younger. By the time I started streaming, I was bored of most games. I don't play sports games, shooters, Fortnite, whack. I locked into Yu-Gi-Oh, and that was shooting myself in the
I'm
foot.
gonna just go back to being a regular kid, bro. You feel me? You know. Eventually, I will expand my YouTube. Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, bro, stop spam calling me. Like,
I love streaming. I want to really, really perfect it because I really love the game of streaming. Like, I love the industry.
Bradley donated £1.79 through Super Chat. What soccer football team do you support?
Cristiano Ronaldo, Suey. Cristiano Ronaldo, Suey.
TikTok is the reason why I blew up. 2021, my clips was going viral on TikTok.
I'm just now finding out that I'm a whole meme. Like, bro, people making TikToks. That's crazy how I'm a real live meme. Simple as that, bro.
Before I play this, bro, who y'all favorite players, man?
Messi. No, Mendez, Tokyo, Mbappe. Like, who is this guy? Butterscotch?
It was this dude named Bradley. He donated in my chat. He donated me. He asked me, soccer club I support. And I was like, Cristiano Ronaldo. And after that donation, that's where it sparked. I try my best to entertain people in a good way.
Yo, tell this commentary to get off his nuts.
Neymar Jr., fuck you, so I'm about to go Rivaldo. I love traveling. I feel like I'm in a different, it just makes life better. Stuff just be happening. I don't even know how. I was IRL streaming, then some kid literally randomly came up to my security, was like, I know the Prime Minister. Then I heard him out, literally, we got his number. Like 20 minutes later in my stream, we pull up to the Prime Minister thing.
No way. That's actually crazy. BRB, I'm going bad. That's actually crazy.
love streaming. Like, it's just everything's live and anything can happen.
Was there a moment when you were just starting out where you're like, oh wow, my streams feel different now?
When I did my first Euro tour and we improvised that so well, like I was like, whoa, like this is something that I'm actually doing big. Then after the Euro tour, I followed up with the Southeast Asia tour. Now I'm doing more tours. That Euro tour, that really set my eyes open. Like it really made me think about so much that I can do. Lately, these past hours, I've been suffering very mentally, bro.
You a joke, bro?
Tell me a joke.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Not your aunt.
You don't know nothing of her. You don't even know our relationship. All y'all know is that my aunt died. So y'all bring that shit up, and shit is fucked up. And everybody's laughing at you. How you show me? And like, bro, reposting it. Like, bro, how the fuck would you fucking feel, motherfucker? How the fuck would you fucking feel? At the end of the day, I'm still a human being, bro.
Speed, I am so thankful you have a father like that. My father was a piece of shit his whole life, and continues to be so.
Yeah.
I love you, Papa Speed.
I love you, Dad. You're my inspiration. That was huge, man.
For chat.
Thanks, man.
Can you say...
What is this, bro? I literally just got here, bro. Holy shit. Bro, we gotta call the police, bro. We gotta call the police. There's no way we get out of this. Stop and calm down! Hey, stop! Like, look at these two people. What the fuck?
Fans, they jumped on your car, they pulled your hair, broke your camera, tried to pull your pants down, throw water on you to kiss you. You like the Beatles. You like Michael Jackson when you go how the crowd just thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. Don't get off the boat.
That's insane, bro.
I got no shoes, bro. It's crazy.
I got no shoes.
I would have never thought I'd be traveling to countries doing streaming, but you know, stuff happens.
When you prepare to go overseas, you're going to Asia and you're probably going for what, a minimum 10 days? How do you prepare for a trip like that?
Ooh, there's a lot of security, cars, what are we going to do, what exits we're going to take, activities, permissions, camera, internet, switch cars, doppelganger. You gotta like, I got somebody on my team that look like me. It's a lot. It's a lot.
And that's every time you go overseas.
If I'm doing a stream, yeah.
That's crazy.
You cross 30 million subs while you're on an Asian tour.
Oh my God, how do we 1 million live viewers? How do we 1 million live viewers? 1 million live viewers! 1 million! Having 1 million viewers is like something that like I dreamed of, and that always been a dream of mine. Me having 1 million viewers was always a dream of mine. So when I reached that moment, I just genuinely started crying. I went into a country and they just showed me so much support and just welcomed me with open arms, you know.
And the Streamer of the Year award goes to IShowSpeed.
Streamer of the
Insane.
Year. The countries that allow me to, you know, streaming them. I want to thank everybody. Streaming really allowed me to express myself in so many ways and just show who I am.
What do you want to be remembered for?
Oh, the greatest streamer to ever live. The greatest content creator to ever live.
Crazy.
No, you're lying. This is a dream. This is a fucking dream right now, bro. Please wake me up. Please, I'm begging you, wake me up.
Losing a child is an unbearable pain that no one would wish even on their worst enemy. But for Brian, this nightmare became a reality when a drunk woman sped through the Swan Boat Club's parking lot and crashed into its hall, where his wife, 2 toddlers, and 12-year-old son were celebrating a 2-year-old's birthday party. The woman driving the car was identified as 66-year-old Marcella. When her vehicle crashed into the building, the impact threw everyone across the room, and the little kids, Zane and Alana, were tragically run over. At first, everyone thought a bomb had gone off, but as the dust settled, they realized it was a car that had burst through the event hall wall. Those who were unharmed began searching for the toddlers and rescuing others trapped in the debris when they discovered that Zane was pinned under the vehicle. In an effort to free him, the car had to be lifted, and he was brought outside, but he was in a life-threatening condition. Amid the chaos, Brian's wife, Mariah, and his 12-year-old son, Jaden, were still missing. And the worst part was that Brian had no idea about the tragedy yet, as he hadn't been at the party.
Which one? Man, can you come with me?
She'd be dead. She'd be fucking dead. She wouldn't even be there.
Driving? You driving the car? Can you come with me just for a second? You okay?
Yeah, dude.
Are you okay? Okay. Where are you going with her? Over towards my
Yep.
car? Okay.
Nope. You'd have nope. There would not be a paramedic. Well, no, there'd be a paramedic. You would not be arresting her. You'd be arresting me.
What were you out here at the boat club for? Are you a member?
Yeah, I was just coming down here. Oh my gosh, this is terrible.
Have you been drinking? Drink. Drink. Okay, you don't have any weapons on you, do you?
No.
All right, I'm just going to leave you back here just for a little bit, okay?
Okay.
All right. Do you need to see any medical attention right now?
I don't think so.
Okay. I'm going to roll down this window over here just to get you some air, okay? Just
guy down the street?
Yes, sir.
The guy also hit his car. Whoever was driving hit his car down the street, too.
Okay.
So this guy was out of gear. Yeah, this guy was out of gear.
Okay. We'll take... Is anybody in here?
Not too much. I went out to lunch with some friends and I came back and came down to the boat club and I drove up to the boat club and that's the last thing I remember.
1 second. Just because you're in handcuffs, I gotta read you this. To submit as requested shows all need.
Relationship. The host of the party, Kristen, Mariah's best friend since they were 5 and also her children's godmother, had organized the was something no parent should ever hear with her.
It was that point I did, and all the little girls got somebody yelled 2 meters another. And try to go back under for Ivana.
And what did you see when you got to the breezeway?
Wedged.
Everything she could to help Mariah and her children, guiding first responders to where they were. Tragically, little Alana had lost her life from the initial impact, and baby Zane passed away in the ambulance from his injuries. When Brian received word of the accident, he rushed to the scene, unaware of the full extent of the tragedy. It was only when an officer informed him that 2 of his young children had not survived, and that his wife and eldest son were on ventilators, that the devastating reality began to sink in.
No, no, no. No. No, bro. I haven't done nothing. I haven't done nothing, bro. No. 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 You're lying. This is a dream. No. No. They just went with me. No. No, 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 no. Lying. He's lying. Bro. I'm telling you right now. I was just with him. That's okay. I was just
Damn,
with
bro.
him. He's lying, bro. He's lying. Bro, listen. No, listen. No, he's lying. Listen. Stop. He's lying. He's lying, bro. No, he's Mariah, who's you right now? Listen. They went to a birthday party. No.
Already. We're all done now. But when we do leave here, I gotta.
She goes to jail forever. She's not getting out of jail. I spoiled it for you. She's not getting out of jail.
Might bump into each other. No.
No, listen. I can't do this life anymore, Mike. No. I can't do it right now, Mike. I can't do it. Look what he just did to me. Look what he did to me. Don't do that, bro. Look what he did to me. Don't do that,
Mike, don't tell me. Look what he did to me. Look what he did to me, bro.
He didn't do that. I didn't do that. That drunk bitch did that, bro. I didn't do that. That drunk bitch did that. She decided to do that stupid shit, bro.
To lose almost your entire family in a single day is a heartbreak beyond comprehension. Yet Marcella treated the situation as if it meant nothing. Even during her interview, she showed no guilt and repeatedly told officers that she had only had one drink before the accident.
So we know you're at Verna's at 12:10, and then you say you go to the boat club, right to the boat club.
She's been gone. That's all I can say.
Exactly accurate.
Birthday party they was getting ready to at Tops. I felt there was an accident at the boat club. I started screaming because I knew they was gone. I knew in my heart they was gone. They told me that Jaden, my oldest, was airlifted to the process what was going on with Alana to the University of Michigan. It was all on him, trying to work on him, and his eyes seen me, and I kept telling him to fight. I kept telling him to keep fighting, and all he did was blink. At that time, I stayed at
Probably.
University of Michigan for 2 weeks. I never told Jaden his brother and sister were gone.
You probably are the most hated person in the United States.
Oh my god, you're the most fucking hated bitch in the fucking world. You drove your car into a kid's birthday party. Fuck you.
Into a kid's birthday. Many more at the hospital. Killed 2 kids.
Oh no.
Many more at the hospital in critical condition right now.
Oh no.
Adults as well. That is why I'm trying to get the that wants to go out there and kill. I can tell the prosecutor that you're not a low-down, dirty drunk that wants to go out there and kill kids.
Oh gosh, no.
I'm looking for the truth, Marcella. The whole United States, right? I've sat across the table from killers before. Like, really.
I do not remember
how much you drank. You're not. The blood alcohol level you were last night with 1 glass of wine like you're telling us.
What you took from me, I would never, ever get back. My daughter was trying to be just like me playing basketball. She just celebrated her 8th birthday. Zane was about to be 5. Instead of celebrating his 5th birthday, we buried them. You don't have no kids, so you don't know what this feels like. And I promise, I don't wish nothing but the worst for you. And I hope that you feel what we feel every day.
I don't know how this guy didn't just kill her right there.
Because it's hard even to wake up knowing that they're not here. It's hard that their older brother has to be without his brother and sister.
Oh my god, the kid lived.
And I hope every day that you realize what you took it from us.
Oh, I'm just devastated.
You're devastated. Fuck you,
We're trying
bitch.
to help them. You're not.
Oh my god.
You did that. You did that.
I hope she gets beat up in prison every
Appeared in a
fucking
TV
day.
interview.
That's not gonna cut it.
She showed no remorse for the tragedy, and even appeared in a TV interview to justify taking the lives of 2 young children after posting her $1.5 million bond and being placed under house arrest.
I think I had a seizure. I think that the same thing that my husband said that I did when I have a seizure is just go straight. And I think when I got in the car, that's what happened. I just had the seizure and probably put my foot on the accelerator and crashed into the building. I have a perfect record. I don't even have a parking ticket. I don't have
you were drunk.
any kind of
You were drunk and you had a seizure?
DUI or speeding ticket.
A year later, while Jaden was still in the process of healing, Mariah was able to walk again after numerous physiotherapy sessions. Both had suffered punctured lungs, broken ribs, and undergone countless surgeries just to get back on their feet. Mariah testified in court to the best of her ability, and this is what she said to Marcella in her impact statement.
April 20th, 2024 changed my life forever. When I was told my children were no longer here, I felt like I stopped breathing, as if I died inside. The medical professionals had to keep putting me back to sleep because every time I woke up, my body would go into panic. My mind could not understand what was happening, and my body just reacted. I had to see everything that was left inside my home when we last left it all together. Having to see their little shoes and coats at the front door with toys laying around my living room made everything feel more realistic. I could not look at anything.
Public execution. She should be hung. She should be hung. Public execution.
Because because every
To
time
let
I
people
see
know to
something
not drive
like
drunk. Because if you do that, that's what's gonna happen.
stop breathing. I encountered so many phone calls, so much paperwork, and consistent appointments when all I wanted to do was just close my eyes and pray every time I opened them that it was just a night. I could not. So my ribs broken on one side, my shoulder blade broken on the other.
Operating while intoxicated, causing serious injury. She was sentenced to 25 to 50 years in prison.
She's not getting out of jail. She will never get out of jail. They got the guy who shot the lawmakers in Minnesota.
National news just hours ago, authorities announced the two-day manhunt came to an end today as federal and local law enforcement captured and arrested Vance Bolter, the suspect accused of murdering 2 Minnesota state lawmakers. Christian Benavides has the details.
A manhunt has come to an end. Police have arrested 57-year-old Vance Luther Bolter.
We will put every ounce of effort that the state of
What was his
Minnesota
motive
has to make sure
for
that justice is
killing
served.
these guys?
And the individual responsible for this serves the time for the unspeakable act.
This image captured Bolter just hours after 4 people were shot, including 2 state lawmakers, Minnesota House Leader, Democrat.
Oh, 4
Melissa
people were
Hortman
shot.
and her
We'll
husband
include them
Mark,
too. Why don't
were
they?
killed in the early Saturday shootings, and Senator John Hoffman and his wife were wounded. Both couples were shot in their homes. U.S. Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar was a close friend of Hortman and had dined with her the night before the shooting.
At that dinner, it was a big political dinner. Everyone was rejoicing, happy, the session's behind them, and that was the last time so many of us saw Melissa and Mark. And the next morning, 5 a.m., the Governor Walz, calls me and tells me that we believe that she's no longer with us.
Hoffman and his wife are seriously wounded. They're recovering in the hospital. As of Saturday night, Yvette Hoffman was reportedly awake and alert. Police say the suspect wore a mask and posed as a police officer. He is known to Minnesota politics, appointed twice to the governor's work
Posing as a police officer. Scary shit. Watch out.
Force Development Commission.
People say that
most
doesn't
recently
happen.
by Governor Tim Walz. His political leanings at the time of the shootings are unclear.
You know,
Think he had any extreme views about anything?
no, he never talked to extreme views.
At the White House, President Trump condemned the shootings.
Absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. And they're looking for that particular man right now.
Police confronted the suspect at Hortman's home early Saturday. They exchanged gunfire. He retreated into the house and escaped on foot. Christian Benavides, 2 News, Nevada.
He escaped on foot, but did they get him? No, he's in custody. They got him. I don't know why they would end it like that. All right. Political quiz, because I don't take a side. I believe that it's 2 sides of the same coin. It's a whole bunch of bullshit no matter whatever you're gonna pick. The government mandate, we're gonna do a test, a quiz. And it'll help me figure out, they'll tell me where I fall. Should the government mandate that large tech companies share their algorithms with regulators? Define regulators. Lawmakers? Should the government mandate that large tech companies share their algorithms? Regulators? What are other stances? Yes, and all software now should be open source. This is some interesting stuff, actually. Large tech companies share their algorithm. But also... No, only if there are serious allegations of harm or misconduct. I really don't know what to think about. I don't think they should be forced to release this unless there's an issue. And I think that can be applied to a lot of things. Should the government implement stricter regulations on the use of cryptocurrencies? Absolutely not. Should artists be held to the same reporting and disclosure requirements as hedge fund managers, mutual funds, and public companies when selling their work? Should artists? Define artists. Music artists? Am I an artist? Should artists be held to the same reporting and disclosure? I don't think so. Yes, but only if the sales price is high and justified as an investment. I can see that. It's pretty fair, right? As you can see, I'm pretty much in the middle. Should there be more restrictions on the current process of purchasing a gun? Should there be more restrictions? I don't think there should be more, no. Question is, no, the government should pass a national stand your ground. That's possible. No, but increase penalties for gun-related crimes. Yes. No, only for criminals and the mentally ill. That's also fair. Yes, require strict back. These are good. Well, we don't already require strict back. Well, yeah, maybe you should have psycho. I think this is correct. Well, there is. Everyone should be. The Constitution of the United States says, "Thou shalt have the right to bear arms." That doesn't discriminate. I think that. I think that we can discriminate if you're not fit to own a weapon, psychologically. And training. I think the training, if this has to follow the Constitution, the training would have to protect you from it becoming a like, say you're charged with a crime of defending yourself, basically. That's why we're talking about this stand your ground thing. If you have that training, you can prove that you know what you're able to know when is right and when is wrong to use that force and use it properly. Without training, it's kind of like this is gonna be a bad example. Kind of like a driver's license when you're speeding, but if you take a defensive driving course, they know that you at least somewhat care, or it's like points on your license. That's pretty bad too. It's a better way of explaining it, but it would kind of work like that. They're not gonna have points on your gun license. Gun show loopholes a real thing? People are actually doing that? Ban all guns from public use? I don't know about that. Strict background checks, psychological testing. I think I'm for that. Should victims of gun violence be allowed to sue firearms dealers and manufacturers? No, I don't think so. Sue the car dealership that sold the car if they hit you. Should teachers be allowed to carry guns at schools? Yes, this is very important. I think that they should, yes, because if they fucking knew no one's gonna go shoot up school, are you stupid? No one's gonna go do that shit if they know 30 people in there defending themselves. Children as well. Federal government require racial sensitivity training for employees. I don't think that's a bad thing. The government officially recognize two biological... Should the government officially recognize only two biological sexes? I might piss off some people here, but you're born where you're born. If you can alter it from there, but biologically, this is why we're talking about biologically. Biologically, you're born as what you're born as. It's the way it's been for thousands of years. You can change yourself. Your DNA, biologically, you're always... Maybe DNA. I don't know that. What is your stance on abortion? Damn, we're really getting into it right here. I gotta consult. I can't tell someone what they can't do. Did the federal government pay for tuition in 4 years? No. Well, yes. But no, because I didn't get that. And I'm not saying, oh, I'm mad. Just give me the cost of what you would pay. Write me a check for it. The federal government paid for tuition at 4-year colleges and universities. I don't know, man. Yes, but only for partial tuition. No, but provide lower interest rates. No, but provide more scholarship opportunity. Add your own stance. Not exactly supposed to be a quiz. Do they have free college in Europe? When did they start that? And how did they how did the people who paid for college feel about that?
Hi there.
Good, I don't want to log in.
Hi there. Nice to meet you.
Okay. Is uni in Europe free? When did it become free? And how was it made fair for people who did pay earlier? Free or low cost? Free or very low cost. Partially subsidized. Well, sure, they'll be public. Free higher education has been a long thing. Well, okay, this question was presented strange. Did the federal government pay for tuition at 4-year colleges and universities? This is asking if the federal government should pay inflated costs for private colleges that make profit. This is saying in Germany, all public universities in Germany eliminated tuition fees. Public university. Community colleges. Yeah, sure. Give everyone free community college. That's fine. Give everyone, but that's not, I don't know if that's what you're asking. But yes, I don't think they're going to pay for people to go to state university. If they do, that's crazy. Make any sense? That's what I was getting at. Do you support increasing taxes for the rich in order to reduce interest rates for student loans? I think they can afford it. Sure. Should critical race theory be taught? I don't know what that means. Critical race theories claim that American institutional laws are inherently racist. It argues that when... What the f... our laws, are they actually inherently racist? No, dude, I don't. That's not right. Show more. Wait, there's. Know when this is over. Should funding for local police departments be directed to social and oh, that's a really good one. Replace police with unarmed community-based responders for non-violent calls. I really like that, actually. Should police departments be allowed to use military-grade equipment? Probably not. Prisons ban the use of solitary confinement. For juveniles? No. Should the electoral college be abolished? Probably. We've progressed enough. Should photo ID be required to vote? Probably. Should foreigners currently residing in the U.S.? No! The government require children to be vaccinated for preventable disease? Preventable disease? COVID? Oh. Nuclear energy? Safe? I don't know the... I mean, there's a lot of good points here. We should invest in cleaner alternatives, yes. The government allow the commercialization of lab-grown meat? I don't care, but no. Allow the commercial. Lab-grown meat, dude? I don't know. I don't care. Dude, how are we... They're culturing animal cells, bro? What are you doing? Just growing a chicken breast? Dude, that's weird, bro. I don't know, dude. Do more studies. I don't know, that's just weird. Should the government implement rent control policies to limit the amount landlords can charge for rent? I simply don't think that's gonna work for the landlords. You know, they do have to make $1. But see, I think the real heart of the issue is that corporations shouldn't be putting their money into real estate portfolios. But then, yeah, they should. Who would own the skyscrapers? Okay. Not residential properties. Yes, housing is basic right that should be affordable to anyone. Yes, but only in areas with housing shortages. No, studies show that rent control does not lower rent. No, incentivize the development of new housing instead. Yeah, dude, like this was already on here. Ban corporate and foreign investors from purchasing residential real estate instead. You're targeting the heart of the issue. And I've said this before, where you have labor costs inflated by the housing cost. Everything is so expensive to be made and produced in America because it's so expensive to pay someone to do it, because it's expensive to live here. There's no one, you can't follow it back. No one sees them. Sure they do. Should homeless individuals that have refused availability, shelter, or housing be allowed to sleep or encamp on public property? To sleep but not in camp, only in designated areas. I really do think that it's public property and they should be able to. Yes, and create more social programs. Yeah, of course, it's a great idea. But only in designated areas. Yeah. I think it was all good. Should the government provide subsidies for first-time home buyers? It distorts. Well, I don't think it's gonna distort the housing market. People are still gonna get paid the value that their house is worth. It's just that first-time buyers who don't currently own a home, who just want a place to live, if they are able to buy a house and get stability, and that will help bring everyone together if everyone is stable. If the government can afford to blow money here and there, yes. Did the government apply higher reciprocal tariffs? Countries with large trade deficits. Trade balance. I don't know, really. I'm not a economic expert. But if they have a large trade deficit, it's kind of like, all right, the more you're buying from us, the lower your tariff will be. That's actually really fair. Yes, and adjust them yearly based on trade balance changes. It's actually really fair. Are we almost done with this? Should the government impose a baseline tariff on all imports from every country? I don't know. That's like the baseline. 10% could be the baseline. If you buy enough from us, then you're free of it. You don't have to pay it. If you do enough business with us. But if you don't do enough business with us, it's going to go up. That sounds fair. That all sounds fair, actually. I don't know. Someone tell me wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Should the government exempt essential goods like pharmaceuticals from the 2025 tariff increase? I could see that. The president be able to authorize military force against Al-Qaeda without congressional approval? No. Does the government use facial recognition technology for mass surveillance to enhance public safety? I mean, we're gonna go into that age eventually. Did the U.S. assassinate suspected terrorists? Yes. Should illegal immigrants have access to government-subsidized healthcare? Should illegal immigrants? They should be deported after. Yes, and then deport them. Everyone gets health treatment. Did the U.S. build a wall along the southern border? Don't we have a wall? Yes. Should undocumented immigrants be offered should undocumented immigrants be offered in-state tuition rates at public colleges? Oh. The government increase or decrease? They shouldn't undocumented immigrants? I'm sorry. Did the government increase or decrease military spending? Probably decrease. I don't think it's an increase. Pretty much okay with it. Spend it better because they waste money. I tell you, no shit, you know, we'll be like, see this bag of pretzel sticks? Imagine instead of pretzel sticks, this bag was full of bolts. Bolts that you would assemble something with. Long bolts, threads you screw into something. Very long, thick, sturdy bolts. But because they're used for the military and they're very high quality, they have to inspect them 30 times before they get used. That bag of bolts might be $75,000. Not even fucking kidding. But if you were to a regular, you know, construction company or whoever's building some shit would buy that for $100, $500. I don't know, something very small. Literally, it's just completely overblown. Maybe because of specific quality of the metal they're using, higher standards. The United States, maybe I'll look up that video. The United States provide military supplies and funding to Ukraine. Let's see, why not? Should foreign terrorism suspects be given constitutional rights? No. The government stopped the construction of the Dakota Access Pipeline. Oil pipeline through the Dakotas, the oil pipeline, crude oil along the eastern seaboard. I don't want to destroy these people's yeah, can't you just reroute it away from the Native American land? Should the government increase environmental regulations to prevent climate change? Sure. Should the US withdraw from the Paris Climate Agreement? If you open up the show more responses, there's always this like really super based answer, and it says yes until other countries are held to the same standards. Why aren't we all held to the same standards? Based. Did the government impose stricter fuel efficiency standards on vehicles? No, because making vehicles too. Did the government require all new cars to be electric or hybrid by a certain date? Yes, to require all emissions based. True. The materials is a big problem. Banning gas. Banning gas. I think this is right now until we find an eco-friendly and humane way to acquire the materials. The government implement stricter emission standards for diesel vehicles. I'm actually not as well educated on this. No, and eliminate. Yay. Diesels are already heavily regulated. Raise the tax rate for corporations. For the universal basic income, yes, everyone should receive an income to cover basic necessities, including food and housing. No, this will encourage people not to work and harm economic growth. The universal basic income would probably be what, half of minimum wage. So yeah, everyone should have help with food and housing. There's a lot of homeless people that could be helped. Obviously, if you're only going to get half the minimum wage, then if you're making X amount of dollars, you won't get it anyway. Basically, just like a safety net. Did the government acquire equity stakes in companies it bails out during a recession? Equity stakes. Yeah. Okay. But over time they'll repay it. And they'll get their shares back, basically. Yes. Government require employees? No. What political party do I identify with? I don't know. Above average. Inherited a mess. How would you rate the current versus? I don't know what to do. Why did it take me back to the top, bro? Oh, it said discuss. How would you rate your current average, bro? I don't know. What qualities are most important to you? Honesty. Bullshit. All right, let's find out what I am. What would I align with? Based on my political beliefs, these are the political parties I side with. I side with veterans, POG. Yeah, dude, I was gonna say it. This is exactly... Wow. Yeah, dude. Schools should require at least one teacher to be armed. Hire professionally trained security guards? I could see that. What? Dude, way too many people said. Oh wait, maybe I understood this question wrong. Sure. Well, that settles that.
Rioters blow up police cars in New York City. What's this about?
We have new details just in after several NYPD vehicles are torched.
I think borders are pointless and borders should be erased. So if you come
Morton.
here with that
Oh
one-
I went
shit.
to an anti-ICE protest.
BRB, I'll make some food. I'm making pizza right now. It's gonna be insane.
Today in New York City, and I saw signs like "You're Next" and "F ICE." I walked up to those people and talked to them to see what they really want. Welcome back to the Nate Friedman Show. Also, I'm getting this video to you guys as soon as possible. I didn't even like set up my recording space, so the video is going to feel a little bit more raw than usual. Anyway, enjoy.
I'm independent. Yeah. Can I ask you guys about your sign? Can you just tell me about it?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
What about it?
Anything, just why you, like, what's the message in it? Yeah.
Basically, the message is fuck ICE because they're fucking abhorrent and are literally destroying families and people's lives. And then also stop the U.S. war machine, which is more just about just all the imperialism, all the countries that we've, you know, wreaked havoc upon, which is, you know, part of the problem too is like people are like, oh, why do people come here? It's because the U.S. has put their hand in so many countries and dismantled their governments and caused instability, and then we are treating them like this when they try to find safety or new opportunities.
Yeah. Do you think that we should like get rid of ICE? Like the organization?
Yes.
Yeah. Is there anything that you would like replace it with, or do you think that there's no need for it?
No need. I think borders are pointless and borders should be erased.
Yeah.
That's not how we're meant to be in this world.
Do you see that like for across the world and not just the U.S.?
I do, but
Yeah.
I mean, also, I think every people's, and it, I mean, that goes back to a whole other problem too. We're on stolen land right now, we're on stolen land right now, so all of the, you know, stewardship and control of the land should go back to the indigenous people of that land, and they should be the ones who are deciding who comes, who goes, what needs to be done.
That's crazy, bro.
In LA right now.
I think when people are pushed and like pushed past the point of what's okay, they're gonna fight back. And I think that's the same thing that's happening in Palestine right now too. I mean, it's very different, but in Palestine, there's, you know, there's people who are fighting back and fighting back against their oppression. And I think that we're seeing the beginnings of that too. We're seeing, you know, people being disappeared and kidnapped, and you see people in the community fighting back for those people.
Do you want to see what's happening in LA to happen in New York City as well?
It's not that I want to see that. I actually don't believe in necessarily violence. I really pray for no violence. But what I do think is, and I also have a different definition of what violence is. I don't think property destruction is violence. I think it's a statement. Especially when people are being like killed and kidnapped and starved and pulled away from their families and put in fucking like horrible places to be held for long periods of time, inhumane conditions. To me, property damage is not violence. It's property.
It's only like a natural response.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think like we need to be, you know, I'm very careful about even calling that violence, but I'm even talking about something that's further than that. If it continues on, it wouldn't be on the offense. It would be on the defense, because I think that when people are pushed, they're going to fight back.
Yeah.
And I think everyone has the right to do that.
Yeah. What do you think about Trump's like National Guard that he's like bringing in?
I mean, I think Trump wants to be able to instate martial law. So I think he actually wants a lot of this because he wants to be able to have martial law. And I think
he wants control over the whole country, like every aspect.
And he would, yeah. And during martial law, there's no elections held. You know, there's a lot of stuff that would really benefit him.
Third and fourth term, and so,
exactly.
Yeah.
So I think I think that's also why, like, I forget the word he was using, but he was calling the protesters in LA like
insurrectionists.
Insurrection, something. He was using some kind of word, and because that is one of the things that needs to be present for martial law to be able to be instated. So he's already laying the groundwork to be like, exactly, like these people are doing this thing that, you know, allows me. The laws around it are very vague, though. So.
And I was like a little bit late to this. Like, who's speaking right now? Is it like?
I actually didn't hear them introduce themselves.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
My name's Nate. Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Can I interview you about your sign? I'm a independent journalist. Can you tell me, so what does it say?
It says respect my existence or respect my resistance.
Okay.
So either I'm respected in this country alongside with my people, or we're gonna fight.
Oh, I've been there. I would ride my bike there.
We're gonna witness.
It's crazy.
Yeah. And how do you guys want to fight back?
I believe that we contribute to the economy. We pay taxes. You know, just because our parents came to cross borders for a better our future. I believe that this is the place that we have known as home for years, and we have each and every right to migrate, just like alongside other people.
Yeah. What do you say to those people that say, like, well, you can migrate, just be here legally? What do you say to those
I feel like that is very controversial, I want to say, also very unjust and unfair, because if things were so easy, it's actually easier said than done. And if that were the case, I feel like each and every one would be here the right way. Unfortunately, that's not the way things are.
Like, it's too difficult to come here, like...
Exactly.
Like, they need to make the process... They need to make the process easier to come here legally, was you say?
Yes.
Yeah. So, in the meantime, while it is very difficult, you would say that we should get rid of the borders? Like, what would be your solution to what's happening?
BRB, I gotta go check on that pizza.
Say no borders,
Yeah, burn
no
the pizza.
walls, you know, stop the deportations, stop separating families, because I feel that children shouldn't have to witness the fact that they should be allowed back in home and not see their parents there coming back from school.
No borders, yeah. And would you say that for the world or just for the U.S.?
I would say for the world.
For the world?
Yes.
Yeah.
So definitely, I set up New York, I set up our communities, and also Free Palestine.
Like, I can't. And Free Palestine, just sneak it in there. No borders in the whole world. That's gonna work. Let's keep going.
I love your vibe. Can you tell me, like, I just want to shut down these claims. So one of them is like, well, what if like criminals come across the border and they do stuff, like they do bad things? Like, do you see that as like as a possibility if you open the borders?
Ooh, that's a difficult question. You caught me off guard with that one.
That's fine.
Yeah. So, do you mind repeating it again?
Yeah. So like, if we open the borders, then we could have some bad people come across and do bad things, and then that's sort of I hear it from the other side, because I interview both sides, and the other side says that if you open the borders, bad people can come in, and that's why we need to have borders. That's what they say.
I feel like that's definitely classifying, you know, just a group, like predominantly on like a specific, I want to say like band. I feel that just like there's good people from, you know, different parts of the world, there's also bad people, and yeah.
That makes sense, yeah. So thank you so much, I appreciate it. Thank you.
There's plenty more to show you from this protest, but real quick, if you're already shopping online, which you probably are because everybody is, if you're not using Coopert though, you're leaving free money on the table. Coopert is a free browser extension that automatically finds and applies the best coupon codes while you're checking out. No searching, no guessing, just instant savings at over 30,000 stores, from Amazon to Best Buy, Walmart to Booking.com. Now here's the kicker. Coopert doesn't just save you money, it rewards you as well. Every time you shop, you earn cash back. That's real money you can withdraw via PayPal. So not only are you saving, you're getting paid to do it. It takes 10 seconds to install, and it's totally free and works in the background so you never miss a deal again. Now shop smarter, save faster, and get Coopert for free at joincoopert.com. And now back to the protest.
Hi guys. Hi guys. Can I interview you about your sign? No? Oh, I just was wondering what it meant.
Well, I wrote "You're next" because it starts with the people that are illegal, air quotes, and then it goes to everyone else, because in a fascist country, there's no one safe.
So they're going to start with people who are here illegally, then they're going to go with people who are here legally, and then, like, you think they're going to go out, who would they go after that? Everybody?
Everybody, yeah.
Jews, Christians, everyone?
Exactly. Every other minority is not safe in this country.
Understood. Thank you.
You hear this a lot. They're going to come for illegal immigrants, then they're going to come for Jews, Christians, and everybody else. I think the part that's missing is that he's been president before and hasn't done that.
How old was your wife when you met her? How old was your wife when you met her? Take your diaper off, I can hear you. No question. How old was your wife when you met her? You're being nice and it's a mean question. Now can you understand me, you pedophile?
Why did you say he's a pedophile? I'm just pressed.
All you have to do is kids in cages. Your government kills children. That's what the IDF does. They just kids in cages, moms, everything. Everything bad, bro. Not you. It's not you.
Is there a specific incident that they did that? The IDF, like, child or something?
Every day, man.
So when you ask these people like to come up with an example, they never can. Somehow this protest became about Palestine, as it does. This is an anti-ICE protest, and about 80% of the flags were Palestinian flags. They were all covering their face with the same keffiyeh, which is universally understood as just a hatred toward Jews. So I saw this guy that was yelling at the protesters, so I figured he would be an interesting person to talk to. So here's my conversation with him. It actually goes into who's going to be running for mayor in New York City. It's all very interesting, so enjoy.
Well, how are they? She was born in California. That's terrorist acts right there. They're attacking Jews. That's not right. Anti-Semitism is real here in New York, and elected officials are doing nothing. They're actually there. Zohran Mamdani is running for mayor.
Is he right here?
I don't know if he is. He'll probably show up. Yeah. But he calls for BDS. He supports BDS. That's anti-Semitic. His father is calling for the state of Israel to not exist.
His father, Mamdani's father?
Yes. Okay. Mahmoud Mamdani, he's a professor in Columbia University.
And are you Jewish?
I am not. I'm Puerto Rican.
So tell me,
I'm an American citizen. I'm a native New Yorker, and the Jewish community is part of New York City.
Tell me why you feel passionate about the Jewish community.
They're no different than any other community. You cannot attack people. You cannot attack them just because they're a certain background. You can't do that. It could be easily Puerto Ricans. It could be easily Jewish. You can't do that. I know plenty of Jewish people. They're fantastic people. It's disgusting, all this anti-Semitism. They say October 7th never happened. There's people that say the Holocaust never happened. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I see you got a Trump hat on.
Yes, we support Trump.
Yeah. So what do you think that he should be doing in California right now?
What he's doing now, what he's calling in the law enforcement, he's calling the military. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
You don't have to fear law enforcement if you don't break the law. The only people that don't like NYPD or law enforcement are the lawbreakers. That's it. Yeah. And if they can't stand NYPD or LAPD, it's because probably they already have felony records. They've probably already been in jail. They've been through the system. They should start making a database. They make a database of these individuals, because you may not want to hire them.
Yeah, I see so many Palestinian flags as well, and I thought this was about ICE. Why is it so related? Like, why are those always together?
Because they're probably weaponizing everything. That's all it is. They're weaponizing it. Immigrants are welcome here. We say legal migration, no discrimination, justice for all. That's what we say.
So
we got immigrants in our family. I'm Puerto Rican. We got immigrants in our family. We got people from the Dominican Republic. We got people from Peru in our family. It's ridiculous to say that. The city council is full of blacks, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Asians. They weaponize all this stuff. These NGOs, the Working Family Party, they brainwashing people of color, and people need to realize that you have to think for yourself. You can't live in a bubble. New York City is not the world. New York City is not America. It's only part of it, and if they could conquer one of the biggest cities in the world, that's disturbing, you know what I mean? And the way these council members, Alexa Viles' husband, threatened me on camera. These council members are radical left. I mean, they're just radical. They just hate this country. They want Zohran Mamdani wants free the rent, free subway, free this. That's all socialism. That's also socialism doesn't work anywhere. It doesn't work anywhere. It might look pretty in the beginning, but it's not. You're surrendering your rights for money. That's all it is. Freezing the rent is money. That's all it is. That's not a way to live. A life lived in fear is a life half lived. You don't do that. You could get in the face of Tom Homan. Face, he runs away. Right here, he said he was going to denounce Hamas, Hezbollah, and Sharia law. And he said he was going to do it, and he didn't do it. I stood here, and I listened for him to say it, and he didn't say it. So he's a liar. And that's why we call him a liar. We have proof that he is a liar.
So AOC has endorsed Mamdani, and that's to nobody's surprise. And the race is actually closer than you'd think, especially now. He has about a 30% chance to win. And a few of his policies include city-run grocery stores, freezing the rent, and abolishing ICE. Now, I'll obviously be doing an episode on who New Yorkers are going to be voting for very shortly, so subscribe and turn on notifications for that. But now I want to share with you some of the things that I saw during the protest that I think are really important, but were not interviews. Number one, I saw children at the protest. That to me is just nuts. I'm not a parent, but this is just not a safe environment. With the way that LA is looking, New York City can be next, and I just thought that was crazy. Number two, the place got so packed so quickly that I watched as the
police I've been there, bro. I rode my bike there so many times. It's crazy.
Or we're gonna fight back and we're gonna witness conflict.
Yeah.
believe that we contribute to the economy. We pay taxes. You know, just because our parents came to cross borders for a better future, I believe that this is the place that we have known as home for years.
She's just saying a bunch of
we
bullshit.
have each and every right to migrate, just like alongside other people.
Yeah. What do you say to those people that say like
You're gonna migrate out? Okay.
Just be here legally. What do you say to those
I
people?
feel like that is very controversial, I want to say, also very unjust and unfair, because if things were so easy, it's actually easier said than done. And if that were the case, I feel like each and every one would be here the right way. Unfortunately, that's not the way things are.
Like it's too difficult to come here. Like
Exactly.
Like they need to make the process. They need to make the process easier to come here legally. Was you say?
Yes.
Yeah. So in the meantime, while it is very difficult, you would say that we should get rid of the borders. Like, what would be your solution to what's happening right now?
I would say no borders, no walls, you know, stop the deportations, stop separating families, because I feel that children shouldn't have to witness the fact that they should be allowed back in home and not see their parents there coming back from school.
No borders, yeah. And would you say that for the world or just for the U.S.?
I would say for the world.
For the world?
Yes.
Yeah.
So definitely ICE out of New York, ICE out of our communities, and also Free Palestine.
Like, I can't. And Free Palestine, just sneak it in there. No borders in the whole world. That's gonna work. Let's keep going.
I love your vibe. Can you tell me like
No borders. This lady wants one world government.
I just want to shut down these claims. So one of them is like, well, what if those like criminals come across the border and they do stuff like they do bad things? Like, do you see that as like as a possibility if you open the borders?
Oh, that's a difficult question. You caught me up guard with that one.
That's fine.
Yeah. So, do you mind repeating it again?
Yeah. So like if we open the borders, then we could have some bad people come across and do bad things, and then that's sort of I hear it from the other side, because I interview both sides, and the other side says that if you open the borders, bad people can come in, and that's why we need to have borders. That's what they say.
I feel like that's definitely classifying, you know, just a group like predominantly on like a specific, I want to say like band.
What the fuck, dude? The people don't even get it, bro. Then we didn't target anyone. They said, how are we gonna find those people if they're not even here legally and we don't know who they are? How can you find them? Fuck. We're not targeting people.
Just like there's good people from, you know, different parts of the world. There's also bad people, and yeah.
That makes sense.
And we're trying to figure out who's who.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
There's plenty more to show you from this protest, but real quick, if you're already shopping online, which you probably are because everybody is, if you're not using Coopert though, your lease and apply savings at now here's what you earn. You're getting paid so you never miss a deal. 10 via PayPal as well every time. Now here's the 1,000 stores from Amazon to Best is. If you're not using Coopert though, you install and it's totally free and works in the background so you never miss a deal again.
Can I interview you about your sign? No? Oh, I just was wondering what it meant.
Well, I wrote "You're next" because it starts with the people that are illegal, air quotes, and then it goes to everyone else, because in a fascist country, there's no one safe.
So they're gonna start with people who are here illegally, then they're gonna go with people who are here legally, and then, like, you think they're gonna go out? Who would they go after that? Everybody?
Everybody, yeah.
Jews, Christians, everyone?
Exactly. Every other minority is not safe in this country.
Understood. Thank you.
You hear this a lot. They're going to come for illegal immigrants, then they're going to come for Jews, Christians, and everybody else. I think the part that's missing is that he's been president before and hasn't done that.
How old was your wife when you met her? How old was your wife when you met her? Take your diaper off, I can hear you. No question. How old was your wife when you met her?
You're being nice and it's a new question.
Now can you understand me, you pedophile?
Why did you say he's a pedophile? I'm just pressed.
All you have to do is kids in cages. Your government kills children. That's what the IDF does. They just kids in cages. Bombs, everything. Everything bad, bro. Not you.
Is there a specific incident that they did that? The IDF, like a child or something?
Every day, man.
So when you ask these people like to come up with an example, they never can. Somehow this protest became about Palestine, as it does. This is an anti-ICE protest, and about 80% of the flags were Palestinian flags. They were all covering their face with the same keffiyeh, which is universally understood as just a hatred toward Jews. So I saw this guy that was yelling at the protesters, so I figured he would be an interesting person to talk to. So here's my conversation with him. It actually goes into who's going to be running for mayor in New York City. It's all very interesting, so enjoy.
Well, how are they? You see what's going on in California? That's terrorist acts right there. They're attacking Jews. That's not right. Anti-Semitism is real here in New York, and elected officials are doing nothing. They're actually there. Zohran Mamdani is running for mayor.
Is he here?
I don't know if he is. He'll probably show up.
Yeah.
But he calls for BDS. He supports BDS. That's anti-Semitic. His father is calling for. Yes, that's anti-Semitic. His father is calling for the state of Israel to not exist.
His father, Madani's father?
Yes.
Okay.
Mahmoud Mamdani, he's a professor in Columbia University.
And are you Jewish?
I am not. I'm Puerto Rican.
So tell me,
I'm an American citizen. I'm a native New Yorker, and the Jewish community is part of New York City.
Tell me why you feel passionate about the Jewish community.
They're no different than any other community. You cannot attack people. You cannot attack them just because they're a certain background. You can't do that. It could be easily Puerto Ricans. It could be easily Jewish. You can't do that. I know plenty of Jewish people. They're fantastic people. It's disgusting, all this anti-Semitism. They say October 7th never happened. There's people that say that Holocaust never happened. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I see you got a Trump hat on.
Yes, we support Trump.
Yeah. So what do you think that he should be doing in California right now?
What he's doing now, what he's calling in the law enforcement, he's calling in the military. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
You don't have to fear law enforcement if you don't break the law. The only people
It's not true.
NYPD, the law enforcement are the lawbreakers. That's it.
Yeah.
And if they can't stand NYPD or LAPD, it's because probably they already have felony records. They've probably already been in jail. They've been through the system. They should start making a database. They make a database of these individuals because you may not want to hire them.
Yeah, I see so many Palestinian flags as well, and I thought this was about ICE. Why is it so related? Like, why are those always together?
Because they're probably weaponizing everything. That's all it is. They're weaponizing it. Immigrants are welcome here. We say legal migration, no discrimination, justice for all. That's what we say.
So
we got immigrants in our family. I'm Puerto Rican. We got immigrants in our family. We got people from the Dominican Republic. We got people from Peru in our family. It's ridiculous to say that. The city council is full of blacks, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Asians. They weaponize all this stuff. These NGOs, the Working Family Party, they brainwashing people of color, and people need to realize that you have to think for yourself. You can't live in a bubble. New York City is not the world. New York City is not America. It's only part of it, and if they could conquer one of the biggest cities in the world, that's disturbing, you know what I mean? And the way these council members, Alex Avila's husband, threatened me on camera. These council members are radical left. I mean, they're just radical. They just hate this country. They want, Zohran Mamdani wants freeze the rent, free subway, free this. That's all socialism. That's also, socialism doesn't work anywhere. It doesn't work anywhere. It might look pretty in the beginning, but it's not. You're surrendering your rights for money. That's all it is. Freezing the rent is money. That's all it is. That's not a way to live. A life lived in fear is a life half lived. You don't do that. You could get in the face of Tom Homan. His face, he runs away. Right here, he said he was going to denounce Hamas, Hezbollah, and Sharia law. And he said he was going to do it, and he didn't do it. I stood here, and I listened for him to say it, and he didn't say it. So he's a liar. And that's why we call him a liar. We have proof that he is a liar.
So AOC has endorsed Mamdani, and that's to nobody's surprise, and the race is actually closer than you'd think, especially now. He has about a 30% chance to win, and a few of his policies include city-run grocery stores, freezing the rent, and abolishing ICE. Now, I'll obviously be doing an episode on who New Yorkers are going to be voting for very shortly, so subscribe and turn on notifications for that. But now I want to share with you some of the things that I saw during the protest that I think are really important, but were not interviews. Number one, I saw children at the protest. that to me is just nuts. I'm not a parent, but this is just not a safe environment. With the way that LA is looking, New York City can be next, and I just thought that was crazy. Number 2, the place got so packed so quickly that I watched as the police had to shut down another street totally unscheduled. Seeing the driver's face completely confused was just mind-blowing. Now, I did talk to police officers, and they weren't told about a permit or anything like that for this protest. I even asked the press team at City Hall if they knew about us permits, and they still told me I was talking to the wrong person. So if the press person at City Hall is the wrong person, I don't know who the right one is. So it's very unclear if permits are even obtained for all of these protests. Now, I watched as the surrounding area became absolutely packed with people wearing keffiyehs. They couldn't even get into the main square because it was so packed. Now, that costume, or whatever you want to call it, is a symbol of hate, and it's become the uniform for protesters regardless of the issue. Now, there's the stolen land bit. Every piece of land on Earth was taken by someone. I don't know why America is the only one expected to just apologize forever. And to all these young people who were born in America and have found it very fashionable to hate America, here's what I'll say to you and to what you're protesting. If America was so awful, why are all of these people risking their lives to get
My
here?
gosh, that's a
Why
great
are they
fucking
fighting
question.
Deportation this hard? If you hate America so much, luckily you live in a country where you are free to buy a plane ticket and leave. Now, on your screen is an episode I did with an ex-migrant shelter director who blew the whistle on all the fraud taking place inside the system, including $100,000 a month spent on Lyft rides for just one shelter. And I'll see you there.
Dude, what the fuck?
Just wanted to ask a few questions.
And I'm gonna have to ask that you either stop recording or leave.
Can I know who it belongs to?
Yeah.
You're gonna call 911 already? Yeah. Hey sir, how you doing? We're doing a story on the area. Can I ask you a question?
No.
Oh, so this is clothes for migrants.
My name is John Featherston. I'm a former migrant shelter director in Massachusetts. I helped out in a couple different sites. A year ago, I would have 10 empty rooms, but the state would still get billed $180 a night for those 10 empty rooms. It was the biggest mistake of my life. The biggest mistake of my life. The physical violence that I took, the mental torture that I took, the rapes that I saw that never got prosecuted, little girls being raped, and I would personally drive them to the police station, and the state would just cover them up. You hear some very horrific stories that either you let me pretend to be your husband or your boyfriend or your cousin or something, or I'll your kid.
É meu.
You bought this car?
Yeah, é minha. Eu vivo aqui.
Ah, tu vives aí.
Yeah.
He lives here.
Every day I would order tens of thousands of dollars worth of product from him every single day, 7 days a week.
The state doesn't own the building as far as I'm aware.
Oh, the state doesn't own it?
No, I think they rent it out.
The amount of money that we would spend on Ubers and Lyfts was well in excess of $100,000 a month.
Money?
I literally called the governor myself. I called the district attorney myself.
You believe Maura Healey should be prosecuted?
I believe Maura Healey should go to jail for the rest of her life for the crimes that she's committed, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm in Boston, Massachusetts, and this is my biggest exposed video yet. Our investigation started by driving 30 minutes outside Boston to a suburb called Marlboro. Even before arriving at the shelter, you can tell that this shelter is being deliberately hidden from the public. We see the same white tarp covering the hotel sign that we've exposed across Boston and New York. When you try to book a stay for any date at this Holiday Inn, you can't. Immediately upon walking toward the shelter, I saw what appeared to be a migrant driving a brand new car. We found out that he lives there and bought the car himself, but with what money?
With what? What do you do for work?
Well, it's mind-boggling, isn't it? this gentleman who I do not know or do not recognize, if he lives in the shelter in Marlboro, what he does is he gets free housing every day. He gets free meals every day, but he's also signed up for EBT card benefits, WIC card benefits, probably got a cell phone and a iPad computer through the Obama phone program. So he basically lives for free. All of his human necessary items are for free. And if he receives EBT card and has a family, because one of the stipulations to live in the shelter is you have to be part of a family. So he probably has two kids, let's just assume. So he's probably taking in about $3,800 a month in EBT card benefits. He's probably getting his wife or his spouse or the woman that he's living with is probably making about another $400 a month in WIC cards, women in crisis cards. The shelter, when I was there, provided free diapers, free formula, which I found that they actually ended up, because they were getting benefits, they were actually selling diapers and formula on the black market, or selling one or more of their EBT cards on the black market. So essentially, people had all of their bills paid for and were bringing in excess of $50,000 a year. So as you saw yourself, a lot of these residents, they have brand new cars. They have nicer cars than probably you and I have. And,
Dude, they have a nice. I don't even have a car.
You know, if I didn't have any bills and had $50,000 coming in, I'd be rich. You know?
I don't even have a
I had
fucking
to
car.
ask John, why are the politicians in Massachusetts?
Someone hit
doing
my
this?
car.
Why are people?
I didn't
who are
buy a new
illegally
one.
Able to
I used the
receive
check
thousands
to
of
pay
dollars
off my
in benefits
debt.
enough to buy a car, and then also give them free housing on top
Check
of that?
was not a lot of
Let's
money.
Take a listen, because it's even crazier than I ever thought.
You know, 49 other states across the United States don't do this. Massachusetts is the only state.
That's what
that is
gets me,
doing this.
dude. I don't even have a car.
What
We
I will
give
tell
these
you,
people
the
a car.
governor is misinterpreting the right to shelter law in Massachusetts. The right to shelter law came in. It was an honorable law when it was first drafted by then Governor Dukakis back in the 80s. And it was to give a pregnant woman who was in an abusive relationship a place to live in a safe, secure environment. What Governor Healy did was actively recruit at the southern border and worked with the Biden administration to send migrants to Massachusetts. Now, it's only an educated guess on my part, but Healy did this because she had ulterior motives. She wanted a job inside the Harris administration, or what she thought was going to be the Biden administration.
pull a
She had
thumbnail?
bigger things. She never wanted to be the governor. She's always had bigger aspirations, and she did it under the guise that, oh, we have to help these people. So she has enabled this to go on. I've heard some reports it's $3 billion. I will tell you it's closer to $4 billion that she has just done this under the guise of she's helping people, and she's not helping people. The migrants are set up for failure with this program, believe it or not. Even though they have all of their bills paid for, and they have, housing, they have food, none of the requirements required them to ever learn to speak English. And anytime that I had group meetings with people and said, hey, listen, it'd be in your best interest to learn English, we actually bring in English as second language teachers, and we encourage you to do. People would come up to me and say, you're a racist. You can't tell us what language we can and cannot speak. And I would try to explain, like, hey, I'm not judging you. I'm just telling you that in this country, you're going to make more money in your job if you know how to speak English.
So the migrants would tell you that you're racist for asking them to learn to speak English?
Crazy.
All the time. All the time I would get that. Any type of rule policy that we ever put in place, the race card was always pulled. And I don't know this gentleman, as I said earlier, I'm just assuming he's probably working under the table, because a lot of these people living in the shelter would work under the table. I actually would very commonly shoo away landscapers, carpenters, day labor people. They would come and just come and sweep through the parking lot at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning and try to pick people up, because a lot of the migrants learned, like, wait a minute, my EBT card benefits get cut if I have a job. In Marlboro, there is a big food processing plant real close to this migrant shelter, Ken's, and they do a lot of good work. And they tried to work with the migrant community and actually offered them jobs and stuff. And then they kind of got burned because once people were there about a month and then they realized they were losing their EBT card benefits, they all just started working under the table. Not all, but most.
You're probably wondering when John felt like he couldn't be a part of this anymore. Now, towards the end, he reveals the exact moment where he had enough, but you can already see the process beginning. Migrants are working under the table while simultaneously receiving thousands of dollars a month in benefits as well as free housing. Except that is only just the beginning. While at the shelter, I noticed cars with Lyft stickers on the back. This family, for example, I saw them getting out of their own car and then just a short while later in the back of this Lyft. You can also see the same family here in the lobby again. So migrants are wealthy enough to purchase their own cars, but they're also getting tax-funded Lyft rides?
Well, to answer your question, who's paying for it? You got a mirror? Take a look. Inside the mirror, you are.
Oh shit, that's fucked up.
It's all part of Elliott has a contract with both Uber and Lyft, and they just pay them directly. Well, you know, you saw it in even some of your video shows that everybody has a nice car, or most of them have nice cars. But when they have a doctor's appointment in Boston, or they have a immigration hearing in New Hampshire, you know, which is an hour and a half away, you think they use their own car? Nope. They say, oh, I need an Uber. I need a Lyft.
Yeah.
Dude, I need a Lyft,
so
bro.
Even though they have
Dude,
their
I
own
fucking
nice car,
walk to the
they still make
grocery
the
store, bro.
taxpayer,
This is fucking
pay.
crazy.
How much is given?
I spent an hour and a half
Uber and Lyft?
The amount of money
walking
that
to
we
the
would spend
grocery
on
store.
Ubers and Lyfts was well in excess of $100,000 a month.
Wild.
A month?
A month, yeah. So you were over one. I would say a good estimate was about $1.2 million a year, just for Ubers and Lyfts. Yep.
Before we dive into the cover-ups of major crime and millions of dollars more in benefits and getting the police called on me by the people getting rich off this crisis, I want to discuss how the migrant crisis isn't just hitting America, and it's actually even worse in Europe. Soon I'll be going there to follow the money and investigate how United States taxpayer dollars are being used overseas. However, in America last Friday, the Supreme Court allowed the Trump administration to end temporary legal protections for more than 500,000 immigrants from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. The left from CBC News says the American dream is over, while people on the right from The Blaze emphasize how it's a big win to remove over 500,000 unvetted foreign nationals that came in during the Biden administration. This is a prime example of how biased the media can be, and it's exactly why I rely on Ground News for my reporting. It's an app and website that pulls together over 50,000 news sources across the political spectrum, all in one place. It doesn't just show you the stories that are getting attention, it actually reveals what's not being talked about by the lefts and the rights. So if you're sick and tired of the mainstream media's one-sided spin and want to take back control of your news, subscribe to get 40% off their Vantage plan for unlimited access at ground.news/Friedman. The link is right there in the description below, or just scan the QR code. By subscribing, you're directly supporting this channel and our boots on the ground reporting, so we can keep these investigations going strong. And now back to the shelter. As I walked up the hill to the actual entrance of the shelter, I stopped this white car driving down and asked to speak to him. What he revealed to me shows immeasurable waste happening inside migrant shelters. Do you live here?
No.
No? Are you an Uber?
No, no speak Spanish, no. Yo hacer Uber Eats.
Uber Eats.
Yes.
Oh, Uber Eats. A non-profit that's already charging the taxpayer $42 per migrant meal is also ordering Uber Eats to the shelter. Now, we exposed Elliott Community Services, the company running this shelter, in the first episode of this series. They have a CEO named Melinda Matthews who is being paid over $400,000 a year to run these migrant shelters, and just so happens to be a donor of Governor Healy. Not only is she a donor, but John tells me that they are also known friends. If you go to Elliott's Facebook page, not a mention is made about the fact that they run these migrant shelters, and if you go to their website, all the images of their team members are wiped off the site. Now, as I continued my way around the shelter, I noticed this school bus.
That is free daycare provided to the shelter.
Wow, okay, so every day they take the kids to a daycare center?
No, they come there and provide daycare right on site there.
Oh, right on site.
The right to shelter law is actually only for women, only for females. The right to shelter law, as it's written in Massachusetts, is any of the migrants that are placed there are women who also have children. Now, a lot of times people will say that, you know, that this is my husband, this is my spouse, which is not really true. It's just somebody that they met on the way to the border, and you hear some very horrific stories that, you know, either you let me pretend to be your husband or your boyfriend or your cousin or something, or I'll kill your kid. So a lot of times,
Jim,
like,
oh my God.
the women are under distress and they're not, you know, married, you know, but, you know, a traditional marriage that you would see here in the United States. So everybody in the shelter has to have children. You either have to be pregnant or you have to have children.
Now you're starting to see that these shelters in Massachusetts are not just a place to live. In fact, they offer wraparound services for people who are here illegally. They're receiving treatment that no American could get without paying thousands of dollars out of pocket. Next up, I saw this woman on the phone who looked like she worked at the shelter. Now, while I waited for her to get off the phone, I took this video of the back of the hotel to showcase just how large this facility is. Now, the hotel was not doing well during COVID, and instead of having to just close down their business, the Holiday Inn saw an opportunity to make a fortune off the migrant crisis, charging the taxpayer close to $200 per room per night. Now, before I could ask this woman a question, she actually asked me one.
Hola. Oh, yes, I do. I have a question. I'm doing a story on the Holiday Inns in Massachusetts, and I was wondering if I could talk to you about this one. Do you work here?
Yes, I work here, but you need to go at the front desk. You cannot just do it like that. You need to go at the front desk because you're talking just behind the building.
I had no idea that I couldn't. I'm sorry.
No, you need to
do you mind if I just ask you one question while we're here?
No, you know.
Are you sure you don't want to answer? Are you curious about it?
No, I don't want to.
You don't want to know what I want to ask?
Yeah, hold on. I don't have my radio on.
Your radio? How long has this been a migrant shelter for?
I'm not responding on anything.
You want to respond?
I'm so sorry.
Is there a reason why you don't want to respond? Can I ask you what you're worried about?
In charge. There's a person in charge.
Who's in charge?
I will take you to the person in charge.
We're going to the person in charge right now, guys, of this migrant shelter. Nice lady behind me doesn't want to talk about it, so we're going to talk to someone who also doesn't want to talk about it, but might have to, so let's see.
She's actually the housekeeping manager for the shelter. Most of her staff is Brazilian staff and housekeeping staff there. You know, in Marlborough, Framingham, Massachusetts is a very strong Brazilian type neighborhoods. And, you know, and kudos to them. You know, they came, they worked 2-3 jobs, they built nice communities, they built like a lot of businesses there. And the Brazilian staff there gets very angry, like,
oh, to die for you, my bad. I was working on something on the side here, just watching random stuff. If you got a video for us to watch, definitely want to watch that.
You know, balancing
but
her staff would often get
just seeing what's going on in the world,
and
people's crazy opinions.
By her bosses and by the state. You don't talk to the media, you don't talk to the press, you don't talk to anybody. Everything is, you know, hush hush here in the shelters.
Now imagine for a moment being a housekeeper at a hotel and being told that your work is so secretive that you can't talk to the press. Now obviously the Massachusetts government is trying very hard to hide this from the taxpayer.
Very sorry to die for you.
Stuff. And I was
uploading
down
what we were talking about on video into a YouTube video.
Oh, the hotel is closed.
Yeah.
Oh, why is it closed?
I don't know. You asked.
That's weird. That's in Spanish too. That's odd. Oh wow.
The hotel is closed.
Hi.
Hotel closed to public.
I am doing a shelter. Wow, this is a nice facility. I am doing a story on Holiday Inns in the area, and I just wanted to ask a few questions.
And I'm gonna have to ask that you either stop recording or leave.
Okay. Oh, it's by Elliott Human Services.
Yeah.
This company I know. They charge $42 per meal from the taxpayer. Who are you calling? Is it someone we can talk to? Can I get on the phone with them? Hi.
Can I have your ID, please?
My ID?
Yeah, sure. Yours for the...
Yeah, I can show you my press ID. We are getting my press ID.
Hi. Okay, can I just ask you some questions about this area? What do you do for work here?
It's private property, you're trespassing.
Okay, will you keep saying that?
You're trespassing. As soon as they say you're trespassing, you have to leave or you're arrested.
Okay, well, we'll leave in a second.
Please leave. No, right now. Okay. Wow. You stop that, you're trespassing.
What's your name?
You're trespassing.
Do you want to talk where it's not private property?
The whole thing is private property.
The whole thing? You guys got the whole thing? So who does it belong to?
Trespassing.
Can I know who it belongs to?
Yeah.
You're gonna call 911 already?
Trespassing. Please leave.
But let me just say, you want to call 911? I was here for 1 minute.
Where are you?
Oh, my name is Nate Friedman.
Okay, Nate, could you please leave?
Yes, but
Where's your car?
don't you think that was quick to call 911? This is an emergency to you?
You're trespassing. You're trespassing. It's a holiday eve. You're trespassing. You came into holiday eve. You're trespassing. So you work for holiday eve?
So
you're trespassing.
Okay, you're I heard it, but what is it trespassing of? Why is it trespassing?
Private property, you were asked to leave.
Who owns it? Who owns it?
Private property that belongs to somebody.
That is, I think this is private property. I'm not sure actually.
So he's pleading the fifth on this. Hey sir, how you doing? We're doing a story on the area. Can I ask you a question?
No.
Oh, so this is clothes for migrants.
I'm not answering any questions.
You want to? I know, I heard you. I mentioned it the first 100 times I heard it. Oh, so this is nice. So we're paying for all this. I was definitely curious as to what was going on with the clothes here, since these guys' vocabulary was restricted to just 3 words. You are trespassing. I asked John about the clothes.
This hotel has 2 washers and dryers because, as I said, it was originally set up as a corporate hotel. It's right on 495. So it's a very busy businessman corridor. And there is a huge New England hockey facility down the road down there. So they used to do a lot of business on the weekends, with tourism and so forth. So there was always small laundry facilities. But as the hotel got overtaken by, migrant families, there was not enough capacity and there were fights breaking out over washers and dryers. So the state contracted this company to come in 5 days a week and do everybody's laundry. You put your laundry out by 7 o'clock, it's back by 5 o'clock, and it all comes back folded in these nice bags, and it's free, or the taxpayers of Massachusetts pay for it.
It's crazy.
You really have no bills, don't have to do laundry, don't have to clean your room, don't have to cook your family dinner. The taxpayers of Massachusetts do it all for you. Clothing allowance.
Pay it all.
I once literally had my boss tell me, I was like, well, how much do you want me to spend on new coats for, the migrants? Because we gave out, all the children got new coats, hats, gloves, and everything. I said, what's the budget on it? Well, don't worry about what the budget is, just buy what you need. So, they all got very nice coats. They all got very nice hats. They all got very nice, gloves. Anytime, you had a baby, you would get free diapers, you'd get free,
Good guy.
formula, free baby wipes, free crib, free stroller, free car seat. Everything is free. I cannot stress the word everything is free. And there was no budget, just buy it. Amazon, as good as Lyft and Uber had it, Amazon had it 10 times better.
And how's that? How did Amazon work into this?
Every day I would order tens of thousands of dollars worth of product from Amazon every single day, 7 days a week. One day I would do a huge diaper delivery, and the next day I would do a formula delivery. The next day I would buy, toothbrushes and hair dryers and combs and strollers. Anything that they needed, they got.
Anything they needed, they got. Now, after hearing that, I'm seriously considering becoming an illegal immigrant in Massachusetts. So as of right now, the security and the
Dude, I could just go fake that, bro. I could just go fake being an illegal immigrant and be in a better position than I am today. How fucked up is that? That's fucking crazy.
You can take a photo of me. Can I smile in it? Because I want to look good for the photo.
Just your license.
Doesn't even make sense.
That's a pretty vicious thing, no? You want my license plate? Oh, we're not gonna go to our car. How about that?
What are you guys worried about?
What are you so afraid of? People trespassing? Well, we've already done that apparently, so. What will you do with my license plate?
What would you do with it? We are walking out of the Holiday Inn right now. These two nice gentlemen.
Trespassed multiple times. Yeah, I don't see a car here. It's like they just walked off. Yeah, no, I'm actually right in front of them.
Do you want to smile? No? Okay.
While we walked down the hill, I remember noticing something in the lobby. There's not a whole lot of diversity. Everyone I spoke to said that they were from Haiti. I asked John why that's the case.
And the lady sitting in the green shirt that you're showing there, she's lived in the shelter since the summer of 2023. So predominantly when I was at the migrant shelter, I would tell you that it was 90% Haitian. And there's an intake center in Quincy, Mass, that would do most of the intakes. And I think it just originally started out as like, you know, there was a big flux of people from Haiti that would come from the intake shelter in Quincy, and they would then come to Marlboro. But it was part of all of Joe Biden's, you know, one app, you know, where everybody would just come to the country. I would often talk to people like, why are you, you know, you're from Haiti. Why are you here? And, you know, the media wants to make it sound like most of the residents are escaping, you know, the horrors of Haiti. It's fair to say Haiti's probably not a very nice place to live. Even the residents here will tell you
I can see that.
Haiti is not a good place to live. But they go, well, you know, I was in Chile for 10 years after the, you know, the earthquake in Haiti. And you're like, what? So you didn't leave Haiti like this year? No, I left 10 years ago.
Oh my gosh.
Then they made us work, so then we went to Brazil. And we were content in Brazil, and you find that most of the kids speak Spanish. They don't speak Haitian Creole. Excuse me, Portuguese.
Dude, that actually fucking runs deep, bro. It's crazy. The Haiti kids who flee the area after the earthquakes, they moved them to Chile. They learned Spanish, and now they're bringing them here. They were.
Because, you know, they grew up in an environment where, you know, they didn't speak Haitian Creole, they spoke Portuguese. And I'm like, well, why'd you come to America? Well, we came to America because Joe Biden told us everything was free. And when we got to the border patrol people and the intake people at the border told us, well, the best place to go is Massachusetts because it's the only right to shelter place in the country. Go to Massachusetts. So there was just a huge influx of people coming from Chile, Brazil, some people from Haiti, and it just became, and you know how it works in the world today with everybody having a computer and a cell phone. They call all their friends and go, hey, come to Massachusetts, because
come on down! Party over here!
That context explains why every Haitian I spoke to preferred to speak in Spanish. Now, the line directly from migrants saying we came here because Joe Biden told us everything was free is something that we've heard on the streets before, but a variation, never that bluntly. So it's clear millions of dollars were given to migrants. However, I became very curious about the millions of dollars that did not go to migrants. The guy that you see calling 911 on me instantly is the current director of the shelter, and on his LinkedIn, it says that he's in charge of 500 residents, and also says that he's open to work, so I guess he's assuming that this grift will be over very soon. And he was also a professor at many universities before getting this position. It's all very odd. But to the point of him being in charge of 500 residents, I didn't see close to that amount at the shelter.
How did he get into that gig?
He's charging the taxpayer for rooms not being used. That's fraud cut and dry. So wait until you hear this.
At its capacity, see, you've touched a good one here. At its capacity, I will tell you there were 550 people there. You know, 150 rooms, 4 people to a room. There were 150 people. Even a year ago, when I left there, we had probably
Dude, this is fucking
10
crazy,
vacant
bro.
rooms, and I was always calling.
Dude, bro, this is fucking insane. Like, give them a car, tell them to go, and then they go work off the books, and give them free money. And I'm an American citizen, and someone hit my. I just make that. I don't. I could go out and finance a car, but then I was thinking about this. The average person, let's say the average person makes $15 an hour, and they work 40 hours a week, and let's say they make $2,400 a month. on average, someone's gonna spend 50, 1,000, 1,200, 1,500 of that on their monthly rent. Now, thankfully, I live with my mom, who I help take care of, and she's disabled. I don't have to worry about rent, but I take care of my mom. We all live together. Even if I wanted to go out and be like a regular person and get a car payment, you're gonna spend so much. You're gonna spend like a 1/4 of your month working just to pay for the car payment and insurance. You can do exclamation point cars and see my cars. I buy and modify old cars that I do repairs on myself for fun. I was a car salesperson, and I would never recommend anyone to go out and buy a new car and go into massive amounts of debt for a way to get around transportation. Dude, I would say go get a bicycle first. Dude, see, I do have a bicycle, but my bicycle is made for doing tricks and stunts, going fast, expensive. It's not something that you just, even if you leave it locked up somewhere outside of a store, someone could come along and, you know, break the lock, steal the bike, or these thieves are so advanced that, say you wrap the lock around the frame, they'll cut the frame in half just so that they could steal all of your other parts quickly. Or if they wanted to, they'll come with the tools to disassemble the bicycle, but leave whatever's secured by the lock. So that you loop the lock through the frame of the bicycle to a fence or something. They'll start cutting the fence.
State going, hey, I've got, you know,
Because these bicycles brand new for a BMX bike. A stock factory, an OEM stock one for a high-end level is going to be $600 to $700. And then if you want to fully customize it with aftermarket parts, build it from the ground up completely from scratch, not pre-assembled, from one company, it'd be double. It'd be $1,500. Now the market is a little bit more competitive than it used to be. You could probably build a bicycle for a lot cheaper. Get a used frame from a friend. That's probably, get a used frame from your friend for $100. Get a set of wheels for $300, and that back in the day, a good set of wheels you can spend $500, $400, $450 on a good set of wheels. Same thing, another frame, a good frame, $450. That's probably the biggest part of your bike, though. Other than that, you would want to get the bars to fit your size.
Rooms, like, why aren't you sending me families?
Now I'm going on about bicycles.
To hear more healing
Trick
now,
bicycles
saying,
for
hey,
jumping
the demand
downstairs.
Is way off, and we're not, you know, the need isn't, you know, for the shelters. Then we're going to eventually start closing the shelter. Back a year ago, I would have 10 empty rooms, but the state would still get billed $180 a night for those 10 empty rooms. They would still get billed for the meals in those rooms too. So there is a tremendous amount of waste and or fraud. So I don't know if you saw the auditor's recent audit on the shelters. And I spoke to the auditor and said, hey, listen, as good as your audit was, there's a lot of meat on the bones. Taxpayers are being charged for services that they're not getting. And I can tell you just right now from the video that you showed me in the cars in the parking lot, there's not 500 people there anymore. I don't know what the exact number is, but it's not 500 anymore.
Yeah, it didn't look like it.
I think people are paying themselves very well here because this woman works at the shelter and is driving a Mercedes. Is this a migrant shelter?
Yes.
It is? Do you guys stay in the shelter? No? Or do you work for the shelter?
Yes.
Oh, okay. What do you guys do for the shelter? Can I ask?
No, actually, we do not answer that.
You can't answer that? Did somebody tell you that you can't answer?
If you want, you can go. Go inside a little bit.
Oh, I can go out. Is there somebody that I can talk to up there?
Yeah.
Oh, what's their name? Security. Now it's the migrants' turn to pull off an incredibly fraudulent scheme.
Ronald Joseph got an EBT card. And if you've delivered one EBT card, you know it's an EBT card by the envelope. The next day, Joseph Ronald got an EBT card in the same room. People were double dipping, triple dipping, getting benefits that they weren't supposed to be getting. And I would bring it to my bosses and say, hey, what are we doing about this? And my bosses would be like, it's not our problem, it's a state problem. What are you talking about? We live in the Commonwealth, you know?
That is one of the best sentences to explain the nonprofit grift. So the government gives a nonprofit a contract so that they can say, it's not our problem, it's the state's problem. And then the state can say, it's not our problem, it's Elliot's problem. Now, John brings up the audits. We looked at that audit extensively in the last video, but here's a quick recap. $10 million went to a restaurant named Spinelli's to feed migrants for 8 months. The owner of that restaurant refuses to speak to any journalist and is a donor to none other than Governor Maura Healey. And the Mercedes cab company got paid $6.8 million to drive around migrants for only 2 years. Both of those deals were no-bid contracts, meaning no other business had a chance. Elliot got paid over $34 million in taxpayer money to run just 3 shelters. If you look at Elliot's total revenue as well, which is basically just tax money because they're a nonprofit, it went from $135 million in 2021 to $220 million in 2024. They stood to gain tremendously from the migrant crisis. Now, John says that Elliot was completely unqualified to house these migrants, which is how he ended up as a supervisor at one of the shelters to try and steer them in the right direction. He says the only reason that Elliot got the contract is because Maura Healey and the CEO of Elliot's are friends. That's it. So the fraud runs very deep, and Caroline, if you're watching this, this is the type of thing that I would love to ask about if I were in the briefing room. Now, what's perhaps even worse than the fraud is the cover-up of the horrific crime that took place in this shelter. This is when John realized he couldn't be a part of this any longer.
I offered to help because, like I said, because of my ties to, elected office and the governor's office. And, I've always ventured myself as I'm not an elected official. I'm not a politician. I'm a public servant. And, I'm the president of a Rotary Club and have been for many years and been associated with, other charitable organizations over the years. And I always believe, that, you give a hand up, not a handout, and you try to help people. So I was intrigued by, hey, this would be an opportunity to really do some good in the world and get people jobs, get kids in school, make a difference in the world. It was the biggest mistake of my life. The biggest mistake of my life. The physical violence that I took, the mental torture that I took, the rapes that I saw that never got prosecuted, little girls being raped, and I would personally drive them to the police station, and the state would just cover them up.
What?
The story that made national headlines, like I said earlier, is the man who impregnated his teenage daughter. That man still has not been held accountable to this day, and it's been over a year. The Marlboro police are very good, and they hate having this shelter in their community because they're there 7 days a week, 5-10 times a day. They see the insanity going on, but their job is to keep law and order, and that's what they do. And they do a very good job of, playing the middle. And
Okay. And when you say that the police was there often, for what? What was the police getting called to the shelter for?
Well, keep in mind it was more paramedics and fire department, but teaching the migrants that you don't call 911 because you have a sore throat. You don't call 911 because your baby is sneezing. You don't call 911 because you have a headache. You don't call 911 because you have a paper cut. You would get a lot of that. But there is, and keep in mind, with trauma and living in a small, people say, living in a hotel must be great. No, you're living in a small room with probably 2 kids and all of your belongings into a small room. So there is a mental health crisis inside the shelter here. So there's a lot of domestic violence inside these shelters. It's a cultural thing. A lot of Haitian men don't have a lot of respect for women, it seems like. So there's often a lot of physical violence. There's a lot of women on women violence in these shelters. So you have fights, you have arguments, you have fights with staff. The lady that you met out front there, she would call 911 because people would refuse to get out of their room because Massachusetts law says in these types of environments you have to clean the room at least twice a week. And they'd be like, no, come back. and they wouldn't leave the room, and then a fight would break out, and physical, you know, people would get punched and spit on and food thrown on them. So the police would come all the time. When I had to actually evict a couple families because of domestic violence in the shelters, they refused to leave and trashed the hotel and the lobby and their rooms. The police would come and help me, you know, get them out. You know, when I had reports of like sex trafficking, you know, they would come, you know, drug dealing, they would come, a lot of prostitution in that parking lot. So they were there all the time. I would talk to police officers, and, you know, state troopers would often come into that shelter there because it's right off 495, and they would use the restrooms. And I'd be like, hey, I know this car is not registered. I know it's not insured. What are you going to do about it? Well, if it was you, I'd arrest you. If it's them, I just let it go. Why? Well, the governor wants this, and the governor has come down and given us a mandate that, you know, we don't give the migrants a hard time, and we don't, you know, arrest them because they don't have driver's licenses.
What the fuck?
Stern talking to. So I'm like, how do you go to work every day doing that? I'm like, we hate it. We all hate it. Even the, you know, the Marlboro police, as good as they are, you know, they're under orders. Keep the peace there. Keep the peace. Keep it out of the press. So that's I just got to the point where I couldn't do it anymore. I didn't want to be part of it anymore. You know, I've always found a solution when
It seems unreal.
to do something, but this is just crazy. I literally called the governor myself. I called the district attorney myself. Not friends with either one of them, but have professional relationships with both of them, and said, hey, listen, you've got serial rapists in these shelters. What are you going to do about it? Well, when the phone don't ring, it was both of them. They didn't do anything about it. And, you know, where do you see the legacy media exposing this in Boston? You don't see these stories by the local media. You only see them by the national media. And guys like you know, doing the real journalism.
You believe Maura Healey should be prosecuted?
I believe Maura Healey should go to jail for the rest of her life for the crimes that she's committed, yes.
Okay.
The governor's first priority is to protect the people. And the governor's first priority with that is to protect the vulnerable. And you and I can maybe disagree, like, are the migrants supposed to be in Massachusetts? I would tell you that, you know, get rid of the right to shelter law, make it a residency type thing, so you probably shouldn't provide services. But once they came to Massachusetts, because she invited them, she was responsible for them. She's covered up rapes, she's covered up crime, she's covered up sex trafficking, she's covered up drug dealing. That, we're not even talking about the financial piece where she's, you know, she's raped the taxpayers on all of this as well, too, you know?
John even shared the police reports with me, and it's clear that these cases have been covered up. Vladimir Rodzin, for example, raped 2 minors in the shelter, and John himself delivered them to another shelter in Worcester. Now, John's sources inside the system say that Rodzin never served any time or was deported. It begs the question, when we hear Massachusetts politicians like Mayor Wu or Healey say that crime is down, is that because crime is just being covered up? The fact that ICE was able to find so many illegal immigrants with past criminal convictions is almost evidence that this was clearly a massive cover-up. They just arrested 1,400 illegals in Massachusetts under the codename Patriot, one of the largest operations in ICE history, and 790 of the 1,400 illegals had prior criminal convictions. Now, I spent a lot of time in downtown Boston. I also grew up in downtown Boston. One of the things I noticed was that in this main area of downtown Crossing, almost every shop there is out of business. Money is being spent on migrants and then pocketed, and very little of it is actually going to the actual tax-paying Americans in Massachusetts. You can see firsthand that businesses don't want to invest in Boston. Now, back at the shelter, I saw an unmarked car drive up, and let's see what happens.
I'm an independent journalist, and I cover. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's a Zeus necklace. So I cover migrant shelters in the area, and these guys just instantly called the police. And I asked why, and they said you're trespassing. So I didn't know it was private property.
Oh yeah, it is private.
So, do you know who owns it?
Whoever owns the building.
Because it's the Holiday Inn is closed. It's for migrants, but
the state doesn't own the building as far as I'm aware.
The state doesn't own it?
No, I think they rent it out.
They rent it out?
As far as I'm aware.
Do you know who? Because it would be nice to know who, because they instantly said we were trespassing, these nice gentlemen.
Because this is private property.
Okay, but we just wanted to learn more from the policeman who come.
I'm not sure who the owner is.
So I later found out that Intercontinental Hotels Group, a British hospitality company, is the brand owner. Now, each Holiday Inn is owned by a different company. The Holiday Inn in Marlborough, the one that we're outside right now, is owned by AWH Partners, which is a New York-based real estate investment firm. Now, you'll notice something very interesting here. AWH in their portfolio say that Spire Hospitality owns and runs it. Now, Spire Hospitality is a hotel management company that's responsible for the day-to-day operations for many of their hotels, especially this one in Holiday Inn in Marlborough. Now, there's no mention of Elliott Community Human Services and this becoming a migrant shelter anywhere near their website. So now John reveals some insight on the shelter being quote-unquote private property. You'll see that it was not just the crime and the money they were trying to cover up, they were trying to cover up everything. Now, it's very likely that without this video, you wouldn't even know about this place existing, and that's just the way they wanted it.
Governor Healy has done a really good job of making these places like almost the public doesn't know they exist because they don't allow the media, they don't allow the general public in them. But this is government subsidized housing. There's no other way to describe it. Your taxpayers, the taxpayers are paying for everything that goes inside these four walls. So it's not private property. It's not, open, it should not be open to the public because the public's paying for it. That would almost be like you going to your local town hall and saying, you can't be in here because we don't want you to know what goes on inside these four walls. It's the exact same thing. It would be almost as ludicrous to say, you can't go to your kids.
It should be audited like First Amendment auditors, bro. Because if our tax dollars are paying for it, then people should be able to go inside and make sure it's being done properly. I didn't even fucking think about that.
What goes inside your kid's school, because it's that's paid with government taxpayer dollars. Your town hall's paid for with government taxpayer dollars. It's crazy. Healy knows that this is wrong. She knows it's corrupt, and that's why she doesn't want people to know about it.
Healy wants this place a secret, that much is clear. But I got curious, how did this place even become a migrant shelter without, people wondering what's going on here? Now, one of the things I first noticed when I walked in was just how nice the facility was. So was it remodeled for migrants? How did it even become a shelter? Take a listen.
When it first became a migrant shelter, now keep in mind, in the summer of 2023, this became a migrant shelter where we probably placed 15 families. The hotel has, I want to say, 150 rooms. So originally it was like 15 families, so like 10% of the hotel was housing migrants. But as you saw, so many people came that eventually they stopped taking the general public, and it all became 100% a migrant shelter. And to your point, back in the summer of 2023, it was a very nice facility. It had been recently remodeled, and it was a nice, family motel. It wasn't, the Park Plaza or anything, but it was a very, very nice hotel. The damage that's been sustained to this building, though, like in the rooms and in if you go down that hallway, that's where the lunchroom is and everything. That's all going to either have to be destroyed or replaced.
So unlike New York, they actually made it a very gradual process so as to not alarm the taxpayers at all.
When I was the migrant shelter director, we were, as you see the signs, the hotel posts the signs outside. The hotel's closed to the public, the hotel's closed to the public, nobody can come in. I would talk to people in the lobby right there. I wouldn't let them go, of course, to a room or anything like that, but I would engage conversation in civility and try to tell people, hey, listen, people live here, I can't let you, go into their rooms and stuff, but, if you want to have a conversation in the front lobby, I would do that. The fact that they're this defensive a year after this has become like a national story because a man, impregnated his own daughter in this shelter, it's quite obviously they got something to hide. I can't tell you, Nate, how many times I had homeless veterans, senior citizen grandmothers or older ladies going, I know this is a migrant shelter, but I just need a place to sleep for tonight. What can I do? Sorry, we can't go, we can't house you here. We've lost our way. We've lost our way. We're not taking care of veterans. We're not taking care of low-income seniors, but we're giving everything free to migrants. Once again, I don't blame the migrants. I blame, Governor Healy for all of it. but we've really lost our core value here in the United States when we do stuff like that. Our job has always been to take care of our own first, and we don't do that anymore.
I asked John what would be the most important thing for him to share with you, and he said this.
My call to action to anybody watching this is you need to call your local police, your local boards of selectmen, your city councils, your mayors, and go, what is going on here? How is this impacting my tax dollars? How is this impacting my public safety? How is this impacting my child's education? Because all of those are being impacted. Because, you know, you're putting, you know, people who don't speak English into your kid's third grade class. Your kid might not be getting the attention. Like, I struggled in school, you know, and wasn't that smart. I needed a little bit of extra attention. But if I was in a classroom that had 5 migrants dropped into it, would I have gotten that extra attention then? Because the teacher, you know, teachers do great work, but they're not miracle workers. They can't do it all. That police officer coming to ask you to leave the property yesterday, what if there was a break-in right down the street and you couldn't respond to that because he's at the migrant shelter again? You know, is that police officer on overtime because there's so many calls to the shelter that, you know, that they have to schedule overtime? There are residual impacts. If your community has a migrant shelter in it, there are huge impacts that are going to be felt in your next year's budget and the budgets going forward, because there's going to be cuts to be made because of these migrant shelters. People need to know what's going on. And if you live in Massachusetts, you don't know what's going on because the legacy media is quite obviously afraid of the governor. The governor has told them, don't report on this. I've had international news companies call me. I've had major news companies, you know, and it's not all right-wing companies either, reach out to me and say, hey, what's going on in Massachusetts? Never once has a Boston TV station called me and said, what's going on there? Not even for a statement. I'm not even talking about a full-length story. I'm just talking about a statement. So the public doesn't know what's going on in their own backyard, and it's all being controlled by the government. Your kid only gets one shot in an education.
Yeah.
Your property value can be destroyed by having a migrant shelter in your community. And the bigger crisis, Nate, that I think a lot of people don't understand, and they're probably going, look, John's maybe overthinking this, but I'm not. I've been a housing commissioner in Massachusetts for 15 years. The biggest crisis in Massachusetts the last 10 years has been the housing crisis. There was no housing available before this happened. Now that this has happened, and you've brought, and I mean no disrespect, an unskilled workforce who's not interested in learning the language, at best is going to be making minimum wage or a little bit more going forward. Massachusetts is probably the second most expensive state to live in. When home base runs out, when the subsidies run out, the free stuff runs out, how are these people going to be able to pay their rents? They won't be able to pay their rents. You're going to have a huge eviction problem 2-3 years down the line when all the free stuff runs out. Then what's going to happen?
John, thank you so much for coming on. This means a lot to us. Thank you.
Well, Nate, I think, I've got to compliment you, because if there weren't people like you and the good work that you do, people wouldn't know what's going on. So keep up the good work, and, we appreciate it.
Now, there is no doubting the waste, fraud, and abuse that has taken place here in Massachusetts. $100,000 a month for free lifts for illegal immigrants in just one shelter. Shelters charging the taxpayer for rooms they aren't using, cover-ups of major horrific crime, and so much more. They say they'll close all the migrant shelters by the summertime. So where will they go next? Subscribe and turn on notifications to find that out. And I will continue digging into the waste, fraud, and abuse, not just in Massachusetts and New York, but across the entire country. If you've personally seen waste, fraud, or abuse where you live, send me an email or DM me on Instagram. I will seriously consider going there. Now, on the left is a video that is part 1 of this series of who got rich during the migrant crisis, and on the right is a video we did exposing who got rich off the homeless crisis in New York City. Whichever episode you choose, I'll see you.
That's actually kind of interesting.
This is my biggest exposed video yet. A Dominican national was caught caught with an AR-15 and 400 grams of fentanyl inside a migrant shelter
Very
in
good.
Boston. So I went to that hotel, and I saw the worst abuse of your tax dollars that I've ever witnessed. And this was not an isolated incident. Just last month, ICE arrested 370 illegal immigrants in a Boston raid. 205 had serious criminal convictions, including a Chilean national with 4 counts of assault and battery on a child under 14. ICE knew exactly where to find these criminals, so why were they allowed to stay? The answer lies in who is profiting. After hundreds of hours of digging and getting the police called on me by the people making the money, I'll be exposing who got rich off the migrant crisis in Boston. Welcome back to the Nate Friedman Show. First things first, we need to see if after the incident, if this hotel is still a migrant shelter or if they closed it down. Right as I walked toward the
Same
hotel,
place?
security came out.
Got a quick question for you. I'm a YouTuber that goes around and I review hotels. Is it possible to stay the night here?
It's a shelter.
Oh, it's a shelter? How long has it been a shelter? Because I when I tried to book a night, it said it like I couldn't. Like how long?
Can't.
Okay, how long has it been a shelter for?
I have no idea.
How long have you been working here?
A lot of questions.
I know, but I'm a
Yeah,
citizen.
but I really don't want to answer.
Okay. Is there somebody in there that would want to talk?
No. It's a shelter.
I know, but as a tax-paying American, you know, I want to know.
Yeah, but you don't have to know.
I don't have a right to know.
You don't come in with the cameras and you.
I can. It's my right.
But they have a right not to talk.
Yeah. So
And I have a right not to talk.
Absolutely. So absolutely. So I'm just gonna go in there and see if someone wants to talk.
There's nobody there.
Well, who's taking care of the migrants then?
Excuse me?
Who's taking care of the migrants then?
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
When I'm done with my cigarette, then you can go in there. But there's nothing he'll say. How's that sound?
It's worth a shot.
Before walking in, I have to say maybe if they put this sign up before, we could have avoided all this crime. No weapons and no drugs allowed inside. I can't believe someone didn't think of that before. You'll also see signs translating very simple phrases in Spanish and Haitian Creole. You can see this kid walking out with his mother while holding car keys. Now, we were told that migrants were really struggling while living in these shelters. Well, then how do they have a car? We will get to that.
How you guys doing?
Dude, I'm struggling. I don't have a car. Donate.
Yeah. So, I just kind of. What? Okay. Okay.
Stop recording.
Sure.
Stop recording.
Yeah. Recording? Yeah, stop recording. Hi, everyone. I'm Nate. Nice to meet you. Just a YouTube journalist.
Oh, hi.
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about
No, I'm sorry. I can't answer any questions.
Do you have instructions from someone to not answer questions? Or you just...
I'd rather not answer questions. Yeah.
Okay.
If you guys could just leave, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So do you want to say if anyone gave instructions to say nothing, or it's your decision?
No, yeah, it's my decision.
Okay. You weren't instructed or anything?
Yeah, I really just don't want to talk.
Okay. All right. Thanks, man.
There's a migrant sitting in the lounge area of a hotel on a Friday morning, paid for by you. What if I told you he's also getting 3 meals a day that's costing you $42 per meal? This is where the fraud comes.
That's the crazy part.
The government did a contract with this hotel managed by a non-profit named Elliott Community Human Services. In the contract, it states that Elliott is paid $128 per day per person for the contracted 3 meals. That's a little over $42 per meal. This is a picture of one of the meals. That doesn't look like a Michelin star meal. It looks a lot more like serious fraud that Doge and the DOJ should look into.
Disgusting.
The contract states that $12.5 million was given to provide 90,000 meals to migrants in just 1 year. So who is doing the stealing? Could it be Melinda Matthews? She's earning $417,000 a year managing the nonprofit Elliott Community Human Services. Just because something is called a nonprofit doesn't mean that someone isn't getting rich. Matthews also became a donor of Maura Healey, the governor of Massachusetts. Massachusetts is expected to spend more than $1 billion on the migrant crisis this fiscal year. The reason why security and everybody is being so cagey is because people are profiting off that $1 billion, and they don't want to lose their jobs. Now, normally when you're the CEO of a nonprofit, you want your work talked about. Yet this is Melinda's LinkedIn. No photo. No posts. If you try and find this woman, it's pretty much impossible. On their website, there's no photos of the leadership team. Odd. Look at their tax filings. They spend $143 million on compensation alone. Of their $219 million in total revenue, $156 million came from the government. For other professional fees, they put $6.5 million. Now that amount of money should 100% be broken down, especially as a tax-funded nonprofit. And nowhere on their 990 form do they list anything about migrant shelter spending. We know that they were paid at least $34 million to run 3 shelters, but we practically know nothing about the spending. But after that $157 million in government funding in just 1 year, this migrant shelter running nonprofit has over 132 employees making over $100,000. It seems like they're working there not just for their love of humanity. In fact, you've had staffers inside Elliott Community Services blow the whistle on the crime that's taking place inside their shelters. Like for instance, when a father who R-ed and impregnated his own 14-year-old daughter. Then the state gave the father a tax-funded ride to another shelter. Why wasn't this monster reported to the police right away? Why did it take 8 months later for him to get arrested? All of this, everything, is being kept so secretive from you, and quite poetically even, they just tear down the signs of these hotels so you don't look twice at what's going on. I discovered that same strategy in New York. Now this specific Quality Inn had been closed for years because they weren't good enough. Then the government comes along and bails them out and keeps their empty hotel at maximum occupancy for years. Now the contracts with the hotels and the NGOs are not disclosed. Instead, the only thing a taxpayer can see is the contract that the NGO got with the government, but never exactly how much the actual hotel is getting. Even further, I looked at all of Choice Hotels' tax documents, the parent company of Quality Inn, and there's no mention of anything related to migrant shelters, emergency shelters, migrants, asylum seekers, refugees, government housing programs, non-profit organizations. I'm running out of fingers. You get the idea. No mention of any of this happening. As I walked outside the hotel, I saw a woman with a clipboard walking toward the front entrance.
Hi, do you mind if I just ask you a quick question about this place? Is that okay?
Not really, because I'm here on a professional matter.
Oh.
And I'm not authorized to speak to anyone from the press. I'm sorry.
Are you with the government?
I can't say anything. I'm sorry. I'm just not authorized to.
Okay, thank you.
Then this car just pulls up.
Authorize
right to
these
me.
nuts.
How you doing? You can smile. It's okay. It's allowed. Hi. Hi. Was that? Yes, we are actually. Are you working with the shelter at all?
Yes, but I need to know who are you guys looking for?
Oh yes.
Because we do not allow cameras here. I am the site director here.
Oh, you're the site director.
Yes.
Okay, that's amazing. I would love to talk.
No,
What? Well, what does a site director do? Can you explain? Do you want to say what a site director does? No? Okay. Bye-bye.
Just another person being paid to keep this place quiet. Shortly after my conversation with the site director, security came out and asked me to leave the parking lot. Now, why is he being so pushy about kicking an American citizen out of a parking lot? Maybe it's because his job is cushier than you might think. Like at another Massachusetts migrant shelter in Taunton, where the budget for the security is $100,000 a month. As I was about to leave the shelter to our next location,
how many people do they have?
Migrants getting in and out of cars all the time. Sometimes they would drive and other times they would just get in the back seat. I did see many of the cars have Lyft or Uber on it, and that's because migrants get free Ubers and Lyfts to schools, grocery stores, doctor's appointments, hospitals, and job interviews. However, that doesn't explain how they're getting into their own cars. Upon my research, it seems like they're able to afford their cars on their own. I didn't see any deal about loaning cars to migrants, course, if nonprofits are doing that, they're covering their tracks extraordinarily well. Since July of 2023, illegals can actually get a driving license in Boston and in New York. Now, not every car that pulled up was an Uber or Lyft, and this could easily be a deal similar to the $6.8 million deal a Cape Cod cab company got to provide free transportation for migrants. The craziest part about that deal is that it was a no-bid contract. They slid this so fast under the rug that most people didn't even see it. Now, like you, I of course wanted to know who owns that company. He actually owns several other transportation companies, and his name is Raphael Richter. It's a shocker that he is a board member of the Community Development Partnership, an NGO that supports affordable housing. He also made political contributions to Massachusetts State Senator Julian Sir in 2022 and 2024. The migrant crisis in Boston is covered in these no-bid deals, just like another one where a restaurant in East Boston named Spinelli's got $10 million to deliver food for 8 months to 30 different migrant shelters. The restaurant owner was an active political donor and had given Governor Healy and Governor Kim Driscoll $7,500 since 2019. Roberto, the owner, declines to speak with any journalists. I cannot imagine why. State officials justify these no-bid contracts by saying there's an urgent need to supply meals to shelters lacking kitchen facilities. Right, so the solution is to give $10 million to your political donors. There's nothing else that could be done. It's all under the guise of it's an emergency. Our next stop is a veteran shelter in Chelsea, where they've converted a huge part of it into a migrant shelter. But before we walk in, I want to tell you something important. The migrant crisis isn't just hitting America. In fact, it's a lot worse in Europe. I want to go there to follow the money and investigate how US taxpayer dollars are being used overseas to facilitate their migrant crisis. And
that's a pretty good idea.
I prepare for that kind of reporting is with Ground News. It's an app and website that compiles over 50,000 sources from around the world into one place, and it shows me how different stories are being covered or ignored by the left and the right. For example, when the Trump administration sold 1,000 gold card visas in a single day, raking in $5 billion, it got just 13% coverage on the left. The New Indian Express frames the gold card as a scheme, while Fox News emphasizes how it can be a remarkable game changer. That tells me some of the narratives I might be walking into before confronting protesters. Ground News is essential for my research, and I think you'll really enjoy using it for yourself. So to subscribe, go to ground.news/Friedman in the description box below, or scan the QR code to get started with a 40% off discount to the Vantage plan, the same one that I use. Ground News is rated 4.7 on the App Store with over 27,000 reviews. And now, back to the shelter.
You want to go to the shelter. This is the veterans home.
Okay, that's the veterans home. Got it. Okay.
I'll show you where the shelter
Yes, please. Thank you so much, ma'am. I appreciate that. The migrant shelter we're on the way to now was a veterans facility that was set to be demolished. Instead, they kept it from being demolished and changed it to a migrant shelter. The state did build a new veterans facility adjacent to the migrant shelter, but a lot of people were left wondering and concerned why migrants could stay for free and veterans had to pay $30 per day.
Hi, how you doing? I got a quick question for you. So I'm an independent journalist and I'm just doing some reporting in the area. And I was wondering if I could speak to somebody about the shelter here. Is that okay? Just a quick couple.
No.
Okay, sure. Take your time.
Hi, good morning.
Hi.
Unfortunately, we can't talk about what's going on, but you can go to our 63 if you have any questions, okay?
There's something so creepy about how she said we can't talk about what's going on.
Which building is it?
You can go to our main location, which is at Survival Center, so it's 63 6th Street in Chelsea.
63 6th Street? Okay. When you say you can't answer any questions, were you instructed to not answer any questions?
Thank you.
Okay. Enjoy my money.
Wow, that's pretty neat.
Oh, hello. Hi guys, how are you doing? Got a quick question. I'm working on an issue with this. Could I speak to you guys for a moment? Okay. Hey, sir. Got a quick question for you. So do you drive migrants to this shelter often?
I can't answer no questions like that. Sorry.
Oh, do you work for
La Cooperativa, yeah.
La Cooperativa. Oh, tell me about this company.
Huh?
Tell me about this company. No, he speaks English.
They can't answer the questions there?
They can't answer the questions. A lot of people can't answer questions, which means I'm getting to the good stuff.
Yeah.
But let me just let me just say, listen, this is a Mercedes. It's a nice car. I'm a tax-paying American. I just want to know one thing that's going on. Can you tell me one thing?
I can't.
You can't? It seems like everyone here is told not to talk about La Colaborativa. So I went to their main headquarters in the hopes that someone would chat with me. And then the craziest thing happened. The CEO just happened to be doing a press interview right outside. I translated that interview.
No
and
way.
At no point does she mention the migrant shelter that she's running just a mile down the road.
Yes, I see you were doing press. I'm also press. I heard about something going on here. This is exciting.
So we're doing a training on domestic violence and the impact of domestic violence in vulnerable communities. That's what we're doing.
Amazing. Thank you.
You guys are from?
I'm originally from Boston. Yeah. So I was wondering.
Mi mamá nació en Guatemala, por eso.
Yeah. So what does the company do exactly? It's a food pantry, right?
So no, over there is our food pantry. We do different things.
Okay.
We have a food pantry, and here we have wraparound services for every person, including citizens of the United States, documented or undocumented families that come. This is a project that we serve everyone in the community, regardless where you come from.
Sure. And that includes the migrant shelters that are in the area?
The migrant shelters?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So how does it work? So did been with the company for a couple of years?
36 years.
36?
Yes.
Oh, amazing. So how does it work? Does the government approach different contractors to see who can house the migrants? How does that work?
When it comes to immigration and the shelter, I'm not allowed to speak to it because the governor has their own media person. So if this is about interviewing me about, the shelter.
Oh, no, it's something like that. It's something like that. So wait, you said the governor?
So the governor's office has a communication office that deals with everything related to the shelter system.
Oh, okay.
I cannot speak to you if you want to know about the shelter.
So the CEO of the nonprofit that is managing the migrant shelters is not allowed to talk about it. Clearly, there's a lot to hide. Maybe starting with her cushy salary of $225,000 a year. She also has a daughter, a niece, and an employee on the city council. I bet that comes in handy. In 2023, the government gave $374,000 in American Rescue Plan funding through the Community Food Project's competitive grant program to La Colaborativa. They got another grant for workforce training programs that was $400,000 split between two different nonprofits. Now, guess who was on the advisory board of the American Rescue Plan Act? Gladys Vega, the CEO of La Colaborativa. Seems like a minor conflict of interest. Now, the government also issued $9 million in government grants to La Colaborativa in 2023, which is 58% of their revenue. This idea of our money going toward an NGO that spends a large portion of their time collecting more money from the government is really quite odd. You take this image, for example. We effectively paid for this photo op with a congresswoman giving La Colaborativa $300,000. So they get $9 million, and what do they spend it on? Look at these elaborate award shows they have. Do you recognize who's on stage? Now, it can easily cost at least $10,000 to shoot any one of these commercials that you see covering their website. And what about paid activism? This is the CEO demanding justice for public housing tenants. This is the CEO campaigning for a state rep. And her director of emergency assistance, who is also on the Chelsea City Council, is seen here at a protest. Now, were government funds allocated for her to block the road and shout in that megaphone? Here she is again outside the State House advocating for more rent control. That's not authentic protesting because a big part of La Colaborativa is providing eviction assistance for their residents. But if you walked by the State House, you might think, oh wow, these people are just really passionate about rent control. So here I am about to interview someone who was just walking by, and the CEO rushes out to stop the interview.
You can also go over there in the little corner over there, because there's more people than
I got a quick question for you.
Yes, my love. Yes, tell me.
My love, yes. So this woman right here has nothing to do with your organization. And I just talked to her on the sidewalk, and you came out to prevent that interview.
No. So I just don't know who you are. You grab me over there. If you introduce yourself and you tell me I'm a student, I'm doing a story, then I really appreciate it. You have to understand that I have had people come to La Colaborativa
into services a la colaborativa, and the people that come from the food pantry, I have had situations, and you can read about it in the newspaper, where our community members have been chased or have been harassed, and because you didn't introduce yourself, and I don't know who you are, if you're a student who wants to do journalism or who's doing, I can line up.
So she went on for a while and told me that she can line up people to speak to me, and that the only reason she stopped the interview was because I didn't introduce myself.
My name is Nate Friedman. Could you bring somebody out that could talk about the migrant hotels that you guys are facilitating?
Okay, so once again, on the hotel, is not a conversation that I can have just because.
So how do you feel after 36 years that they don't let you talk about something? You've been there for 36 years and they're not letting you talk.
They basically, part of the conversation is part of what we've been told is that they have a communication, and that we are there to serve. We were not hired to talk to the media. We were basically assigned to help the families, and let me tell you, it's not longer a migrant shelter. So that is no longer the case. The shelter is no longer a migrant. It's a shelter for the residents of the Commonwealth, including citizens. If you were to see the
residents of the Commonwealth. So I just went up the block. So you're telling me that all the people that are in that shelter are citizens?
Not all of them. A combination.
Okay.
That's a
so it is a migrant shelter.
No, it's not a migrant shelter. It's not just a migrant shelter.
Sure.
So no, it's not just
part
a migrant.
of it though.
There's people that were newcomers. There's other migrants that became unhoused, and then they seek, but they go through their selection process. But for your information, if you were to ask me that probably 9 months ago, if it's totally a migrant back then, it would have been completely a majority immigrant shelter. And many of them were newcomers. Right now we have citizens, we have a combination of many different families that are there.
And how long is that shelter going to be open for?
We have no idea yet.
The CEO says I need to speak to the governor's office. She has no idea when the migrant shelter she runs will be closed. Then why did state officials say that the shelter, La Casita, would only be open for 6 to 12 months? Yet the shelter opened in April of 2024. I feel like the CEO would know if the shelter is going to be closing within the next 2 weeks. She told me that the food pantry was for everyone, so I went over there to see if I could get some answers. Within about 30 seconds, someone wearing a La Colaborativa jacket demands I stop recording.
Private property, you need to get out for the police. Thank you. I don't need to have a conversation. You need to go outside.
Okay, let me tell you something. Let me ask you one question, okay? I just spoke to the person who's worked here for 36 years.
Yes.
Hold on. Can I finish my question?
No,
I can't finish my question.
No, you need to go outside.
So this is the executive vice president. Does this look like behavior of someone with nothing to hide? She earns $222,000 per year, and I guess part of her job description is to kick out independent journalists who are just filming the area. I also, at this point, hadn't actually asked anyone a question at the food pantry.
You guys need to go over there. This is private property.
She said that anyone can come here and get food.
Yes,
documented.
Harassing all members by
who did I harass?
The people that come here need to be served in an.
Who did I harass?
I'm not talking to you. The people that come here needs to be served in a dignified way, not being videotaped. You need to go over there. It's my property. Go outside. Thank you.
You own this?
We don't own it. We lease it. So thank you so much. Outside. We lease it. You don't need to know that. You can. It's a private.
Okay, so you're not the owner.
So we lease it. We lease it. Once again, we lease it.
You can't cover a camera. You're harassing me now.
No, I'm harassing in property. So go outside. Thank you so much.
So here I am waiting for the cops to show up after filming a food pantry for 30 seconds.
Officer, these two people trespass. Officer, these two people trespass of food pantry. Just make sure that they need to understand this is private property. Thank you. He cannot be in here. Harassing our members getting.
I wasn't harassing. What harassment was I doing?
I did want to ask, what's the harassment?
Huh?
What was the harassment?
He was videotaping inside our private property. So yes, he cannot do that. He can do that outside, as I suggest.
So he's an independent journalist.
Okay.
He wanted to come inside, ask a couple questions, ask people things. She's saying he was harassed. She's saying that he was harassing them. and that they're trespassing.
It's open to the public, I believe. It's not private property. He has every right to record.
No, this is private property.
This is who owns it?
We have a lease.
You have a lease? Okay. I didn't know who owns this stuff, but he has a right. He's not too close to me, if you don't mind. Thank you.
La colaborativa has a lease.
Okay. So, well, actually, if it's private property, but he can film from out here.
Absolutely.
And if anybody wants to answer his questions, he's more than film. Is that good with you?
Yeah.
Okay.
We are going to get some answers of how La Colaborativa
Good guy, I
has
guess. He
private
passes.
property under a bridge. Now, that is extremely rare in the United States because bridges are almost all owned by the government. So they actually did get this area under the bridge as private property. On a technicality, they got it as private parking. Although, with the exception of this Mercedes, I don't see too many other cars here. The lease for La Colaborativa is 28 pages long. Now, one section of one page refers to the parking lot. The lease exempts La Colaborativa from standard procurement laws. They didn't have to go through public bidding or any standard competitive process usually required for state property leases. There also is no mention of how much La Colaborativa is paying to lease this space. The lease also only refers to them owning a portion of the parking lot. So, is it right for taxpayer money to be given to a nonprofit in this secretive of a manner? Given this shady lease, it's pretty convenient that the president of the board at La Colaborativa is a detective at the Chelsea Police Department. There's obviously a lot being hidden from us, and I think we're still at the tip of the iceberg. The biggest grant to La Colaborativa was $5 million from Atrius Health Equity Foundation, which is a subsidiary of a for-profit company called Optum. And who owns Optum? United Healthcare, the biggest health insurance company in the United States. Why would a health insurance conglomerate pump money into a nonprofit that houses illegal immigrants? Now, could it be to gain access to a database of millions of people who are here illegally? There's clearly very big companies that are wrapped up in this, and my investigation into these NGOs will continue. If you'd like to help me, please email me at nate@natefriedmanshow.com. Now, I'd like to leave you with a few things that have been on my mind consistently while working on this video. Every city council member in Boston, every congressman, the governor, and the senators in Massachusetts are all Democrat. There's nobody to push back on any of this. Boston says they want diversity, just not diversity in ideas. Look, every person we spoke to dodged basic questions. Why does everything need to be so hidden from the people that are paying to facilitate it? You or I can't look up any of the forms of how much money is specifically going to migrants within these NGOs. There are very few exceptions. There are practically no line items in the contracts that detail where our money is going. I also think that no-bid contracts should not be a thing. That builds very little trust with the American people. Overall, there is a huge lack of transparency as to where our tax money actually goes that gets funneled into these NGOs. So a question I have for you is, should government-funded NGOs exist? Thank you for watching this special episode of The Nate Friedman Show. Definitely, guys, check out Ground News. Not only is it a great way to stay informed, but it truly supports the channel tremendously. An episode where I went to interview elite IDF soldiers on what they've seen in Gaza and Lebanon is on your screen right now.
They're saying China is behind the riots.
Or is it? And what's the
I can get behind this
LA
actually.
and the CCP?
Let them cook.
That and more on this week's China News Headlines. Welcome to China Uncensored. I'm Shelley Zhang, filling in for Chris Chappell, who's fulfilling his lifelong dream of freediving the Mariana Trench. This episode is sponsored
real?
by Incogni. You probably know that companies are collecting your personal data, but you may not realize just how many. Dozens, probably hundreds, most of which you've never heard of, and you have no idea what they're doing with it. Incogni helps stop them. I'll explain more at the end.
Guy actually diving in the trench? Why would they say that?
Donald Trump has announced that
Makes me think
trade
it's
deal
a
with
joke.
China is done. According to Trump, full magnets and rare earth minerals will be supplied up front by China, while Chinese nationals will be able to attend U.S. colleges. On top of that, U.S. exports to China will be subject to a 10% tariff, while Chinese exports to the U.S. will have a 55% tariff. Of course, the Post also says that the deal is subject to final approval by both Trump and Chinese leader Xi Jinping. And since the Chinese Communist Party always lies and goes back on deals, and Trump changes his mind very quickly, who knows if this will even move past the final approval stage. Although, technically, we haven't even moved past the first approval stage. According to Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, this deal is actually more of a handshake for a framework for a deal. And as we know, there's nothing the CCP loves more than dragging out negotiations to their own advantage, what the New York Times is calling the art of the stall. It's exactly what they did to the first Trump administration. Has Trump wised up to the CCP? I guess we'll have to see. At this rate, a trade deal between Xi and Trump that actually sticks is the one thing that we're gonna get after GTA 6. Hey, remember last September when Linda Sun, a former top aide to New York Governor Kathy Hochul, was arrested and accused of acting as a Chinese Communist Party agent? Now, another former top Hochul aide's unearthed family connections to the CCP are raising alarm bells. What was Hochul's background check, making them pinky swear they aren't loyal to the CCP? This time, the aide in question is Elaine Fan, or Fan Xiaojiang, who served as Hochul's Director of Asian Affairs between October 2021 and November 2023. Fan comes from a long line of CCP propagandists. Her father and grandfather both held high-ranking positions at the state-run Xinhua News Agency and government positions in charge of things like information, education, and propaganda. Her three uncles also held important positions in the CCP. I assume she left all that off her resume. Man, it's like no one respects the sanctity of a pinky swear anymore. But it's not just Fan's family causing suspicion, it's also her actions. Things like actively participating in events and activities hosted by the Chinese Consulate General in New York and various Chinese United Front groups since 2019. United Front groups are how the CCP uses community organizations to advance their own agenda. Currently, Fan is serving as Chief of Staff for Democrat Scott Stringer's campaign for mayor of New York City. Now, none of this proves that Fan's working on behalf of the CCP. She hasn't been accused of being a foreign agent, unlike Linda Sun. But U.S. politicians should do a better job of understanding how the CCP works through United Front groups, or else they'll find themselves in trouble, like Senator Chuck Schumer and New York City Mayor Eric Adams did back in 2023.
5 months after the world was warned about this now closed, illegal secret police station behind me here in Chinatown, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and Mayor Eric Adams were seen rubbing elbows with the man suspected of running the so-called police station as an agent for the Chinese Communist government.
Oops.
Oops.
The U.S. says it has arrested another Chinese researcher accused of smuggling biological material. This is the second such announcement in just a week involving the University of Michigan. Congrats, U of M. You somehow topped Detroit for least appealing place to visit in Michigan. The researcher is Chen Xuanhan, a Chinese doctoral student at the College of Life Science and Technology at Huazhong University of Science and Technology, which is in the now infamous city of Wuhan. According to the FBI, between September 2024 and March 2025, Han sent 4 packages to staff members at a lab at the University of Michigan that contained concealed biological items. She said that she planned to spend a year completing a project there, but officials claim she made false statements about these shipments while being questioned by federal agents. I don't know why they'd be so touchy about someone lying about biological samples coming out of Wuhan. I've been begging for a 3rd season of Tiger King. According to the FBI, the biological material Han is accused of smuggling, sometimes hidden between pages of a book, is related to roundworms and requires a government permit. And I never thought I would see literal bookworms. The FBI also alleges that Han deleted the contents of her electronic devices 3 days before she landed in Detroit. Han says she deleted everything to start fresh while she was in the United States. I think she's taking those Pure Michigan commercials a little too seriously. And after the break, there's trouble in paradise for the No Limits partnership of China and Russia. Welcome back. According to the New York Times, a secret Russian intelligence document shows a deep suspicion of China. What? But Xi and Putin are always publicly boasting about their friendship while sharing blintzes and vodka. The document comes from a previously undisclosed secretive unit within Russia's FSB and refers to the Chinese as the enemy. The undated document, which appears from context to be from late 2023 or early 2024, warns that the CCP poses a serious threat to Russia's security and discusses CCP operations such as spying on the Ukraine war to learn more about Western weapons and to prepare for an invasion of Taiwan, espionage in the Arctic using mining companies and university research centers as cover, and recruiting spies, including among Russians married to Chinese citizens. So, a honey trap inside a Russian nesting doll. The FSB has responded by ordering surveillance of people using WeChat or other Chinese messaging apps, among other things. So could President Trump be onto something when he talks about trying to pry the Kremlin away from China through a Ukraine ceasefire? Well, that's one way of looking at it, but another is that Putin already knows about these reports, yet still seeks close ties with China anyway. I guess those Putin-Xi friendship necklaces are really worth it after all, or it's so heavy it's cutting off the blood flow to his frontal cortex. And I think everyone is aware of the anti-ICE demonstrations currently raging in American cities, some of which have descended into full-fledged rioting. Some of the rioters are holding communist or Soviet flags or shouting slogans like "Abolish police" or "Only one solution, revolution." Why did they see all that ice and assume they were in Soviet Russia? On top of that, truckloads of Uvex bionic face shields were reportedly distributed to rioters in LA. Those aren't cheap. So, who's paying for all of this? Well, we don't know for certain, although the FBI has begun an investigation. But some signs point to socialist billionaire Neville Roy Singham, who's married to Jody Evans of Code Pink. It turns out that some of these riots were advertised or organized by the Party for Socialism and Liberation, or PSL, and the People's Forum, both of which are linked to the so-called Singham network of radical left-wing organizations. It's like learning that flash mobs are carefully planned and not done in a flash at all. Nothing's really spontaneous anymore. So what does this have to do with China? Well, according to this report in the New York Times, Singham and his organizations help promote CCP propaganda or Soviet flags or these reports, yet some of which have descended into full-fledged to his frontal cortex. And I think everyone is aware of the anti-ICE demonstrations currently cutting off the blood flow to his frontal cortex.
They're saying that China is also funding the anti-ICE raids.
And I think
You gotta follow the money.
Of the anti-ICE demonstrations currently raging in American cities, some of which have descended into full-fledged rioting. Some of the rioters are holding communist or Soviet flags or shouting slogans like "Abolish police" or "Only one solution, revolution."
And we're learning that a lot of these protesters are just paid to be there. It's crazy shit.
Why did they see all that ice and assume they were in Soviet Russia? On top of that, truckloads of Uvex bionic face shields were reportedly distributed to rioters in LA. Those aren't cheap. So, who's paying for all of this? Well, we don't know for certain, although the FBI has begun an investigation. But some signs point to socialist billionaire Neville Roy Singham, who's married to Jody Evans of Code Pink. It turns out that some of these riots were advertised or organized by the Party for Socialism and Liberation, or PSL, and the People's Forum, both of which are linked to the so-called Singham network of radical left-wing organizations. It's like learning that flash mobs are carefully planned and not done in a flash at all. Nothing's really spontaneous anymore. So what does this have to do with China? Well, according to this report in the New York Times, Singham and his organizations help promote CCP propaganda around the world. And according to the Network Contagion Research Institute, Singham was once a consultant for Huawei, and he currently lives and works in Shanghai, where he shares office space with a CCP propaganda firm focused on presenting a positive image of the PRC to the global south. Because for propaganda to make the CCP seem positive there, they're gonna need a whole firm. Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna has said that the House Oversight Committee will issue a formal document request to Neville Singham regarding his funding of a communist group linked to the LA riots and the CCP.
They're gonna audit this
we'll get
guy?
more answers after that hearing. In any case, it looks like the US may be headed for another summer of unrest. Sorry, I mean love, which would obviously be good news for the CCP. Now, I've got a video to show you that you're going to love, but first, this episode is sponsored by Incogni. And like him, Incogni has been working its work brokers. Family Unlimited plan gives you that's giving out for you to get 60. And now here's a video YouTube's algorithm thinks you'll like. Who are you to disagree with the algorithm?
And it was really slick how they did that at the end there. I'll give her props for that one.
Zhang feeling.
Honestly, I can't believe that this happened tonight. This is...
I can believe it. I just watched how you were driving.
Early on January 7th, 2025, officers made their way to the scene of a car accident, one that would soon reveal itself to be far more serious than anyone expected.
Hey guys, I'll give you a hand. Is everyone okay? You trying to help them out? Yeah, I'm gonna help them out too. If you want to grab the other hand, I'll grab it. Yep. Just so no one gets hurt. No. Alright, you alright?
Yeah.
Okay. You okay?
Yes.
You guys want an ambulance?
No.
Check you out just in case?
No,
What's going on?
we were just going on a little joyride.
I was mad and I heard. I just heard. Is everybody out of the car?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was only the two of us. I lost my glasses.
Oh, okay. You guys need an ambulance or anything?
No, everybody's okay.
Here's what we could do. We can get you checked out, okay? If you guys don't want to go to the hospital, you guys can refuse, okay? 331. Can you roll an ambulance? Oh, you're late?
Took a little joyride, my dad. I got it.
Driver had failed to mention something. The driver arrived and discovered the car, that its presence became known. Till additional users on the scene were initially unaware that a second vehicle was involved. It wasn't until additional units arrived and discovered the car that its presence became known, something the driver had failed to mention.
Here. I got it. Watch his hand here too. Let's squad car.
Don't move, okay?
Doug too, all right? I don't.
Harrison 4.
Car over. Office of the Comptroller.
The way they was talking to me, I knew what time it was.
According to the arrest report, the car was going 93 miles per hour just 5 seconds before impact, slowing only slightly to 87 miles per hour at the moment of collision. While we weren't able to obtain the dash cam footage, surveillance video from a nearby gas station shows the vehicle running a red light just before striking the other car.
No one else was in any of the other vehicles that I collided with? No one else?
Over there was one.
Are they okay?
They're checking on him right now.
Okay. But they're...
We don't know. I haven't been over there, to be totally honest with you.
But they're still coherent and whatnot, right?
Yeah. They're okay over there? No, are they okay over there? Alright, so you were driving eastbound, so you were driving a little fast.
I mean, not more than 10, 15 miles over the speed limit.
No, I got you.
It was
Yeah, I would kill that kid. I don't know how those officers...
Your house?
Yeah. -2 and...
Stand with your hands. And help him out. He was... Have any issues with your nipples? There you go.
you 1,000.
They released this kid with bail.
Pyramid.
And the kid's family is rich.
I'm gonna ask you to turn around and put.
They're gonna put him in a new car. Nothing matters to this kid. And the guy died.
From you.
Will my girlfriend be able to be transported home?
We'll figure that out later, right?
The man was first
Your
found trapped in
girlfriend.
the vehicle. The fire department and officers were finally able to extract him. They had to cut off both doors on.
Officer,
1 second.
by any chance would I be able to give my dad or my lawyer a call by chance?
Not right now.
Okay.
We get you back to the station, okay? We gotta have the FD check you out first.
Thank you.
Yeah, dude, you killed someone.
I haven't had a girlfriend with one. Yeah?
Sadly, the man involved in the crash succumbed to his injuries and was pronounced deceased at the hospital 3 hours after the collision. His daughter, who was 7 years old, survived, but was left in critical condition with a fractured spine and a bruised lung. The man responsible was charged with felony reckless homicide, aggravated DUI, and DUI causing death. At a detention hearing on January 9th, 2025, prosecutors sought to keep him in custody, citing the severity of the crash and ongoing public safety concerns. However, a judge ordered his release under strict conditions, including a nightly curfew, random drug and alcohol testing, and the installation of a breath alcohol ignition interlock device. A follow-up court hearing was scheduled for January 16th to determine whether he would be allowed to drive while awaiting trial. While the outcome of that hearing has not yet been made public, given the seriousness of the charges and circumstances, it is reasonable to believe that he is not permitted to drive while awaiting trial. We will continue to provide updates on the case as they become available through community posts.
This is something you don't see people
Trump
talking
administration
about.
is halting some ICE raids. An email sent Thursday by a senior ICE official orders all agents to stop enforcement on agriculture, restaurants, and hotels. On Thursday, President Donald Trump acknowledged his immigration policy has made it difficult to replace workers taken away from farms and hotels. It also comes after a week of anti-ICE protests in Los Angeles and other cities. The move marks a major shift in Trump's mass deportation campaign.
I think that's actually
Federal
good.
Agents are raiding courthouse.
That's actually all good.
CBS News has learned the Trump administration is negotiating with the East African country of Rwanda to house illegal migrants deported out of the United States.
So America's war on illegal immigration is escalating, and those caught in the country illegally could now be deported somewhere other than where they came from if they don't leave on their own.
Oh my gosh, no way. No way. You can come from Mexico and then they can send you to Africa?
CBS News has learned the Trump administration is negotiating with the East African country of Rwanda to house illegal migrants deported out of the United States.
So America's war on illegal immigration is escalating, and those caught in the country illegally could now be deported somewhere other than where they came from if they don't leave on their own. However, judges and activists are fighting back, recently blocking deportation flights to countries in Africa like Libya, which are some of the only countries on earth willing to accept deportees who came from countries like Venezuela, which for some reason don't want their own citizens coming back, which is why the president...
No one wants you. Your home country doesn't want you. America doesn't want you. Where do you go? Where did he say it was? Libya?
Countries to countries in Africa fighting back, recently blocking deportation flights to countries in Africa like Libya, which are some of the only countries on earth willing to accept deportees who came from countries like Venezuela, which for some reason don't want their own citizens coming back, which is why the president is now offering people $1,000 if they decide to permanently leave the United States on their own.
You're gonna pay me to leave? No, I'm kidding.
One running across, northbound.
A man ran from the Florida Highway Patrol
the
after
best
being
place to
pulled
be.
over for a traffic violation. When his legal status was questioned, he took
He's
off.
talking to the cars like they can hear him.
Come on out, get out here right now. I see your hands, come on out.
Today I signed an executive order to launch the first ever self-deportation program for illegal aliens. We are making it as easy as possible for illegal aliens to leave America. Any illegal alien can simply show up at an airport and receive a free flight out of our country.
If you come to the U.S. illegally or stay here unlawfully, not only can you face deportation to your home country, of course, but now you can face deportation to a country across the Atlantic that is in deep political crisis, like the African country of Libya.
You started somewhere bad, and then you end up somewhere even worse.
The idea is simple. Pay migrants to leave instead of paying more to deport them. Arresting, detaining, and removing just one migrant can cost over $17,000. Under this new program, those who self-deport will get a stipend of up to
Can you pay me if I do it for you?
$1,000.
I'll round them up.
To all illegal aliens, book your free flight right now. We want you out of America, but if you're really good, we're going to try and help you get back in.
So apparently, those illegally in America could be deported almost anywhere if their home countries don't want them back.
Dude.
But what nobody's talking about is...
Shit, if I was in that situation and I was like, damn, they're gonna find me. If it's find me or pay me, I would take the pay me and get me out of here.
This right here reveals a major problem with the whole asylum crisis that we were told was going to be a great thing for America. But now serious doubt is being cast on that idea if some of the people who are in the United States are not allowed to return to the countries they started out from. Could it be that places like Venezuela know and possibly orchestrated the movement of criminal groups like Tren de Aragua?
That's an interesting idea. Maybe the Venezuelans, they say, bro, get the fuck out of here. We don't care where you go. Just get on out of here. Go to America. Just get out of here. We don't want you. And they said, all right, we're leaving. And then they left for America. And then they ain't taking them back.
From prisons in their home country to sanctuary cities like New York? Or could it be that in many cases, those willing to travel thousands of miles and pay smugglers to illegally enter our country may not have been upstanding citizens to begin with? Well, as you're about to see, the answers to those questions are not exactly confidence-inspiring, but There's another problem. Over the last 4 years, the U.S. has seen record levels of illegal immigration, and although ICE agents are making great progress capturing dangerous individuals like terror watch list suspects, gang members, and those with heinous criminal records, the U.S. doesn't have the resources to lock everyone up domestically, which is why deportation flights are so important and weren't controversial at all until recently. Which brings us to the real reason why there's now so much pushback against what used to be a normal part of immigration enforcement in this country. If the open borders crowd can stop these flights, it will force the Trump administration to house every single person they arrest right here, greatly increasing the cost of enforcing our borders in a way no president was ever challenged with before, including President Obama, who deported millions without so much as a peep from activists who badly want dangerous criminals to stay in our country forever, like this guy.
Get out here right now! I see your hands! Come on out!
He was caught hiding in a nearby neighborhood shed. He was previously convicted for unlawful possession of a firearm and assaulting an officer, according to Border Patrol.
Why on earth should America be obligated to house that individual or folks like him indefinitely when he's already in the country without permission and is
No
here
shot,
committing
get him out.
crimes? That's the question normal people are asking, while these activist judges and politicians do everything they can to stop anyone from getting deported. And as you're about to see, they're even willing to go to jail because they think it makes them martyrs for some humanitarian cause that doesn't actually exist, since those they're defending are gang members. And once you understand how radical these people are, it will make sense why Donald Trump's plans really shouldn't be that controversial at all. In fact, they make a lot of sense.
Newark's Mayor Russ Baraka taken into custody around 3 o'clock. He was on a tour of Delaney Hall with 3 other members of New Jersey's congressional delegation. Federal officials blocked his entry. We're told that an argument erupted, and Baraka attempted to enter through some sort of side gate. Those on scene say federal agents threw organizers to the ground. You can see him there. He's circled, trying to get through that gate and confronting a...
So before we get into President Trump's plan to send people to countries like Rwanda, it's important to understand something. The people who claim that these deportations are inhumane and wrong don't actually understand what they're advocating against, because it's recently been exposed that this ICE detention facility that these politicians protested at is nicer than the prisons most Americans get held in. And it's also come out that every single person detained by immigration authorities is eligible to self-deport and then receive $1,000 from
Yes, we talked about
for
this.
doing so to help them leave the country. And as you're about to see, there are places lined up for people in jail in America that are nicer than where a lot of Americans live.
These accommodations in Rwanda's capital, Kigali, have stood empty for months, but the government hopes that won't last much longer. After reports last week suggested Rwanda was open to taking in U.S. deported migrants, the foreign minister confirmed Monday that talks with Washington have begun.
Hold on, back up a bit. Look at this place. This is a nice place. Look at it. It says right here, an entertainer's dream, 2 bedrooms,
Move
bath
to
and a half,
Rwanda.
and there's a parking spot. And it's several floors. Look at that. And it's got a terrace. And you can get paid $1,000 right now to get on a plane and go live there. Look at this. Under a previous deal
You can
that
get
almost
paid
went
go?
through with the United Kingdom, Rwanda said that they
All
would
these people
house
protesting,
migrants for
we
up
could pay
to
them to leave.
5 years, and that people who wanted to leave on their own could have their paperwork processed in a few months and just leave. Now, a full deal hasn't been worked out with the U.S. yet, but this doesn't sound like a prison situation either.
We are working with other countries to say, we want to send you some of the most despicable human beings to your country.
What a deal with Rwanda might look like remains unclear. Media reports suggest the U.S. wants to pay the country to accept migrants and fund a program to help them integrate into Rwandan society. But Rwanda has faced criticism for human rights abuses. The UN warns that migrants sent there could be deported again to countries where their safety isn't guaranteed.
So if Rwanda's being paid to accept people and they're going to be putting them in apartments that look like this, that doesn't sound like an inhumane situation. In fact,
Dude, that
it
actually
sounds like
doesn't
a
look that
situation
bad,
might
dude.
be
That
better
looks
for
like
these
nice.
people than the reality that they're facing if they are from a country that says you can't come back if you've left. And what's crazy is you've got activists who are out there right now storming ICE facilities in the name of humanity when what they want is for people to be stuck in America. They don't want people to be deported to a country like Rwanda where they'll have their freedom. They want them to stay here as prisoners in some facility. But I guess to them being in
And then even if they're not prisoners, what unfortunately, what can people here do? Or if they're not here legally, they can't work officially, they can't buy a house.
jail in America is better than being free anywhere else in the world. That's just so bizarre. But what's not bizarre is the fact that it costs so much money to house people and detain them here in America that anything the country spends to help folks voluntarily leave on their own is a win for everybody, including the people who take these deals.
The idea is simple. Pay migrants to leave instead of paying more to deport them. Now, according to the Department of Homeland Security, arresting, detaining, and removing just one migrant can cost over $17,000. Under this new program, those who self-deport through the CBP Home app will get a stipend of up to $1,000. Once they get to their country. However, some say the...
Okay, so if it costs $17,000 to house somebody in America and they don't have their freedom, them leaving and getting paid...
Well, it costs $17,000 to find them and do the paperwork to deport them, I guess, and then actually moving them.
Agency somewhere else is just so much better. Now they can take care of themselves. They don't have to live in a jail anymore. And in many cases,
I think I'd like to go to Moldova.
Illegally came for themselves.
You go to Moldova, and then, I don't know. You like go north. I mean, you're in the you get out of there. That's all I could say. That's your closest spot to going to somewhere where you might be able to slip in somewhere else.
They don't have to live in a jail anymore. And in many cases, you've got...
Like, what would you do? I'm a refugee from Moldova. Where do I go? I'm no one with no name. Moldova. Almost every country in Europe has a refugee assistance program. I've never... I've never had an ID. What is best country for me? Germany. Will not deport you immediately. France. Netherlands. Sweden. Canada. No way. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if you like go to one of these places, then you move to Canada, and then you just visit the United States after all that? That'd be a hell of a journey. And now I'm gonna ask ChatGPT, what if I was a person? You were always a person. What if I had an Post. Crazy. So if you are like creating a new identity, just say you're coming from Moldova. No documents. Make your way to Germany. Well, authorities often suspect people who do this are hiding criminal backgrounds, so you're gonna have to be real slick. But it could be doable. And I asked ChatGPT, I told ChatGPT it was my story, it was for a story when I asked the question, so that it would answer it correctly. Sometimes it'll be like, oh, I can't do that because it violates something so-and-so, but if you tell it's for a story, it believes it.
People who illegally came to America and owe debts to cartels and smugglers. Well, this exit bonus that people are getting could be used to help them pay off whatever remaining debt they have so that they don't have to live in fear in their home countries because they were snuck into America and never paid back, the bad guys. But even if that's not the case, this totally demolishes the excuse that activists put forward that once people are here in America, they've got no hope, nowhere to return to, and nothing to go back to. If you give somebody $1,000, that's going to help them get set up pretty quick. And as we've recently discovered, this protest at this ICE facility exposed the humanity of the entire operation, because inside that jail there are signs all over the place that tell people how they can take advantage of this free flight while they're in detention. Anybody can leave these detention facilities whenever they want. And what that means is as ICE and other states take immigration enforcement seriously, there will be more people who are in a position to accept such an opportunity.
For the first time, Florida troopers have the ability to question a person's immigration status on the side of the road. That wasn't always the case.
Every day, Florida Highway Patrol troopers would interact with people that were most likely here unlawfully, and there was nothing that we could do as state law enforcement officers.
Now, FHP is the only state agency in the nation trained and acting in partnership with federal immigration agents under what is known as the 287G agreement. And Fox News is the first to see it in action.
So here's the twist that immigration enforcement has taken in America. You've got local jurisdictions like Florida right here that are ramping up their own efforts to get people who police are already interacting with in the context of criminal activity to just voluntarily deport themselves. These folks are being taken into custody, and they don't have to put up with that. However, they could just take a free flight and take $1,000 and leave on their own. And to be honest with you, the only people who aren't going to do that are going to be criminals or gang members who prefer a prison cell to freedom somewhere else. It really doesn't make sense that anybody wouldn't take such an offer. But one thing's for sure, as certain states decide to do more to help get criminals off of their streets, there are other cities like New York who are doing the opposite. And what we're going to see over the next few months is that in sanctuary cities in particular, as they resist immigration enforcement efforts, criminals will be drawn to these locations, and things here are just going to get worse.
And I'm literally near New York City. Do not attract people. Do not attract those people here.
This video from Friday night in New York's Times Square going viral. 5 suspects have since been arrested, all linked to the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua.
It's terrible.
This is not low-level crime.
It's not low-level crime. We've got a massive gang problem going on right here in New York. And here's the thing. This is the opposite of what's taking place in Florida. In Florida, these folks could be arrested and immediately immigration-related enforcement could take place. But here, since we ban our police from having anything to do with immigration enforcement, it actually just helps gang members escape justice. And the people running New York are so proud of their counterparts who just stormed an ICE facility in New Jersey. These folks actually think they're sticking up for humanity and that they're making the world a better place. advocating for criminals and gang members to get let off the hook. That's what they really want. What they really want is for that ICE facility to just open up its doors and just let everyone out, because as you're about to see, our activist leaders, they don't think any of these folks have done anything wrong.
It's organized violence carried out by gang members that we've already taken off the streets for preying on New Yorkers. And now they're back, ambushing cops in the middle of Times Square.
Just outside of Nashville this past weekend, Tennessee Highway Patrol officers worked with ICE to conduct traffic stops, resulting in more than 80 arrests, including an alleged Tren de Aragua member.
Okay, so when these activists come out and they say that somebody who's a violent gang member who was caught committing a crime is not a criminal, that's because they truly believe that all of what we're seeing is wrong and there's something else going on. They don't believe that Tennessee Highway Patrol legitimately encountered dangerous individuals while they were just out there doing their jobs. They're making their community so much safer. These activists have no idea how much better off things are going to be for everybody now that these criminals who aren't here seeking the American dream are off.
It's like they want these criminals on the streets. It makes no sense. And then what are we getting into? That's what we were talking about before. Why are they doing this? Doesn't make any sense because they might be getting paid to do it.
Off the streets.
Before the sun was even up, troopers had a total of 30 people in custody.
That's just here on a small stretch of highway in Hillsborough County, Tampa, Florida.
Although the operation could have lasted much longer, FHP said it was over within an hour because they were at capacity. They didn't have any more room to hold undocumented migrants. So, guys, this begs the question about detention space not only here in Florida, but nationwide.
So this brings up a very
They can't even hold them
This
all.
is how the activists and the Open Borders crowd think they can win. They think that if they can stop people from being detained and fill up all the detention bed space we have, that ICE and the president will have no choice but to stop going out and arresting people, which is why they want to block these deportation flights. They're so upset that people could have to leave the country and that ICE could continue doing its job. And this is the part of our story where the real issue here comes into play in a way that nobody's talking about. Here we have an article from 2018 from Yale that finds twice as many people living in the country illegally as previous estimates. Using mathematical modeling on a range of demographic and immigration operations, researchers estimate 22.1 million undocumented immigrants in the United States. Double
We knew that.
11.3
We were saying 20
that were
million.
estimated, and this is back in 2018 before we even had an asylum crisis. And what
What?
that reveals is we don't actually know how many people are in the country and aren't supposed to be here. We have guesses, we have ideas, but they're always low. What do you think about that? How many people might there actually be in the country that we don't know about? Is President Trump doing the right thing? Is it a good idea to pay people to leave the United States when it might cost more money to keep them here while taking away all of their freedom when they could have a better life somewhere else? Let me know. Thank you so much for watching. See you in the next video.
I don't know if it's better, but it would be a legal life. I don't know if it would be better wherever they're going, but it would be legal.
Asking people not to. So how do you feel about that? So right behind me is a Palestine flag that they just hung up. It's 11 a.m. They said that it was planned to raise at 12 p.m. We were just walking down the road. You blink and you miss it. They just sneakily put up the flag. This is an American city. We're in Providencetown, Rhode Island. Providence, Rhode Island. And you see all these news trucks pulling in right now. If you pan over, you can see NBC and you can see ABC.
Hamas wants to kill every Jew and destroy Israel. Okay? I would like to moderate Israel.
No. Can I moderate this? Let's have a nice civil debate here.
It's going to happen in 2 weeks. Don't touch me, you little fireplace.
Let's have a nice civil debate here.
It's going to happen.
Okay, you got a microphone?
Yeah.
I'll give you my opinion. I'm not going to mention my name. Two things. That flag that was raised represents two things. Number one, it does not represent a country. Okay, it had opportunity to be a country, and Israel would support it 100% of the time. If Hamas put its arms down, Number two, that flag represents the destruction of Israel. Okay, not the Palestinian people. It represents Hamas's goal and agenda is to destroy Israel. That's what that represents. So any government official that is proud of hanging that sign should be fired immediately and actually deported from this state. Okay, it's a sad situation.
Deported from this state.
She's behind this.
Tell me about Rachel Miller.
Well, she's the president of the council. She's Jewish, which is amazing. And from what I understand, she was one of two councilors and two whole people from the city of Providence that wanted this flag flown. Two people.
And you know what? To want Palestinians to have their sovereign country, Jews wanted that, Israel wanted that for decades. They've had more than 5 opportunities, were given opportunities to be their own country. But each time they refuse. Why? Because they don't feel Israel should exist. They don't want a two-state solution. Their goal is a one-state solution, and that is no Israel.
Thieves dressed as Amazon workers raid homes. What's this about?
CBS News has learned the Trump administration is negotiating with the East.
Let's have a nice civil debate.
Number two, that flag represents the
flag flown. Two people.
And you know what? To want Palestinians to have their sovereign country, Jews wanted that, Israel wanted that for decades. They've had more than 5 opportunities, were given opportunities to be their own country. But each time they refuse. Why? Because they don't feel Israel should exist. They don't want a two-state solution. Their goal is a one-state solution, and that is no Israel. All of so-called Palestine. And what's sad is Jews occupied Palestine before it was even called Palestine. So Israel's been there much longer. The proof and the evidence keeps coming by every day. That flag represents the destruction of Israel. It should never be put on any public or even private property, never mind state property.
Do you believe that any foreign flag should be allowed up there?
Apparently, it is against the law to put any foreign flag on unless there's some exceptions.
Dignitary.
I don't see a dignitary. Number one. Number two,
there can't be a dignitary because Palestine is not a country.
That's right.
So there can't be a dignitary.
Did the mayor have a say? Because I'm just trying to
I
understand.
mean, I have to say, that's funny. I don't agree with them.
Because the mayor is also Jewish.
The mayor
I don't know what to say
converted
about that whole
Judaism
situation.
within the last year, I believe.
But he would have voted not to.
Actually,
Correct?
Yeah, he didn't.
I don't think we are anyone here. They shouldn't say what is or isn't a country in some place that's halfway across the world. Who do you think you are?
Okay.
The state law does state that you cannot put a foreign flag.
Correct.
So that's what I'm just trying to understand.
That's not even a foreign flag.
Can I add on to this?
Yeah, so absolutely. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. So I did speak to the Providence Police Department about this. I said, hey, there's going to be a violation of the law happening. Are you going to enforce it? They essentially told me that no, they won't. They won't be enforcing it, and that it's up to the city council and the mayor to decide. And I said, hold on, wait a second. Their role is to write laws. You're a police department, and your role is to enforce the law. I also spoke with the legal team at the governor's office, who said, well, that law just simply hasn't been enforced for years. So something's going on in our state, and it's clear that there's backdoor deals happening between the mayor and the city and the Providence police, because they really should be the ones taking action on this. And also, I disagree politely with what my colleague said. I do think that the mayor was responsible, and he could have said no. He could have gone against what the city council, the 2 councilors wanted, and said, I don't stand for this and won't allow it.
So he's right. There actually were 5 documented times that Palestine was offered peace, the most notable one being the 4th time when President Bill Clinton offered Palestine 96% of the West Bank and all of Gaza, as well as parts of East Jerusalem, some control of the holy sites, and billions in aid for refugees. Palestine denied it. President Clinton to this day says, quote, you walk away from these once-in-a-lifetime peace opportunities and you can't complain 25 years later when the doors weren't all still open and all the possibilities weren't still there. You can't do it. Now, as for the state law in Rhode Island, the young lady is right. The law specifically states it shall be unlawful to display the flag or emblem of any foreign country upon the flagstaff within this state of Rhode Island. I will later speak to a state rep about this who was actually at the protest. Now, before I talk to the Palestine side, you must have noticed this guy ensuring that any journalist or the pro-Israel side couldn't go toward the steps. Well, I suspect that he's a paid protester. Here he is walking towards the protest without the keffiyeh on and no safety vest. He then says hello to one of these protesters as if they are co-workers and picks up his safety vest. Then he walks down and puts the keffiyeh on as if this was at all natural. Here's him at the front and center of a completely different protest all the way
See,
out.
that's when it starts to get freaking weird.
In DC. Here he is at another protest, always at the front. It shouldn't come as a surprise that he works for a nonprofit, and it's all the way out in Boston. It's called the Barr Foundation. Now let's talk to the Palestine side. I know it's very hard to speak to them once the protest starts, so I got there early and asked the organizers what they were doing out here. This is what they had to say.
I just talked to the Israel side right over there. Do you mind saying a few words about what's going on here?
We can give you contact info for our press person.
Well, let me talk to you because you have the flag here, and I think it'd be good, no?
I'm happy to give you contact info for our press person.
Just a quick interview because I just talked to them. They were happy to talk, so I just want to capture both sides. Anything to say?
We're happy to give you contact info for the press person.
I'll take the
Thank
contact
you.
info of the press person, but you're in front of the city hall. Sir, do you want to say anything?
Free Palestine will have give you contact information.
So you heard it here, folks. So listen. So the people behind me are occupying a municipal building, and
It's just weird at this point that they don't want to be vocal about their cause.
they won't speak for themselves.
Now, since the organizers won't talk to me, I'm going to share with you unreleased footage of a documentary that I'm working very hard on. I went to Little Palestine, which is home to the largest enclave of Arab Americans in New York City. Now, I went there to learn what the pro-Palestine side actually wants. I ended up convincing an owner of a daycare center to talk to me. Outside his business, he has plenty of ceasefire messaging, but what does he actually want? Keep in mind, this conversation is inside of our country, and then ask yourself, is this a turning point for America? How do you want to see the war in Gaza resolved?
Let me tell you something about Hamas.
Yeah.
Hamas was elected by the Palestinian people. Was election, and who was in charge is this country. And what's happened? Hamas won. So, and after that, with the help of this country and other country like Egypt, and help this guy Abu Mazen or Abbas, like a coup against Hamas. So Hamas, if the people they don't like Hamas in Gaza, Hamas will never last for 14 months.
So you think they could elect Hamas out, the people of Palestine?
If they don't want Hamas, they will just tell them go.
What do you think of Hamas? Do you feel that they
Freedom fighters?
The freedom fighter, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Do you feel like October the 7th was a success for the
Change
world?
history.
Yeah, like it was a good thing.
Change the history.
So you feel like October 7th was good? Yeah.
Well, of course.
Is this a wall?
What? What the fuck?
How can I get into this line of work? To get paid to
Oh,
stand out
dude,
here?
this guy is so funny, bro.
Is it Craigslist?
It's quite ironic. The messaging is all
That's
about
fucking
tearing down the
hilarious.
walls. We heard it directly from them when they occupied Trump Tower, and yet they want to put their own walls up. Now you'll notice the Palestine side so far has put up a wall, is silent, and hides their identity. On the Israel side, no one is hiding their identity. They've been open to talk, and they have American flags. There's not one American flag on the Palestine side. This is just the reality you see before you. What else is reality is that I not only love my parents dearly, but they are a key part of the Nate Friedman Show. They are often behind the camera, but
Awesome. So tell me about this. I've seen Jews that are for Israel, Jews that are not for Israel. So tell me your side.
Yeah, so we are here with Jewish Voice for Peace, which is
This is a far right-wing reporter. We're asking people not to speak to us.
So how do you...
Which is
This is a far right-wing reporter. We're asking people not to speak to us.
So how do you feel about that? So this guy just walked in, right? And he told you not to talk to me. Is that right? Do you want to clarify? How do you guys feel about this? Is it not pathetic, right? That you come out here, you can't speak for yourself. A guy that's being paid to wear in a safety vest that he bought from Amazon, all right, comes over here.
affiliated with that person. That person is a friend of ours. They're not just a random person.
Okay.
So.
Okay. You guys are all friends. I always imagined that anyway.
Everyone knows you.
Everyone knows me?
They know who you are. They know what you do.
Hey, man, I've been working very hard, and everyone knows me. I appreciate that. Thank you.
New York, right?
I'm from New York. Yeah, my name's Nate Friedman. Yeah. Are you Jewish too?
I am not answering anything to you.
So this is the all-star who stopped my interview with them, calling me a right-wing reporter. First of all, if you come to stop my interview...
What a fucking physique. Look at that. Takes work to get there.
With them,
Tell you that.
Calling me a right-wing reporter. First of all, if you come
That's
to a
a
protest,
physique.
you should speak into any microphone. The whole idea is to get your point shared. Secondly, by rushing over and stopping the interview, you are essentially announcing to the entire world that you're paid, because this took place on a Friday in the middle of the day and you're running around stopping interviews. It's not exactly unpaid behavior. And oh, look, this is him or her at a protest all the way in New York City. Remember, these protests are anything but authentic. Now, as for the guy who says everyone knows me, he's quite the character, I've learned. His name is Stuart Waldman, and he's a professional protester. Here's him protesting Chase. Here's him protesting in front of the Met. Here's him protesting in front of Trump Tower, and him at even more protests. His Facebook profile picture is literally him being arrested at a protest. The only thing missing from his profile is the rate that he charges. Here's him organizing yet again another protest. I'm not gonna lie to you, this guy does keep busy.
We have reinforcements here.
That's why he's like, they were said, oh, we all know each other. Dude, it's crazy how everything is fabricated. Even everything you see.
What I find most interesting about these people is that it's all about acceptance, just not for the other side. You can see it clearly even in Providence, because I walked around a whole bunch before the protest, and I found anti-ICE posters. Basically, so people can notify if they've seen ICE. I saw many different flags, just not American ones. I saw many signs where it just becomes sign inflation, like if you don't have a BLM sign on your door, then you just must be a bigot. I also saw many old buildings steps away from City Hall that were completely abandoned. So it would seem like the city has bigger fish to fry than deciding what foreign flag to fly over its residents. And now, back to the protest for a very interesting take by this woman.
I think all humans are humans.
What's that?
All humans are humans.
All humans are humans? Oh. Where are you from?
I'm from Providence.
Providence? Where are your family originating from?
Is that relevant?
Dude, there was a protest I didn't even actually know was happening like a couple towns over from me. I should have gone.
This is the most racial diversity side on this side, but on the other side. The reason why I care about this is I think it's a human rights issue for everyone.
Yeah.
It's also an issue about...
Where did you get this press pass?
I mean, when I
Probably
see,
some bullshit.
people that are diverse on the Palestine side, my question is like, I don't...
Or maybe it's some press pass he got from some silly event, but he just keeps it going, you know. Show people.
And because in Palestine, they don't tolerate that. It is an apartheid. They only accept Islam.
Actually, well, it's apartheid because of the Israeli state.
So Palestine is an apartheid because of the Israeli states. Obviously, in my line of work, I hear a lot of stupid shit. That actually may be in first place, and here's why. 99% of Palestine is Muslim. Now here's the graph of diversity in Israel. Muslims serve in parliament in Israel. They're doctors, teachers, you name it. Now, good luck running for office as a Jewish person in Gaza. That's going to be the shortest political campaign in human history. But just the idea that Israel is forcing Palestine to be only Muslim was something I actually have not heard before. As for the free speech issue, many of the free speech protests we see on campuses involve a lot of vandalism. Now, that's breaking the law, and it's important to make that distinction. Now, the organizers of this protest weren't very happy about my line of questioning with this woman.
I do want you to.
What's wrong? Can I not talk to her?
No, I'm just checking in. No, sorry. Could I talk to you for a second?
Okay, I will.
Oh yeah, let's talk together. Yeah, let's talk together. You're gonna stop her from talking. Go ahead. Say why you're gonna stop her from talking.
Take a step away. I'm gonna talk to her one-on-one.
I'm in a public street. I can do this all I want. Okay, I heard you're not allowed to talk to me. How do you feel that somebody who's paid to be here is going to tell you that you're not allowed to talk to me? How do you feel about that?
They did not tell me that I'm not allowed to talk right now.
What did they say?
They were encouraging me not to talk to right-wing people. All humans are human.
All people are human.
All humans are human who deserve dignity and self-respect.
Including Hamas.
All people are people.
All people.
Now, I'm sure you guys are familiar with the atrocities that Hamas committed.
He's
on the
really
7th
good
of
at
October.
baiting people.
I'm of the opinion that if you rape, burn, and kidnap innocent women and children, you lose your right to be called people.
Every human deserves a right to live and deserves a right to dignity. And to me, it doesn't matter if they're born Jewish or born a Palestinian, born black, born in this country or another country. I think that we all...
It's really cool that he's going around with his dad. They're doing this. It reminds me of Nick and his mom. Nick and Nate got their parents together.
all have a right to dignity, and right now the dignity of the Palestinians has been taken away from them, and that's not okay by the...
You give the dignity like in other countries, like in... Where would Israel take a sample of how to treat Palestinians, like in Syria or Lebanon?
I'm not going to put a name on it. We know dignity when we see it, just like we know what suffering is. You know, we know what starvation is. These are things that don't have to describe exactly. It should be obvious. And right now, when you see like images coming out of Gaza, because you're not actually allowed to go there right now. But
look at I agree with you. I look and see food, but I see a lot of overweight women. How would you say that?
Often you people are overweight because of poverty. You see that in the United States. The poorer you are, the less likely you're to have access to fresh fruits and vegetables. So being overweight doesn't have anything to do with being...
provide them fresh vegetables.
You know what? I don't care who provides it, but right now Israel's preventing shipments of food from going in. Israel is preventing aid from entering. This is a fact.
It's actually not a fact. Israel does give Gaza food, and they are the only country that provides aid to the people attacking them. This would be the equivalent of Britain supplying Germany with food and electricity. Do you think that if Winston Churchill had the option to stop food and power to Germany, that he wouldn't take it in an instant?
I'm here to support the Palestinian people who need support, and they especially need support from Jewish people, because it's the Jewish people who've been leading.
99% Palestinians are anti-Semites, straight.
That is not true.
Well, they were surveyed by them alone.
Well, you have to show me that study. I'm not going to argue about it until you show me the study.
The interviews independent inside the West Bank and in Gaza Strip. You do the interviews and you look at the statistics. In other words, if you would go to Gaza and stand up say I'm Jewish, I don't know what will happen to you.
You know what? I don't know what will happen to me either. But I think one thing is interesting is what's the definition of anti-Semite? Because according to some definitions, like the IRA definition, I would be considered an anti-Semite. So
what?
I think that, and right now, for instance, a lot of stuff that Trump is saying, like all these universities are anti-Semitic because they're teaching history, they're doing other things. So I think you have to look at the actual definition.
One question was there: do Jews control the world? And you say yes.
Well, that's clearly something that would be anti-Semitic. We agree on that.
Right, but that's what 99% of the West Bank.
I would have to see that survey. I'm not going to take you into your world.
Would you change your mind about your stance when you go home and you see the survey and you see that? Would you be open to changing your mind?
Just curious.
You know what? If I saw a survey that said that, it'd make me sad to know that. But I also, if that was what the actual survey said, it would, have to get this right, I'd understand why people have those feelings. Like if, you know, like if someone goes and kills your entire family and those people
Okay, but now we're going toward understanding those feelings. Let's stick on to whether or not if you saw this study and you saw those numbers, would you be open to changing your mind?
I'm always open to changing my mind about things, but I'm not open to changing my mind about what Israel is doing to Palestine is wrong.
I understand.
I'm not open to that at all.
Okay, so if you see the study that it says 99% of people that are in Gaza want to kill Jews, you wouldn't change your mind about Israel's approach to the war. I'm not talking to you, so thank you.
I have a hard time believing that study is accurate. So show me
Okay, so
the
now we're
study.
back to whether the accuracy of the study.
I really have a hard time.
She was in Sderot on October 7/23.
I'd be killed. I know that. I'm
be
Jewish.
killed.
Yeah, I know that.
You would be killed because
of course.
they wouldn't give a shit
yeah, I
that
would
you
be
were
killed.
Jewish.
I would be killed because I'm Jewish for a lot of reasons. But a lot of Palestinians are being killed just because they're Palestinians, like those babies, those children. No.
Them in the way.
That's not true. Really? I'm ending this conversation because you do not see the true reality of what's happening on Gaza. Conversation's over.
So the number is 97%. 97% of Palestinians hold anti-Jewish beliefs. Also, the leaders of Hamas have been very clear that they want Islam to be the only religion.
وسندعوهم إلى الإسلام وندعو بوجه الإسلام وندعو جميع النصارى للإسلام. نعم. This isn't just about hatred toward Jews, it's hatred toward freedom of religion and all Western values. And the independent interviews that my father was talking about are ones like this, where a woman in the West Bank, not even in Gaza, blatantly says the quiet part out loud. Keep in mind the Jewish protester who is on this woman's side while you listen to this.
Should there be more October 7 type attacks? And what was interesting is that before the pro-Israel guy came in, I actually think the woman was giving it some thought. As a thought experiment, if everyone Israel is fighting against wants to eliminate you, maybe you'll think twice before occupying a government building in America to hold that sign. This person who's eyeing me down is a biology teacher at Providence College. Do you want to say who's paying you?
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine?
So remember when Boston had the big dig and everybody...
They're a biology teacher? At Princeton University. Jesus Christ. God save us.
Biology teacher
Holy
at Providence
fuck.
College.
Do you want to say who's paying you?
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine?
So remember when Boston had the big dig and everybody knew that tunnels were being built? Well, the same thing I imagine happened in Gaza. People were hired and they put in tunnels and they knew the tunnels were under the schools and under the hospitals. So when people say innocent Gaza people, I don't believe that they were innocent. They were being paid, and they took billions from the European Union and the United States and the Arab countries, and they could have built a gorgeous city on the Mediterranean, but instead they put in tunnels big enough for 2 jeeps to go through at the same time in order for warfare. So people knew what was going on.
What do you say to the folks that say that this flag behind us is not the Hamas flag but the Palestine flag, and therefore they're standing with the Palestinian people, they're not standing with Hamas?
Okay, so the temple, the Jewish temple, was built in Jerusalem 1,000 years before Christ. And the Jewish calendar is now in the year 5785, and the Islamic calendar is in the year 1447. I just looked it up. So the Jewish people were there in the region more than 4,000 years, more than 3,000 years before Muhammad wrote the Quran and before Islam was started. So when you're talking about a land grab, You can't say the Jews are taking the Arab land. Jews have always lived there. Yes, other people lived there too, but they were generally Jordanians or Lebanese or Syrians that happened to move over, and Palestinian people.
I actually don't care about who
Yasser Arafat and people
lived there in the past. I only care about who fought there recently and won.
1960s came up with that.
But if you look back, Great Britain gave the land to the Jewish people.
Palestinian people. They are people from Lebanon or people from Jordan, and it was made up.
Now, before I actually run into a state rep at the protest and someone running for the U.S. Senate in Rhode Island, I want to show you a conversation I had before the protest started. First of all, I didn't actually know there was even going to be a protest. I came here because I heard that they were flying a foreign flag on a government building, and that's news enough for me to take a 5 a.m. train from New York. So when I saw this guy's truck and the flag that he had on the back,
he took the train.
I of course wanted to get his opinion. The same
Where
way
did
I
you
would
go
want
to?
to get his opinion if he had a Palestine flag on his car.
So I see you with the flag. I stopped you on the road because I see there's
I got mad
flag
respect
right
now.
above us.
Yes,
What are your
exactly.
thoughts on this flag?
I got
above us?
infinite more respect
Listen,
for this guy.
Rhode Island knows as taking the weapon from people, and now they know as hosting a terrorist in their own town, and it's bad. It's bad because this is just like a disease. Once it's done, then it's going to be just like in Gaza and Israel. You don't know that yet, but that's going to be so bad that you are going to be so sorry. Then you even put that flag up. You support terror. This is not Palestine. This is a PLO flag. This is a terrorist group. Not a Palestine. There's no such a thing, Palestine. You should know about it. You should be able to recognize it already. Israel went through enough things to show the world that whatever you call Palestine, these people are animals. And I include everybody because on the October 7th, even those who you call non-involved, loitering, killing, beating up. So you guys do your thing, but you bring it on yourself, that's for sure.
Do you think that, do you feel like there's mass support for a stunt like this? Do you feel that the people in Providence support this?
Well, it's nothing to do with the people in Providence anymore. This is what the city decide. This is what the politics decides. They don't give a shit about these people in Providence. They just do whatever they want for the money, for the power. I don't know if this is a lot of money involved by supporting this flag. Maybe oil, maybe more money, maybe airplane, I don't know, something. But this is the wrong way to go. I mean, look at Europe. Look at Europe, man. Open your TV, your channel news on what's going on in Europe. Not
I
just in
actually don't know
America.
what's
You
going
guys
on.
Burying yourself in this country. You just want to hear what you want to hear. But you not even see how dangerous our people are. You don't even see that. What is it? Do you need them to come here and slap your heads, your babies, so you understand this is the wrong people? You're supporting the wrong people. I came back for 400 days since October 7th.
You were there?
I came back 4 months ago. And I see some things that you guys ever think to see over there.
I certainly did not expect to get a perspective from someone who was actually fighting over there. Now I want to show you a few images and videos from Europe that I believe speak for itself and clarify his point about Europe. Now when you see these photos and videos, you can ask yourself, is this what I would like to see in America? I think this headline sums it up. Hamas welcomes UK, France, and Canada's statement as a step in the right direction. If those guys are supporting you, then you're truly lost.
I'm State Representative Charlene Lima. I represent Providence and Cranston in District 14. I'm here because I believe this flag raising is wrong. That flag right now represents a terrorist organization, Hamas, which cuts babies, not the good people of Palestine. So until the Hamas terrorist organization is eradicated, then we can celebrate the freedom with the Palestine people. But right now, it's wrong to be celebrating a flag that represents a country that's being run by terrorists.
You said you're a state representative, right?
Yeah, and it's against the law to be doing that.
Yeah, so how did this happen if it's against the state law?
This happened within the Providence City Council. I don't know, but I'm here as an elected official to say no, this is wrong and it should not be happening.
What needs to change within the local government in order for this to not happen?
I think people have to be careful who they're voting for. They have to really know who they're voting for, and they have to go out and vote.
I have never been distracted in an interview before, but I think we all would in this position. All I could see was a person in a keffiyeh with a vest around them. Now, those two things do not go very well together.
Hey, what's he wearing? It's a weighted vest?
I don't do...
Yeah, but it looks like a...
No, my name's Ray McKay. I'm running for the United States Senate here in Rhode Island in 2026. I'm here supporting our Jewish friends, family, community for what we've got going on here today. The flag that you see being raised today is...
If anyone's got any videos for us to watch, send them on in. You can send me a link.
This is not about the
chat.
Palestinians. This is about October 7th. When 1,200 plus Israelis were slaughtered and murdered by an invasion of the Palestine army, the Hamas people. The Hamas have not fired their government. They are not running under a peaceful government. So to come out and saying, we just heard them say, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, that is talking about genocide of the Jewish people. That is talking about the obliteration of the Israeli state. That is unacceptable.
So while this man running for Senate was telling me about his platform, a woman came along to disagree with everything he said. Now you'll want to see what she realizes at the end.
So you can educate me on that, educate against these protesters who are out there.
Those are the few in that.
And I have to stand. I'm an 11-year Army veteran. I'm going to stand.
I have
for
a
the...
42 veteran on my family.
That's nice. You know what? I served.
So did my family.
I'm glad. And
are they what they fought for, and they would be appalled if they knew. But I think we're all here for the same reason. We all want justice.
We want justice. We want peace.
This never, ever should have happened.
Yes, you're right. They shouldn't have invaded Israel and killed 1,200 people.
If you really think
right.
October 7th happened, they knew what was happening. Indignities have happened for years. It's not okay. Of course, the hostages should be released, and it never should have. It should never have come to this.
They should never have murdered 1,200 people.
They never should have done the things they did in the first place. And in fact, Netanyahu's up for corruption crimes. It's not anti-Semitic to say for Jews to say that they hate what Netanyahu's doing. He's worse than Trump.
I think Trump's good.
What would be your solution to peace in the region?
I heard a statement that peace isn't really the answer. It's more like justice. I don't know what peace is.
That's a good question.
Human dignity.
Okay, but can you put a more comprehensive plan behind what a justice would mean? Does that mean killing Israelis, or what does justice mean?
Justice, like Batman.
That's kind of a loaded. You want to rephrase that?
This is a loaded topic. So.
No, but you came in with a certain point of view.
Sure. So you're out here today because you're in support of the people on the stairs, right?
There are a lot of people on the stairs. I'm in support. What
are you in support of?
I'm a social worker. I'm a diplomatic person.
Okay.
I'm supportive. I think we all want the same thing.
I am in support of justice.
I'm not sure about that. So what do you want? Do you want peace?
What I want is I wish that our elected officials paid attention to the emails I sent before October 7th, well before, saying things are ramping up and we did nothing.
Yeah, but we can't change the past, so I'm curious.
Well, but they're bringing in the past. And of course, I'm not
that. I don't want to talk to you about the past. I want to talk about the future. So what can be done?
I don't think we should be here today in that if our elected officials really believed in justice or peace, we have a lot of smart people over there, over here, across the world. Something could have been done sooner. I know, but there's political greed here on all sides. And so we can't ignore that. It's not that simple. All I know is that we're perpetuating traumas in so many people. And I hate that what this is doing to the kids. And the kids have been trying to speak up. And what they see is a bunch of us acting the fools, and they're hurting because they see other kids not being
I understand. I get that, and I understand if you're a college kid, you want to do that.
Even younger.
But I mean more so from you about what you believe is a plan for peace. I'm independent. I don't work for anybody.
I don't have. If I had all the answers, like
I know, but so here's my confusion. Right? So he brought up that river to the sea is a call for genocide, and you said that's not true, and you said that you want justice. And I asked you, what does justice mean? And you couldn't define it.
Justice.
You want something that you cannot define.
hey, if I was that smart, I'd be somewhere else. But
hey, if I were that smart, I'd be somewhere else. Okay? Is that an excuse to chant for something that you can't even define? Anyway, there's one more thing I want to show you. The only people I talked to so far were people at the protest or maybe going to it. But I saw this couple before any of these people came, and I saw them taking a photo of the flag and then just walking away. I couldn't quite see if they were happy about it or sad about it, so I was just very curious. I'll show you this clip, and then I have a surprise for you.
Is it a Palestinian flag? Or
yeah,
what
it's a Palestinian flag. Are you from here?
No, we are from California.
Oh, you're visiting?
Yeah.
What do you think about the Palestinian flag being hung up here?
I think it's a little bit out of ordinary, to tell you the truth, and I don't think I would support it.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you support it?
Because I think that why would you put a Palestinian flag on the town hall of the American city?
Yeah.
It doesn't belong to Palestine, and if they want to have a rally, let them have a rally, but why would you demonstrate like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be both, then you need to put Israeli flag as well.
Yeah. And what do you feel the same way as he does about it? Yeah. What would be your message to let you guys go? What would be your message?
You're Jewish too.
Okay, I'm Jewish. You notice I'm Jewish? Well, that's fine. Then what would be your message to the people that are hanging that flag? What would you like to tell them?
I would use some profanity. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You can. Okay.
Well, but we are for freedom of speech, so they have a right to protest.
They have a right to protest, but do you feel that they have a right to play?
It's unacceptable.
Unacceptable?
Oh, you feel they have a right to put the flag?
No. But rally, yes.
Rally, yes, they can have rally. As long as it is peaceful.
Yeah.
As long as it is really peaceful rally, they can have rally. It's a free country. But putting a flag is already taking sides. It's taking sides. This is not what America is about. You know. Besides, there are still hostages there. They didn't release the hostages.
And with that, I'm excited to share that this week you will see the first ever debate on the Nate Friedman Show. Destiny, who is the most famous debater on the left, came onto the show to debate Kaizen. Now, if you want to see that episode as soon as it comes out, be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. You can also join our YouTube membership to see our first Ask Me Anything live stream this week as well. And in the meantime, you can
What do we got good here? King of the Hill's back. Oh, it's out.
The Order of Malta.
It's a 900-year-old institution.
Some might think it's a modern-day secret society.
We're standing in front of the gates of the only country on Earth without any land, but we're probably not welcome here.
It is not open to the public.
Is there anyone who speaks English? Is this illegal? A legitimate country with a permanent observer seat in the UN. List of members is kept secret. Most are ex-military or from aristocratic families, and their confirmed members include ex-CIA directors, and corporate billionaires. So how do you visit a country that doesn't exist? Well, to be honest, we don't know. But Staffan and I decided to start by just showing up to Rome, where some of their only remaining buildings hide, to try and peek behind the scenes of this mysterious...
I have to end the stream and restart it,
and with the
apparently.
main objective of trying to meet one of its citizens.
BRB.
With lots of questions.
Who's got the mess? White smoke from the chimney. A pope has been chosen.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Just now?
Just now, in this moment.
White smoke.
¿Quién será el próximo papa?
We're looking for Francisco. We're told today to come and say hi to Francisco.
Francesco.
Sorry, Francesco.
This is an embassy, I'm sorry. This is not a private building. You can't stay here, I'm sorry. This is not open to the public.
I understand.
Okay, thank you.
We're trying to say ciao to someone in the Order of Malta. Possible?
Maybe now.
Yeah.
Everyone is
Because
saying
it's
that.
very close, it's very difficult entry.
Yeah.
I'm walking down this alleyway by myself here. I don't know if this is related to the Order of Malta.
The Order of Malta? Never heard of them. Who cares? Oh yeah, do I need... I don't think so. Do I have to reopen the chat box because we restarted the stream? No. We are all good. A sequel to the prequel. A live-action animated Lion King prequel, 8 Harry Potter movies, a TV series remaking the same 8 Harry Potter movies. Is that real? That's the Spaceballs announcement. Only one Spaceballs. Spaceballs forever. Why is that in the title? We're on YouTube.
After 40 years, we asked, what do the fans want? But instead, we're making this movie.
Oh shit. In the end, he's like, I'll see you for Spaceballs too. The search for more money, dude. It instantly makes me think of this scene.
Well, we better get going. I wonder, will we ever see each other again?
Who knows? God willing, we'll all meet again in Spaceballs 2. The search for more money.
The search for more money.
Well, we better get going. I wonder, will we ever see each other again?
Who knows? God willing, we'll all meet again in Spaceballs 2. The search for more money.
And this aged like fine wine. Did someone let him have good news? This guy said 5 years ago, with the recent Star Wars films, the time is nigh to make this movie a reality. I wanted to comment, do I have some news for you? They literally gotta call the movie The Search for More Money.
Los Angeles continues under attack. Pro-immigrant
This is
protesters
fake.
rock ICE. Los Angeles continues to be the scene of violent unrest related to immigration and customs
I don't know,
enforcement
it's a fake
operations.
voice.
Over the past few days, protesters identified as pro-immigrants have engaged in direct attacks on federal forces, throwing rocks, blunt objects, and damaging federal property. One of the most serious incidents occurred in Omaha, Nebraska, after a raid by ICE agents at a meatpacking plant where approximately 70 people were arrested for alleged illegal presence and unauthorized employment in the United States. The operation took place in Glen Valley Falls, and according to authorities, it is a criminal investigation related to the massive use of undocumented labor. Following the raid, a group of protesters violently gathered near the plant as federal vehicles were leaving the site. Witnesses and local media reported that protesters threw rocks, debris, and other blunt objects at moving government vehicles, even managing to break the windows of some vehicles. Some protesters even climbed onto the hoods of the vehicles as they tried to move forward, creating moments of great tension and danger.
Can't deal with this. This is bullshit. Because, dude, it's like
I believe that this
before they were
the
paid
most
to
important video I've
protest
made.
Tesla.
Why? Because I'll be exposing who these protesters really are.
They're paid
On
to
my way try
protest
find my
anything.
first interview, this woman comes along and advises the people not to do an interview with me. Then she proceeds to take photos of me with her phone and then grabs a sign that says troll on it. She then, and I kid you not, followed me around the protest for the entire time I was there. The people she's guarding from an interview are folks calling for violence, holding a sign saying burn a Tesla, save democracy. And so obviously no one can be that dumb for free, so who is this woman? This is her protesting JP Morgan, funded by a campaign called 350 PDX's
What a face, dude.
Defund and Divest team. This is her on Capitol Hill blocking senators. So she travels for her job as a professional protester. And this is her participating in an If Not Now, a progressive Jewish organization supporting Ilhan Omar. Yet this is her on a website for a Lutheran church. Could it be that she's pretending to be Jewish? Yes, just like the people who occupied Trump Tower pretended to be Jewish. These people are being paid, and I'm going to continue to expose that throughout the video. Welcome back to the Nate Friedman Show.
I'm just asking a question about like what people are doing out here.
Consider him like right wing, like anti everything we're doing.
Oh,
So you have to interview you.
You're anti everything? No, I'm asking a question about what you guys are doing here. What are we doing here? Yeah.
So she has her script, and not a very creative one at that either, with quote, he's anti everything we're doing, but they all have a script. Look at the person leading this protest, literally reading the lines that were typed up for her. It's not just this Tesla protest either, but every
That's
other
crazy.
one has someone reading from a script. Now, I promise you that whoever is feeding these lines is shorting Tesla stock. Now, the guy I was interviewing
that's how deep this shit goes.
Said that he was here for his civic duty, and then said this.
Will it directly affect policy? Yeah, probably not. Okay. It's a sort of it's a soft, indirect sort of thing.
So you're hoping that it pressures them to doing something?
No.
Oh yeah, all throughout the protest, I'd have fans like this come up to me and say hello. They are supposedly the loyal members of the Democrat Party, yet this is written directly from the Democrat Party platform. Quote, "As Democrats, we respect differences of perspective and belief." Yes, I feel very respected.
It's simply to make a statement.
A lot of respect going around
for the
here.
United States, for the globe, that there are people here who don't approve of what's going on. You wouldn't want to be lumped in with what's going on.
And why don't you approve what's going on?
Why don't I approve of what's going on? Really? I don't have time to really go into that. I mean, there's
one or two things.
All right. How about somebody who should not have been permitted to run for office is now sitting in the White House?
If you're wondering who the guy is signaling for help and talking very negatively about my channel in the background, he's another professional protester. Here's him freaking out at Grand Central Station, here's him calling to vaccinate the world, and here's him supporting I don't even know what.
Dude, what?
You know the worst part about this guy? He could be teaching your child. That's right, he's a professor of health sciences at Touro University in New York.
I mean, are we no longer something?
That's the second person we saw who's a paid protester who's a teacher.
Does the idea that this country was based on no longer matter? Does no one want to keep that alive? Is our Constitution actually dead? I mean, what part of the Constitution does this man have to defecate on before somebody does something about it? The 14th Amendment says that he shouldn't have even been allowed to run because he was materially involved in an attempt to overthrow our form of government.
All right, this is still a talking point, so let's talk about it. They did try to take Trump off the ballot. Maine, Illinois, Colorado all tried to remove him. It didn't work because Trump wasn't convicted of insurrection under the 14th Amendment, and the Supreme Court unanimously ruled that states do not have the authority to remove Trump off the ballot. It wasn't just those world-class lawyers that knew that day wasn't an insurrection. It was also most of the country, because they knew that insurrections don't involve their leader asking everyone to go home midway through. Insurrections also have military-grade equipment. January 6th did not. If these people want to know what an actual insurrection looks like, the Civil War would be a good place to start.
So you see this more about Trump than about Elon? Because I know it's right outside the Tesla showroom.
No, it's about both of them. The entire administration.
So tell me about
I mean,
Elon. Tell me the issue with him. Move over here because they're pretty loud.
Okay, who is he? I mean, why does he have any? He was not elected to anything. I was under the impression that we elected people to represent us.
Yeah. So let me bring you one concern that I hear, which is that when Trump was campaigning, he said, if elected, I'm going to bring Elon and have him help cut government waste. So in a word, when we voted for Trump, we voted for Elon. We voted for him to cut government waste.
Did we? Did people really get that message? Did people really understand what he was going to be doing?
I don't know. Let's see if people got the message.
We will create the new Department of Government Efficiency, headed by a gentleman named Elon Musk. We're going to get Elon, and he's great at this. He's going to be our cost cutter.
He said it a lot. He said it many, many times that Elon was going to be a part of the government. Yeah, but not forever, but so that we can cut out government waste.
Okay, so
I'm just saying what the other side thinks about. You mentioned that we were bringing in people who we didn't vote for. Fauci, we didn't vote for Fauci, and he had much more power.
Okay, I'm confused here because nobody had to create
Brought up some good points here.
To put Fauci in charge of it. They created a new department that doesn't really have any. No one knows what their agenda really is.
Our goal is to reduce the deficit by $1 trillion. We feel confident that a 15% reduction can be done without affecting any of the critical government services.
The Department of Government Efficiency is the most transparent agency that we have. They state on their website every cut they make in their path to remove $1 trillion of waste, fraud, and abuse from our government. You can also see court filings that show Elon Musk as an advisor to the president, and Trump clearly stating that Elon can't do anything without his approval.
Elon can't do and won't do anything without our approval.
I mean, is there something that they've cut that you don't like that they've cut?
Specifically, what about USAID? I mean, that's kind of important. They don't think it is.
What did they
don't really
cut?
seem to understand how government works.
All right, so he says USAID is important. Let's go over some of their past work. $10 million to voluntary male circumcision in Mozambique and $1.5 million to advance diversity,
what?
equity, and inclusion in Serbia's work, and $1.5 million past work. $10 million to voluntary male circumcision in Mozambique and $1.5 million to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in Serbia's workplaces. You know, taxpayer money to advance DEI in America is already insane. To help with DEI in another country, that's just putting money in a furnace. You'll also see USAID boxes among Hezbollah.
That's just putting money in a furnace. Give it to me.
Weapon caches in Lebanon. Millions of dollars worth of USAID was being stolen. He also mentions that
crazy.
Elon
Money
and
in a
Trump don't know
furnace.
how the government works. I'm pretty sure the former president and now current president has a pretty good understanding of how the government works. You can criticize how he's doing it, but not knowing how it works is, I don't know about that. And Elon is sending rockets into space and landing them back down. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that the DMV is a little less complicated than that.
I would like someone to come in and cut government waste in an intelligent way.
Well, what is he doing that's unintelligent?
Slashing and burning. He doesn't seem to concern himself with the impacts of the cuts that he's making. It's break it and then fix it when you realize that it's broken too badly. And that's not an approach that's really effective.
Look, we're $36 trillion in debt. Doge has to act quickly. They are pointing out inefficiencies where some were probably easier to find than others, like the Pentagon was paying $280 million over budget on their HR software. $280 million over budget. Another recent one was $380,000 a month was going to minor website modifications at Veterans Affairs. That job is now being done by someone working 10 hours a week. He also said Doge's approach isn't effective. Well, they've already saved $140 billion. I'd say that's not bad for 3 months of work.
Do you want billions of dollars going overseas towards transgender awareness? Do you want that?
It's not that's not happening.
USAID and Johns Hopkins University celebrate the success of India's first transgender clinic. They weren't even hiding that. This was on the embassy's website in 2021. Then $2 million allocated to Guatemala for sex changes and LGBT activism. $7 million to Sri Lanka to teach their journalists to state pronouns and avoid gender binary language. No one who's worked for USAID has disputed any of this. Saying it's not happening is just plain wrong.
Oh, I have another sign. Let me see that.
Yes. I know he's a right-wing troll. No, it's fine. It's fine.
Well, he cuts off. He cut off.
He's loving it. You're feeding it.
Can you tell me an issue that you have with my content? You seem like you've watched my content, so tell me what your issue is. I'm not talking. You watched it, man. So tell me what the issue is.
So this woman with an arrow was the one he signaled for help. And why? Because they're teammates. Here's her standing right in front of the college professor at a completely different protest. Here's her at another protest, and another. Trump and Elon have a vicious paid opposition in this country. Over 200 Tesla takedown protests have already happened.
That's fun. Who do you think paid for all this?
It's not natural, and it's not just words either, it's assault. These people are going after Tesla owners.
Look, it's really going to come home to roost when grandma and grandpa, when they can't get their Social Security, when there's a break in government payouts that people receive every month to keep them alive. That's when people are going to really react. That's when they're going to realize that they're being fleeced.
Doge will make sure you get your Social Security. Doge will make sure you get your Medicaid. There will be no cuts to legitimate payments whatsoever.
Elon has said countless times he won't cut Medicaid or Social Security. And not only that, he's actively cutting fraudulent Social Security. Elon showed Doge's data of millions of illegal immigrants getting Social Security numbers. People like AOC, who is now the most influential Democrat, is saying that Elon is currently stealing your Social Security.
These folks, Elon Musk, ask him whatever group of corrupt people he's got coming in here, looting Social Security.
The man is worth $350 billion. He's not trying to steal your Social Security. This is the same guy who founded and sold PayPal for $1.5 billion, then put all of his money into Tesla and SpaceX. Does that sound like someone who's just in it for the money?
It's just a swindle. All you right-wingers are being taken by con men who, us New Yorkers, we're out in the street because we know this guy. We've watched his whole career. He's a con man, and he's a failure.
I don't know if this woman gets a raise for every camera that she blocks, but it is truly pathetic of her to do that. Now, I keep hearing that the country is getting swindled, yet before Trump won, he said he would shut the border down. Encounters at the border have gone down to a 25-year low. He said he would end DEI in the government. He did. He said he would bring back 2 genders. He did. And Elon didn't want any of this in the first place. He was a Democrat before this. However, he was being targeted by the left for so long that he felt he had no choice. Biden held an EV summit and didn't invite Tesla. That's like having a birthday party for someone and then not inviting the person whose birthday it is. You also had the Biden administration launch a massive multi-year lawsuit against SpaceX for not hiring asylum seekers. Yet SpaceX is legally barred from hiring non-permanent residents. So it was illegal for Elon to do either thing. It was lawfare, and the man clearly had no choice but to do what he did.
So you don't have a problem with them stepping in and telling Columbia University what they can and cannot teach. Talk about nanny state. They're gonna tell a university what.
Well, they're giving them.
I actually didn't know that. What you were saying before about
Just because you're giving an organization money
making
doesn't
it
mean that you
illegal
get
for them to
dictate
hire
what they can and cannot teach.
refugees.
Well, you can say either do something
Or whatever,
take
but then
away
also
money,
holding
like
it
their
against them.
prerogative.
No, they can simply take away the money. They can't go and coerce you. They can't twist your arm.
Okay, think of it like this. If a father gives a child $100 as an allowance, but then the child spends it on cocaine, the father has every right to take that money away until he promises not to spend it on that. In this case, the child, being Columbia University, has an endowment of $15 billion already. So if they want that $400 million from us, they have to implement a mask ban so that we can see who these students really are. These kids were breaking into dorms, libraries, and saying things like, "We have a Zionist at the entrance of our encampment."
My turn!
My turn! Repeat after me! We have Zionists! Who have entered the camp! We are going to create a human chain! Where I am standing!
Columbia shouldn't be given another $1 while their students are allowed to act like this. That's why Columbia University did cave to Trump's demands, just like the country of Columbia did when they initially refused to take in Trump's deportation flights.
Dude, you know what? Let me tell you something, dude. It's really simple. Stop being f***ing narrow-minded and tribal. Okay? I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a liberal. I refuse to be labeled. Okay? I'm a lover of humans and humankind, and I refuse to treat other people like shit. And I refuse to be f***ing pigeonholed by somebody who's a tribalist who can't, because of his tribalism, see when shit is hitting the fan and f***ing do something about it.
People like to blame tribalism when in reality Trump would have never won if millions of Americans that voted for Obama would then vote for Trump. This isn't about tribalism, it's about common sense. I spoke to hundreds of voters on the street before the election, and just about every time someone was voting for Trump, they mentioned his policies. And every time someone was voting for Kamala, they mentioned how much they hate Trump. If anything, tribalism comes from the side that's paying for protesters. So I had to ask him this question.
So can you say something about these signs that they're carrying around? Like, do you think that this is an effective thing to do? Like, do you think that this is a good thing to do?
No, I don't. No, and you know what I think is really stupid? Use of the term Nazi. I mean, come on. Talk about fucking stupid messaging. Let's use the term Nazi. Like, that's not specific. Of course it's fucking specific. It's so easy to cut that down. Look, I see a lot of this shit and I'm like, man, you people don't know the point you're trying to make, or you're trying to make a point and you're really f***ing it up. You're really failing yourself and you're failing your point. I met my friend here. I walked up and I was like, really? A sign that says Nazi over and over and over again?
That right there is the look of a 21% approval rating for Democrats. Even the people showing up to their protests don't approve of the messaging. Elon isn't a Nazi to anyone who has an internet connection. Here's Elon visiting Israel after October 7th. Weird thing for a Nazi to do. Here's him wearing a hostage chain saying bring them home. However, when you see companies like the Indivisible Project paying people $200 to protest, you start to see that the only way you can be dumb enough to call Elon a Nazi is if you're being paid to.
This is why the left messaging is such shit. They don't know how to make a point. They really don't know how to make the point.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was
Remember this woman
No
who
way.
blocked the camera with her sign?
Can't be right.
I guess she's on break now. Looking for my next interview though, I decided to wait just outside the barriers, thinking that these people wouldn't follow me outside the protest. I was wrong. So while she walks me out, I want to tell you about the sponsor of this video, which is Beam. Over 2 million people have tried Beam, but here's why I drink it. I've loved hot chocolate since I was a kid, and I was obviously gonna drink used Wait a second now.
Or like actually defeat the problem if we don't talk to each other. I know. I don't mind.
We're outside the protest.
I don't
Nice conversation.
I know.
She's nice. She wants to talk. Why don't you let her talk?
I just.
Why don't you want to let her talk?
I just listen. It's fine. It's really fine.
Why don't you want to let her talk?
I have. Listen. I've gone viral on Twitter before on their side. It's fine. It's really fine. Go on.
It's gonna be a respectful conversation.
Yeah.
So yes, she followed me as well in her Tax the Rich uniform. Despite her attempts to stop this person from doing an interview with me, she failed. The interview starts with me asking about her sign that says trans people are being erased.
Can you tell me how you feel like you're being erased by the current administration?
The number one thing of there only being two sexes or two genders, which isn't true because of course we also have non-binary folks. I get what he means, but it's just not entirely true, and then that's also just like a weird thing. But also just trying to deny that we exist at all, calling us a epidemic, saying that we have an agenda and that we're trying to indoctrinate kids, which they've been saying, but that's just not true. So.
There is no evidence of Trump saying trans people are an epidemic. There is evidence, however, of indoctrination, like the Lafayette Elementary School flying a trans flag, or Casas Elementary having Pride Week. This is quite literally indoctrination. This video of an elementary school having an Express Yourself parade is one of the best ads for homeschooling that I have ever seen. This is deadly, literally. Trans people are twice as likely to unalive themselves as non-trans people. Trump is now defunding the schools that participated in this indoctrination. She then mentions another way that she believes Trump is erasing trans people. And if you're wondering what that sound is in the background, some protesters just bang their signs like a drum when you try to interview someone. It's totally normal behavior.
The cuts to trans healthcare, and then also I know that he's giving it back to the states, which I can understand and I can appreciate, but that's also allowing for a lot of just cuts to trans healthcare.
Totally, okay. And about the indoctrination, so let me tell you something that concerns me personally.
Okay.
So when I'm seen in classrooms, second graders, first graders, and I see the trans flag, what worries me is that's a phase of children's lives where they are confused. Everyone's confused at that age. And I don't think it's fair to them to push an ideology that can make them do something that they will really regret.
Yeah.
So can you talk about that?
Oh, no, I completely agree. I understand where the fear comes from of kids thinking that they're trans and then going to medically transition and everything like that, and then end up being actually I'm not. I understand that, and I agree with that.
That clip right there is why Tim Walz is not the vice president. It is such an extraordinarily unpopular position to have, and why the Democrat Party is more split than ever. The base has shifted so far left that even the person I'm interviewing thinks that transgender surgeries for minors is too far.
I don't think that
that shit's
somebody
wild.
under 18 should be able to get testosterone or estrogen, because that is irreversible stuff. However, I do think that puberty blockers should be allowed, because puberty blockers aren't definite and there are no permanent changes. All that they do is just delay puberty, and once you come off of it, you just go back, like you just.
So that's 100% not true.
What if you're like, you take them too long? I don't think that works that way, bro.
Puberty blockers increase the risk of osteoporosis and fractures. They affect brain development like memory and decision making. It also delays growth spurts affecting the final adult height. Instead of putting your child through something so experimental like puberty blockers, maybe help them find a hobby instead. You could be saving their life.
So tell me about
People are
the
insane.
positioning here, which is outside of the Tesla showroom. So
Doing that to kids.
why is it happening here? Why did you decide to come to this one, which is what I thought was a Tesla protest?
Yeah, so, okay. So there were 2 protests that were going on today. So it is the 30th anniversary of ACT UP.
Really quick for those that don't know, ACT UP stands for AIDS Coalition to Unleash Power. It's an international grassroots political group working to combat the AIDS crisis.
So they put together a protest to,
Unleash
that
power.
Is in correlation with the Musk cuts, because it has to do with what they've been about, because a lot of the cuts to, again, trans healthcare and then also healthcare in general, like government healthcare, is causing a lot of deaths to people, trans folks aside, just like older people, people in poverty, and so that is why we ended up marching here and kind of blending together with the Tesla takedown people. So
And do you know them well? Like, do you have some friends on the...
Yeah, I have a couple friends, but I'm not like affiliated with anything. I go where I'm needed.
There's quite a bit of overlap because I did see a lot of...
Yeah, there
He
is.
said,
Yeah, 'cause
I
like
go
we,
where
like,
I'm needed.
Just kind of came, and they knew that we were headed this way.
And I see the Palestine stuff is included in there as well.
Yeah, a lot of people come to protests and they like bring like Palestine stuff or Ukraine stuff, just calling attention to other problems that are still going on.
Here's a diagram that I think showcases her point quite well, actually.
I've heard that a lot of
my
you guys think
gosh.
that we're protesting the car. We're not. We're protesting Elon.
Well, there's a huge sign that says to burn Teslas.
Yes, because that is where a lot of his fun, like a lot of his money is coming in from. And so I've said this before, if he like just completely left the company, like washed himself completely clean from it and didn't get any more money, we wouldn't be here. Because it's not about Tesla, it's about Elon.
You hear that, Elon? Literally all you have to do is leave the company you've built for 20 years. I like how she says, I've said this before, as if it's like a halfway reasonable request to make. He slept on the factory floor for months. I don't think he's leaving anytime soon.
What can change with the Democrat Party? Because I mean, I know the approval's at like 26%. It's not doing hot right now. So if you were to tell them something, what would you say? What's your advice?
To the Democratic Party? Get your head out of your ass. Listen to us and what we actually want. Stop bowing down. Like, because there's a lot of like what we call like performatism, like corporate performatism, and where they pretend to care about us if that's like popular at the time. And I think that's also a very big problem, because it's like, we don't know what you actually stand for. Like, you don't grow a backbone. You know, like, I don't agree with the Republicans at all, but at least they have backbone. Like, at least I know clearly what they stand for. Like, the left, I have no fucking idea. I have no fucking idea. Because whatever is gonna be, like, whatever they think will win them the votes, they'll be like, yeah, we'll do this, and then they're elected in, and then they don't do anything. They don't do anything that they said that they would do. They don't do anything that we wanted. So,
You see, the protesters I did speak with were respectful and really cool to do an interview with me despite the paid protesters trying to stop them. To be honest, I did not think that the protesters would have such a distrust in their own party. Then again, it does give a lot of context as to why the Republicans have the House, the Senate, and of course the presidency. And when you see Democrat politicians scream and protest about Doge, investigating them would be a good start, because those same politicians were pro-Doge just years ago.
We've got to look at cuts for sure, waste, fraud, abuse, duplication, obsolescence, you name it.
There is no question that there is an enormous amount of waste and fraud and abuse in this government.
We want to cut the bad stuff and keep the good stuff.
Everyone knows that getting rid of the deficit will require some tough decisions. And that includes cutting back on billions of dollars in programs that a lot of people care about.
We're witnessing an implosion on the left, and things will have to rubber band closer to the center. We're already seeing that with Newsom starting a podcast and having people on the right come on. The question is, will people trust that shift from the Democrats or not? Thank you so much for watching this special episode of The Nate Friedman Show. The 3 most liked comments from the last episode are on your screen, and so is the video that those comments are from. I'll see you there.
Great, people are insane. What?
How hard would it be for you to find some swingers?
Probably not very hard.
Would you ever swing?
No. I've heard if there's like a certain color of rubber ring that you wear, then you're in the swinging group. I don't know.
Have you ever been approached to swing?
I have actually.
Have you ever heard of any underground swinging rings here inside of Utah?
I have, yes.
Welcome to the state of Utah, and today we're going to be investigating just how bad swinging has become here. Utah is becoming known as the swinging capital of America, as there are two things that fascinate the people here more than anything right now. That is soda and swinging. Swinging has become such a fascination in
I like
Utah
soda.
that a group of Utah TikTok moms who got exposed for a large swinging scandal now use the Mormon name and their viral swinging scandal to fuel their rise to fame, and the secret of swinging behind closed doors is now more public than ever, with Reddits with thousands of members, secret signs, and even a desolated swingers island.
Utah sounds lit.
Swinging is no longer a secret in Utah, and scandals are breaking loose everywhere. Today I'm hitting the streets, gyms, and even an island to see just how bad swinging has become inside the state of Utah. Why do you think swinging is on the rise here inside of Utah?
I don't know if it's wrong to say like the Mormons.
How would you describe swinging to the person that's never heard about it?
It's multiple partners. Having multiple partners.
Would you ever be open to a swinging relationship?
For sure.
You would be open to bringing somebody else into the mix?
Yeah.
And you'd be swinging?
Yeah.
And what would make you want to swing?
The thrill of it, I guess.
Does it get bored after you've been together with somebody for quite some time?
Yeah. Whole ball and chain. Spice things up for sure. Yeah.
Why do you think Utah is becoming known as the swinging capital of America?
I cannot guess. There's too many idiots here then. Isn't it turned to a state of idiots? If everybody's cheating, then yeah, they're idiots.
What's the difference between polygamy and swinging?
Why are you asking about polygamy?
If there is one place where swinging takes place more than others, that is the gym. Meanwhile, as a husband or wife is out working, taking the kids to school, another spouse is inside the gym putting in some kind of dirty work. This is one of the gyms that's rumored to be known as a swinging gym here in Utah. I heard it got so bad here that at one point people were leaving their keys in a jar and then taking a different key out to the parking lot to meet with a new person to go swing with. That's how crazy things apparently got inside of this gym. Is this a swinging gym?
I've heard that. I can't confirm or deny, but
She's trying to find out.
Are you guys going to the swinging gym?
To the swinging gym?
Have you ever swinged?
No.
Would you ever swing?
No. See this ring? Why would you swing when you have this beautiful
Oh my
ring?
gosh, look at this diamond ring. So you would never swing?
No, hell no.
Do you think people here in Utah do swing?
Yeah, I do know they do.
What's the craziest swinging story you've heard here in Utah?
Well, I don't know details, but I do know that there were quite a few people that were participating in it.
And what is swinging for somebody that does not know?
Swinging is when you are sharing partners, when you should be committed to one person, but you're sharing throughout the land.
Do you personally know anybody who has swung?
Oh, for sure.
Really?
Uh-huh.
But you would never swing?
Hell no.
Do you think this guy right here swings?
100%. Go ask him.
Would you ever swing?
100%.
No. I've heard they do.
How do you stay away from all this swinging inside this gym? Noise cancellation AirPods?
No.
If a girl approached you and she wanted to swing,
No, I wouldn't. Maybe 10 years ago.
10 years ago you would have?
Not 10. Maybe
Yeah, I'm going to
30,
Utah.
20, 30 years ago. But I wouldn't swing. But
A
I
video?
これが俺の切り札にして最強のしもべ
Where's this going, dude?
What's the craziest story you've heard from this gym?
So the word on the street is that one of the workers pulled up to like clean the yoga room and stuff, and like they found like people like having in there. I know that when I worked here, like they typically always now leave that door locked, and if I had to make an educated guess, I would imagine that has a lot to do with why they keep that door locked now.
Really? So people are just banging in the gym?
That's what I've heard. Yeah, like you know,
other people's wives and husbands.
I don't know who was doing what, but I did hear that people were getting nasty in the yoga room.
See if it's locked right now. It is indeed locked at 12 in the afternoon. People must have actually been.
It looks interesting, but it's, I don't think that's what we're gonna watch here. But thank you,
of this yoga
Kitty.
room here inside of this gym.
You get nasty.
nasty in the yoga room.
And to continue our swinging investigation, we headed to the home of the swinging scandals that broke loose here inside of Utah. We headed to Utah County, a county where there are more gyms and grocery stores. We headed to a popular gym to see how bad swinging has become. And if we're being honest, there's only 3 reasons why a man should be at the gym midday, mid-afternoon. 1, they're either unemployed. 2, they've already made their money. Or 3, they're trying to swing.
Me.
So we're gonna see what's going on here inside this gym today. Is this a very prominent gym for swinging?
No.
No.
But I wouldn't know.
Would you ever swing?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm happily married.
If your husband,
Very happily married.
if you weren't happily married and the marriage was like shaky, would you be open to bringing somebody else into the marriage?
Ooh, it's hard to say. I don't know. I'm not very promiscuous, so I don't know.
And you're very good looking. Are you mom?
Yes, I am.
Some people might consider you MILF. Have you ever been approached by a man here inside the gym?
Not this one.
Not this one. Is this a safe haven?
Yeah, it's very safe. I have lots of friends here, but yeah.
And do you have any friends that have ever
Yeah, she's lying.
No, not that I know. Mm-mm.
If you wanted to join a swinging ring here inside Utah, what would you do?
If I wanted to, what would I do? I don't know, get to know some other swingers, I guess.
How hard would it be for you to find some swingers?
Probably not very hard.
Have you ever been approached by a woman about swinging?
No comments.
Are you a swinger?
No.
Are you a swinger, sir? Bro, definitely be swinging. What are the signs of somebody inside the gym who is swinging?
There's just like a group. There's like a group of people that talk, you know, moms that just start talking with dudes, and they all like kind of hang out. You know, they just know each other, and it's just fishy, you know. It's just something going on for sure.
And are the husbands inside the gyms, or is it just the moms?
There's husbands. There's husbands, but then there's like younger.
Are the
dudes.
moms with the husbands?
No. No.
If we go inside of this gym right now, what do you think we'll find?
You'll find moms that shouldn't be dressing like they are. You'll find dudes just kind of finding a girl that they can get with. And then you'll find people like me, just jacked, just getting their work done. So,
does swinging happen here inside this gym?
Probably.
Would you ever swing?
No.
Why
Does anybody say yes to that in public?
I don't know if anyone wants to admit that they're swinging.
Yeah, like if people swing, they do it secret.
So is that a sign that you're swinging?
It's not, unfortunately.
Do you know of anybody who has actually swung?
Yes.
What happened?
It never ends well because there's so much jealousy. It's sad.
And the person that you know about who swung, how did she or he get into it?
I know 2, and they're both men. One was approached here at Vasa. Or he approached? I don't know. But the other's a family member.
How did that marriage end?
Not good.
And you as a woman, have you ever been approached here at the gym for somebody who's looking for another swinger?
No, I think people fill you out. Like they ask you, like, I feel like I've been filled out before, but not like asked explicitly.
People be dressing pretty scandalous here at the gyms.
I dress pretty scandalous myself. I'd rather wear nothing than wear something, and I still don't swing, so I don't know.
Have you ever been approached about swinging here inside the gym?
No.
Would you ever swing?
No.
No. You and Luca, pretty similar.
I know, that's true.
Do you think the rumors are true that people do swing inside these gyms?
People swing everywhere in the world. It's been happening for years, so I don't think it's a rumor. We've heard of parties in Salt Lake and crazy stuff. I wouldn't say, what's swinging? Can you tell me what swinging is?
I would describe it as sex without your partner or with your partner involved.
So we've heard of crazy stuff happening, but even those ones in Salt Lake we've heard of, I don't think sex has happened as far as I know. People cheating on each other, probably, but open swinging, I know a lot of people. I haven't heard of that or know of anyone that does that.
I've heard if there's like a certain color of rubber ring that you wear, then you're in the swinging group. I don't know. I have been approached with someone who was like, oh, you're not wearing your rubber ring. And I'm like, I wear that because I'm married with my husband. And then I heard later on that that was like a swinger thing.
Have you ever been approached to swing?
I have actually. I mean, obviously I said no thank you.
And did you get approached by a woman, or was the man approaching you to swing with his wife?
The woman was asking me. I don't know if I want to get into details about it.
What'd she say? People are curious.
Well, here's the thing. She was talking about how her husband was... She basically was like bagging on her husband about certain things and how she was unhappy in her certain situation.
Really? So she was telling you about the marriage problems and saying you could potentially fill the void?
Probably.
Why didn't you fill the void?
Why deny? Because that's just not who I am.
You would never swing?
No, absolutely not.
So should that husband be concerned about his wife being here right now at the gym? And
Yeah, of course. Absolutely, yeah.
meanwhile, he's out working the 9 to 5s, trying to provide for the family, and she's out here trying to find new men.
Yeah, you could say that.
So she wasn't the one who approached you about swinging?
No, my God.
And why do you think there are so many swingers here inside of Utah?
Because people don't have sex till marriage.
Do you think swinging happens here at this gym?
Like swinging like couples, weird shit like that? Yeah, we're in Utah, dude. That's like common.
We're in Utah, dude. What do you mean?
Common to happen here in Utah.
I think it's kind of the way people grew up here. Everybody's like really repressed. They repress everything down.
So do you think it's because of the strict commandments that the LDS Church has that when the people get the freedom, they unleash and want to just
They want to do weird shit, yeah.
put it everywhere?
Yeah.
Now, Utah is also home to the Mormon Church, and as Christians who follow the 10 Commandments and additional commandments such as no alcohol, no smoking, no coffee, and no sex before marriage, people oftentimes leave the church due to these commandments, and they want to live life with less restrictions, and so when someone leaves a church, oftentimes they go on a spree of indulgence and things they once wouldn't indulge in, such as trying alcohol or exploring their most romantic pleasures that they've always wanted to complete, like swinging. Have you ever heard of any underground swinging rings here inside of Utah?
I have, yes. They would have like after parties in the clubs, and there would be active like swinging happening within the clubs. Yeah.
And what happened to that club?
It got shut down.
And as I was searching the web to try and find this underground swinging ring that got taken down, I came across some information about a mysterious island by the name of Stanbury, where apparently people go out and do the swinging. Do you know where the beach is out here? What? The swinging beach. For the swingers?
Oh, that's down there. Follow me and I'll show you.
And then next thing I knew,
He
I
said
was
follow
following
me.
this man to find this beach.
No
And he gave us
shit.
all the details about what actually happens here during the swinging events that go on at this beach. How often do you find people out here swinging?
Oh, in the summertime, I got a few buddies that come out here.
Really? So you do you have a bunch of buddies that come out here and swing?
Not me, but they do.
Really?
Yeah, I'm straight. Okay, I'm straight. But you know what? Hey, I got gay friends, so what?
And when the people come out here, what are they doing out here at this beach?
They run around naked. In the summertime, there's people in their campers and cars and everything all the way along here.
When's the last time you saw some people swinging, being new out here?
Last, August, September.
So this is kind of like a gay beach.
Yeah. Well, what's wrong with that? Let them have a spot. I mean, who else would want to have a spot?
And do you ever see women out here?
Nope.
So this is just a gay men swinging beach.
Yeah.
Wow.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing's wrong with it. Let them do what they want to do.
Exactly. I mean, who cares out here?
And so you've been out here at these parties. What happens at these
Nah,
parties?
I don't know what guys do.
it just went from you want to go there to you
I
do
ain't
not
been
want
gay
to
my
go
whole
there.
life.
Oh, so when did you become gay?
I ain't gay. I told you, I'm not gay. I like my girls.
But what have you heard that goes on here? Like, what do the guys and if there's girls here, what do they do?
What did he say?
I'm gay.
I don't know. I ain't been gay my whole life.
Oh, so when
He said I ain't been gay my whole life.
did you become gay?
I ain't gay. I told you, I'm not gay. I like my girls.
But what have you heard that goes on here? Like, what
Nothing
do the
wrong with
guys
it.
and
It's
if
just
there's
funny.
girls here,
He's
what do
like
they do?
What do you think
saying
they
it, but he's like, wait a minute.
Some here on the sand? Sand in their boots? Sand in their gooch?
Probably. I ain't never watched.
If the people can't do it in their hometown, they come out here to Stanbury Island, where life can be
not?
free.
Why not? Would you? If you gotta hide all the time in town because people don't like your lifestyle and stuff, wouldn't it be neat to go someplace and just do whatever you wanted?
Out here in Stanbury Island, any dream, any fantasy can become a reality.
The first time I found out about this place, me and my dogs, we were out rabbit hunting over there by where it comes down. And I shot a jackrabbit, and it come running this way. And me and my dog come over the hump right there, and there's all these f***ing guys running around. And here's my dog running around sniffing ass, and I'm going, oh my God.
Oh my gosh, you were out here seeing the wilderness.
I got my rifle in my hand, I got dogs running around, and there's all these old f***ing guys going, oh shit. We're being raided.
Oh my word. Oh my word.
If you enjoyed, please consider subscribing and giving a like to this video.
That
And
is
if you'd like to
actually
support the
crazy.
channel by becoming a member, you get access to exclusive live.
Welcome to Everything Elon Musk Said Today, where I go through everything Elon said on X in the last 24 hours. And a big happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. I'm sure Elon's getting a lot of love from his legion of children. And I suspect Elon's been able to reproduce with so many women because he is that guy. He is the outlier on this graph where IQ meets testosterone. He's way over here. And Elon does not disagree. He says, yep, I'm that guy. I mean, just look at the testosterone. You can feel it through this photo. Elon's just lifting weights while training the weights at Grok AI. But I'm just messing with you. This is the real photo. And Elon says, training Grok 3.5 while pumping iron. And he says, I am increasingly confident that Grok 3.5 will be the smartest AI by a significant margin. And Nick J thinks that Grok is being manipulated by leftist indoctrination lately. And Elon says, I know, working on fixing that this week. And of course, Grok's mission is to seek the truth. And today Elon reposted this interview from 2023 where he said that it's very important to have a competition for truth. And that's why X puts a lot of effort into community notes, which is quite a good way to assess the truth of things. And X is now the #1 news source.
The U.S.-Mexico US-Mexico border is more than just a dividing line. It's a symbol of innovation, where cutting-edge technology, international cooperation, and humanitarian strategies are reshaping how the U.S. manages immigration. An ex-post from CBP on to Reuters, Mexico has deployed 10,000 troops to border cities like Tijuana and Juarez to curb
None of this is working. We're out of videos? Seems like it. Man, I'm in the process of like trying to reset my sleep schedule, dude. What would I like to do? Ideally be awake for another 12 hours. How? Your guess is as good as mine. Good luck. I ain't never believed nothing that you told me. How? I have no idea. Anyone online right now? There's some people online. Yeah, so how long have I been awake for? Let's see here. How long have I been awake for? $17 hours. Which actually makes sense. At this point, I'm getting tired. I would sleep for 7.5, 8 hours. And that would be a 24-hour day. So at this point right here, from now onward is where it actually gets difficult to stay awake. So and then we cooked like a day or two ago. I tried to stay up, and then I stayed up for, let's say, 24 hours, but then I went to sleep, and when I woke up I only stayed awake for 12 hours, or not even. Or I slept for too long. I don't know what it was. It still was not the right time. So it's like I didn't even do anything. Janine, you're fucked, Janine. Janny, Janine, whatever the fuck your name is. You're done. You're done, Janine. You're done. Janine. Janine, come on. I got him. Got him. Got him, boys. $60K, we got him. Run. We're rich. That was fucking quick, dude. Right here. Is that here already? Are we getting the twofer? What is this guy doing? Huh. Yo? Get the fuck out of here. He's like, yo? Like, yo? Do I have in the world hider on? Who paid him? Quiet. Sorry. No one's impressed with my kills. I thought people would bow down to us. See what we got. 160, 30, 50, get like 280k out of those 4 keys. Like 1 death. I could die and lose 200. We're actually playing the game. Yeah. Spent a lot of time working on the Yu-Gi-Oh YouTube videos, trying to carve out a space in that niche. But like, I look at the alternate YouTube channel, and I just post like random videos about, you know, random games we're playing, or a video that we watch and we have a discussion about. And those videos just do so much better. It's crazy. Should have done that a long time ago. I didn't want to give up though. Again, it's not really giving up. Just sometimes you gotta do what makes most business sense, really. Hard, bro. Get out of here, bro. There's too much. The fuck was that, bro? Guy's hitting me full field away, dude. That was such bullshit. I don't have a stamina potion? Oh shit. They had nothing. 0. Maybe I should start using that shield. Spirit shield? $5K. Nice little 4-key action. A foursome. We'll take those. Get that shit out of here. Take this home real quick. As in the Slayer, hell. Being stupid. Gotta empty our bank out. We're like running out of bank spaces. Alright, there's gotta be some shit here that I don't need. No, this is all pretty good. Rune darts? Amethyst darts? That I don't know most about. Moon Clan is better than Derek. Huh. Oh, but your attack bonus. But the skirt is actually better. Not really. Are we gonna do it today? It's possible. See, okay, yeah, just these are just garbage. Get rid of these. Yeah, if it's garbage, clear it out. If it's something that we're gonna get back soon, it doesn't make sense to... Why can't I drop this? Hope I didn't drop something important. A lot of random stuff in here that could probably go. We just opened like a lot of spaces. We opened 46 bank spaces just now. That's the problem, bro. Man, I'm so screwed, man. The problem I run into is I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule. I have to stay up a whole day to do it, right? It's 10 a.m. and I could go to sleep right now, bro. I don't know what to do about that. It never works where I say, oh, let me go to sleep for an hour. Nope. Never gonna happen, bro. So it's just bro, the stupid fucking monster knocked the shit out of my hand, dude. Dude, I forgot to put my freeze back on. Get in position. I like this little cut right here. Stand right there. Kind of less likely to be seen. I don't know what was going on but I'm not even gonna get involved in that. That's between those two. I wonder if someone has the, I bet someone has the in-game name Building 7. I'm gonna add them. Ass bitch. Fucking way, bro. Crazy. Dude, what? Get the fuck out of that shit. Big hair. Can't hit them. God, I should have got after that guy. But we got 250k on us of loot, so. Funny name, bro. Thank you, Daddy. This guy is a bloodhound. Wrong hobo. This guy's name was Hobo Joe. And I was like, yo, hobo. And Joe was like, yo. And I was like, nah, the other hobo. There's a hobo hunter. Funny dude. Guy has a funny name, Hobo Hunter. I should have just kept that key as having a key on me. It was a 2K key. I would rather have just had the key on me. Scare people, you know? Sends a message. Fucking, well, it's fine actually. Yeah, I should change that advert. I should change the thing that Frosty said. Nightbot. It's just Frosty that says that, right? Can fix that. This is a waste of effort, honestly. Why did this guy not log out? Broken bot. Second time I killed that guy. And his name is Burr. So I say, go Burr! Go Burr. I think I was just there. I don't know. Really fucking lucky, holy. I didn't even see them there. How the fuck? Bro. They were gone before I was even in the game. Oh, it has to do with my ping. I could see that. I told them they had a cool name. I should probably just get the fuck out of here, honestly. Dude, that was crazy. He took the Chaos Elemental took me out of the freaking obelisk while I was trying to teleport. If I can stay awake for like an hour and a half, we'll be chilling. I'll like go take a walk. I'll get a slice of pizza. We'll be in a way better spot. Wow. Burnt carambons? Shit. Who was on?